missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. A gay woman, drone pilot, hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag girl boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is Austin. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic moment because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. That was Vika's music. More women drone pilots. It's Monday, news day, 10:59 a.m., Monday, March 2nd, 2026. We're live, we're alive, and we're in hell. You already know what it is. Obviously, things are not great in the world, but things are going to be great regardless, because we're live and we're alive, and you know how that goes. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. What is happening with one of my monitors? One of my monitors is just like shutting on and off pretty aggressively today. But did you put a light just for Kaya? Yes, I did. I just filled file for a mayoral run in my tiny Nebraska town. Thank you for being an inspiration for many like me. Hell yeah. Good luck, chatter. Monochromatic if gay. I don't know what that means. Anyway, we're live, we're alive, and it's time for the personal news. And as far as the personal news goes, as part of the broadcast. Wait, what the fuck? I gotta fix this goddamn monitor now. Holy shit. This is crazy. Anyway, CIA hacking. Yeah. He's chairmogging us. All right, folks. Personal news-wise, ended the broadcast last night. And it didn't really do much. Hung out with my family a little bit, and that's pretty much it, honestly. My life is awful, as you guys know. Courtney Love reposted you in the Mao edit. Hell yeah. Yeah, Courtney Love is a HasanAbi head. That's like not even a joke. I knew that, but it's not surprising. All right, so where was I? Oh yeah, one of the best Fear End episodes to date. Can't wait for Jinx. Yeah. Where was I? What was I going to talk about? Personal news-wise, how's Kaya doing? She's doing fantastic. She had a wonderful and very eventful morning, as always, and is now walking around. Did you grow a fourth pimple, man? Dude, don't even get me started, okay? I don't want to talk about the left side of my face. Wait, I just checked. Courtney Love literally posted Alex Jones Mao edit to her IG story. Yeah, it's the one that I posted on my IG. As well, it's the famous one. I need to go see a dermatologist. I just don't have time. Okay, I just don't have time. I don't have time. Shut up. Literally, America is blowing up the fucking entire America is blowing up the entire planet. What do you want me to do? I have to cover it. I have to do work. Okay. 555 plus killed in Iran now. How many was killed by the fascist Islamic regime in January, Hassan? Is this a competition? Like, what are we talking about? Like, great question. Is this a competition? It's like, oh, they killed, you know, X amount of people, so we get to kill another X amount of people, like up until that point. And once it passes that point, if like American carpet bombing campaigns, if the American carpet bombing campaigns kill more than the Iranian government has killed of its own citizens, at that point, do we just turn around and say, all right, this is fucked up, we should put an end to it? Is that what you think is going on here? What a brilliant argument, dude. Incredible stuff. Anyway, I did see the Trump rash. I can't even talk too much shit because my face is starting to look like Donald Trump's nussy. Anyway, big beautiful president is looking real beautiful. Please do a girly pop stream where you do get a facial. I think he might have shingles, bro. This literally looks like the same shingles that I had, which is a real painful situation. I mean, he might die from this, okay? I'm not even kidding. Like, if it's shingles, he's cooked. Shingles behind your neck and ear is exactly where I had it. And it's a pretty fucked up place to have it. Anyway, my man looks like he's got radiation burns. So obviously we're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Israel. We're going to talk about America. We're going to be talking about domestic affairs as well. You know, we're full tilt into Epstein, Operation Defend Epstein, Operation Epstein's Fury, World War Epstein, whatever you want to fucking call it. It's deeply unpopular in a way that I even consider to be kind of surprising because I'm pretty familiar. I'm pretty familiar with like how the American appetite for death and destruction is virtually unlimited, and yet for some weird reason Americans are not biting the bait on this one as much. Operation Fortnite Chungus has turned into an epic failure for a million different reasons. They bombed Aramco in Saudi Arabia too, big dog. That's wild. No, I think that was an interception that fell because the Iranian government very quickly came out and was like, we did not bomb the Saudi Aramco facility. So, yeah, we'll talk about all of that and more. Right now, as a matter of fact, let's just get right into it. I have Tom Steyer coming on later in the broadcast, and I feel pretty good about that. I feel pretty excited about that. That's going to be a cool interview, I think. We're going to ask him if he's a Clash trader or not. Tom Steyer, the billionaire running for CA Gov in the building. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. As far as the CIA guy, ex-CIA guy, John Kiriko, he is doing a lot of travel and a lot of media right now. So it's going to be probably next month. And with Tallarico, I can't fly out to Texas. So it's probably not going to happen. Okay, they're very, very busy right now. Kiriako. Okay, that's why it's not happening yet. I have a blast off meme. I can't send it because I'm not subbed. Well, you need to sub. This is our chat. This is our chance chat. We got one cornered. What about Ro? I just interviewed Ro Khanna, man. What do you want? I literally just interviewed him. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme or not? We'll talk about Texas. How about Nithya Rahman? We'll talk about that too. I'm Iranian. I feel devastated. I've been worried about my family and friends since the beginning of the year. Wait, why are you interviewing an ex-CIA guy? Because I'm also former CIA. Well, I'm current CIA. Okay. I'm presently CIA. So that's the reason why I'm doing it. That's why. I wonder if other content creators get like their audience to constantly chirp at them in the same way. Like, can you imagine at like fucking CBS News, Tony DeCoppel secures an interview with someone, and then like the audience is like, "Excuse me, double circ Tony, I don't actually like who you're interviewing personally. I don't even want to think about like why this could be a productive endeavor for both parties involved. I'm just mad. I've decided you're not allowed to do that." And it's like, I love doing news and political commentary to an audience that's just like parasocial and behaves like fucking little children. Can Can you imagine if Burnt Peanut got shit from his fans with who he interviewed shaking my head? Yeah. Well, Burnt Peanut's fandom is in Tel Aviv, so they don't care. Anyway. Oh man, I had a fire blast off. That is kind of cool, but we missed that. What are your thoughts on Junaid? He's running for Congress District 8 in Illinois. I'm not familiar. The 6% are absolute lions, Lamau. Yeah, no, the 6% are the bad empanada contingency, the troop exploders, the unsung heroes of America, the people that look at the situation and go, yes, I would like to commit more troops, please. If they're dying, more troops to the troop exploding machine, please. No, I'm kidding. Those are like clearly people from Israel. What are you talking about? Those are very clearly the people who are like pro-Israel. The 6% that are like, we want more troops to die now. CNN polls an outlier. CNN poll showing 41% approve, 59% disapprove of U.S. action in Iran basically mirrors Trump's overall job approval rating. Opinion of Trump drives opinion attacks on Iran. No, most people don't want it. I mean, you look at all adults, 27% say yes on Trump's attack on Iran, 43% say no. CNN has the highest approval rating, but even then, it doesn't reach majority. Majority say no, or plurality say no. Make no mistake, every major organ of media, every major 41% approval is higher than the 20% no. Yes, it is, but I'll keep it at $1.50. That's what the media is trying to do. They're trying to move these numbers to the best of their ability. There's a reason why every person that they're interviewing is like John Bolton, Lindsey Graham, and like at most, the people who are like kind of against it are basically saying, well, it's a good thing that we're murdering, heads of sovereign states. Obviously, I love that. I love death and destruction, but maybe he should have followed the process. Like, that's it. That's literally it. That's at most a process, like an aesthetic difference that you're going to get from like CNN. CBS doesn't even do that. Fox News obviously is just like super hoorah. They're going nutty mode on it. They're blowing bubbles on it. It's like varying degrees of pro-Israel sentiment being expressed from virtually every organ of propaganda. I mean, this is just how it is. This is how it's been. It's 2003 all over again. We're like stuck in a permanent news cycle. We're stuck in a permanent 2003 news cycle. Jeremy Scahill, by the way, has the same suspicion that I do. Over the past 24 hours, I was talking to Ken about this last night. We have heard via witnesses that a number of U.S. personnel injured in Iranian attacks in Kuwait is much higher than has been acknowledged. CENTCOM has not responded to our request for comment. So I will say this. The American government is trying to do their very best to hide the casualty numbers right now, and we will find out what the actual casualty numbers are. If they are active duty service members on a fucking boat, it's virtually impossible to hide those casualty numbers unless they do something super crazy. And I don't put it past this administration, but it's very difficult because there's like auto triggers, I think, like auto notices that come out when a service member, active duty service member, is injured. Okay. However, there are numerous ways. We'll start here. We'll start with the dead troops. Okay. We'll start with the dead troops because we are going to be talking about the stockpile diminishing. We're going to be talking about the massive, spectacular failure that has been Operation Defend Epstein's Honor. We're going to talk about like European allies also getting frustrated, Spain in particular. But where we should probably start today is Kuwait. Okay. Trump also had an insane speech and an insane interview that he gave. He has been on a tear, going on interview after interview after interview. It's been very interesting. But yeah, as I told you yesterday, the reason why Iran is striking hotels and office buildings seeming like civilian properties was for this reason. And here's the thing. The American government has a way of hiding casualties. If you have any loved ones that have served in the region, if you have any, if you have personally served in the region, there are a couple different ways where they just like hide casualty reports, right? One of the ways that they hide casualty reports is there's a lot of fucking contractors, right? They're not considered active duty service personnel, so they just hide. They can just not release the numbers, right? So there's a shit ton of defense contractors, and when they die or when they have like a debilitating injury in service, they don't count. So we just don't hear about it at all. Another thing, obviously, is clandestine operators, CIA. If you're CIA and you get killed, and there's some suspicion that one of the targets was like a CIA facility, you're not in the casualty reports as well. And then another way that they hide it is like casualty numbers, not death numbers, but casualty numbers is like TBIs, okay, traumatic brain injuries. So a lot of these guys get completely knocked out. Sometimes you'll hear about it when the American government obviously wants to make a big show of like how victimized they are by big bad scary Iran or whatever. But TBIs are also a really horrific injury that ends up knocking people out of service completely. It's a debilitating, life-changing injury for the most part. As a consequence of like blasts, and it's not necessarily like them falling down during the blast or whatever. It turns out a lot of these guys are just like regular reservists that are fucked up for the rest of their lives and turned into vegetables. But the American government goes, yeah, they got a TBI, it's fine, whatever. So there's a Kuwaiti KIA. Apparently, Kuwait's military announces the death of Sergeant Walid Majid Suleiman following Iranian attacks, marking the first confirmed Kuwaiti KIA in the ongoing conflict. But how have you become so deeply knowledgeable about these things? Do you consume readily available info, or do you have behind-the-scenes sources? What? I consume readily available information, and I also do the other thing. I do both. Also, I've been doing this for years and years, and have friends that are investigative. I just literally told you I was talking to Ken Klippenstein earlier about like casualty reports, because I have the same exact suspicion that Jeremy Scahill has, that I think the American government is actively hiding the true death counts that to the best of their ability, as well as they can get away with it. Like, I'll tell you this much, from what I understand. I mean, this is like somewhat unprecedented. But if there was like a boat strike, which they tried to hide, there was a boat strike that took place on a supply boat. Okay. One of the naval assets was struck by Iranian missiles. If there was like a boat strike, which they tried to hide, there was a boat strike that took place on a supply boat. Okay. One of the naval assets was struck by Iranian missiles. Okay. That one is harder to hide. That's the reason why the Trump administration came out and was like, yeah, 3 active duty service members passed away. I'm fairly certain that like the boat didn't sink, but it doesn't matter if they're like above, if they're standing on top of the fucking ship and they get struck with a drone, like they're gonna die. You know what I mean? It's risen to 18 now publicly. Yeah, if they're on the poop deck, there's systems in place that like automatically inform the family members and stuff like that. American government has always been like a little bit like they play it close to the chest when like high profile casualties happen or big numbers happen. But I suspect that there is probably a lot higher numbers in terms of casualties. They're just not going to ever release all of that. But we saw that with Venezuela, right? In Venezuela, they said there were no casualties whatsoever. Now, casualty is different than death, right? They were like, no one was hit. It was beautifully executed, beautifully facilitated. And then guy out of nowhere gets a fucking Medal of Honor because he had his legs shredded, right? He got his shit shredded when he was flying the helicopter. The reason why they hide that stuff is because they don't want to lower morale. They don't want to incur any sort of like public disapproval, like a penalty. What's the difference between casualty and death? Casualty means like gravely wounded versus like casualty numbers include both people who have been gravely, like people who have been wounded pretty severely, and people who have died. Whereas fatality is just death, right? But casualty numbers include the injured. Like it means that you can't fight anymore. Like you're either dead or you're injured and you can't fight anymore. You're no longer able to be in combat. I used to work in a VA hospital. Many TBI and spinal cord injury patients would have substance use issues depending on the hospital they were in, with many overdose deaths. In that case, their cause of death would not say they died due to their injuries. Yeah, I mean, the American military is also a fucking business in some ways, and as a business, they have to, like, you know, they do the same shit that businesses do, which is try to soften the impact, soften the blow, and that's one of the ways in which they do it. There is a funny thing that I will cover, of course, which is that seemingly whenever there is an American military action anywhere around the world, okay, some assets are going to accidentally get shot down by other air defenses. And of course, this is what I'm talking about is Kuwait. Apparently, Kuwait shot down 3 U.S. F-15s. Incredible work by the American defenses. Glorious. This literally happened with Biden in Yemen, and it happened with Trump in Yemen as well. I need you to understand, if there is any American naval movement happening anywhere, there are going to be some, you know, 10, 20, 30, $100 million equipment failing and falling and exploding and sometimes falling off the fucking ships, the aircraft carriers, and in evasive maneuvering. It's incredible. We love melting tax dollars on fire. We love lighting tax dollars on fucking fire. It's glorious. It's just, you know, you might as well watch a school explode in the air at that point.
Man says fighter jets were shot down by friendly fire from Kuwaiti forces. CENTCOM says all 6 crew members aboard the jets ejected were safe.
John McCain's ghost is haunting our forces. Yeah. John McCain dropped 6 planes. 6 planes. And the only reason why he was incapacitated was because he was taken as a prisoner of war. Do you understand? Like, they would have put his ass back on a fucking plane even after the last incident if he hadn't been incapacitated by being taken as a prisoner of war by the Viet Cong. Understand, he was the Viet Cong's strongest soldier. That's why I always had tremendous respect for John McCain, the anti-imperialist goat. A lot of you only talk about how you want to offer critical support to the People's Liberation, critical support to the North Vietnamese, but John McCain lived it, okay? He lived it. He lived it every day of his life. 6 aerial assets he dropped. 6 of them. How many American aircrafts have you destroyed? A lot of you LARP. A lot of you LARP as though you're like, oh, dude, I think it's you know, I would love to serve. I would love to serve alongside these people. These people are doing this honorable, brave, anti-imperialist action. Fuck America, caca. John McCain lived it. Okay.
Recovered and are in stable condition.
He lived it.
CNN geolocated video that appears to be an F-15 falling from the sky. The pilot parachuting out. There's also video that appears to show a pilot safe on the ground after ejecting. Now, the aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets. CENTCOM says Kuwaiti air defenses mistakenly shot them down during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, ballistic missiles, and drones. The cause of the incident under investigation. Now, CNN following all the latest developments from around the globe, the White House, the Gulf, inside Saudi Arabia, and Israel. Let's start there. Our Nick Payton-Walsh is in Tel Aviv with the very latest on the loss of 3 U.S. aircrafts. That's a significant loss all at once, Nick.
It is startling to see 3 involved in a friendly fire incident like this, and I think it brings home the jeopardy that US troops face as this conflict widens. Look, it's clear that CENTCOM are saying here this was an active combat area. Likely, it seems, if you interpret what they said, that Kuwaiti air defenses were engaging drones, missiles, other things at the time, and mistook these F-15s as legitimate targets too. That is essentially the consequence of the war that the United States is in here. President Trump warned yesterday that there could potentially be more.
I fucking love this. I'm sorry. It's so funny. It's so funny. I was just like, wah, wah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, baby.
شوف طلعت عندنا هني يا يبا شوف طلعت عندنا والله يا ساتر.
Oh, you can always count on these fucking $30 million bad boys, $100 million bad boys, however expensive it is to just operation. I'll just stay up and keep drinking. That way I won't be hungover at work.
Bruh.
Oh, man. What is 80 million a pop? Fantastic.
US casualties. There's been 3 so far, and let's face it, this was clearly a near miss. All 6 crew ejecting safely and now being in a stable condition, having been recovered by the US military.
We want to talk about how this happened, and here to do that is retired Army Brigadier General Steve Anderson. Thank you so much for being here, because we're going to talk not just about that plane, but also the sort of pros and cons of doing an air campaign with the goal of regime change, which is not something.
Oh, that's the second part of this. Every aspect of Operation Epic Fail, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus, Operation Epstein's Fury is just busted, okay? Every part of this operation is so busted because the goals are wrong. The methods are impossible to achieve the stated goals for, right? Like, the goals in and of itself are idiotic. And the methods that we are willing to commit to are not going to help us achieve those goals at all. It's incredibly fucking violent. It's incredibly brutal. It's incredibly deadly. And on top of that, in the process of Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus, billions, and I mean billions of dollars of American assets in the region have been destroyed. And as a consequence of that destruction, in the hands of Iranian drone strikes, Iranian munitions, Iranian ballistic missiles, okay, we have seen, once again, that America literally either A, does not care about any of its Gulf regional allies, or is, perhaps worse, incapable of defending their own bases. Okay? Operation Epic Fail has been insane as far as like doing damage to American might and American military competence. You could not write a funnier story than this, okay? Operation Fortnite Chungus is conducted by actual drunk assholes, drunk rapists, who are just drunk at the wheel. Like, very clearly drunk driving this situation, drunk driving the fucking car. Haas MVP? What did he do? Oh, he's putting falling planes on the screen. Okay. Wait a minute, what are these fighter jets on screen? Haas is throwing up some imagery, I think.
History has shown us really before. So first, talk about what you were seeing with that F-15. Give us the context of what our capabilities.
Okay, they don't show the funnier parts about this. Here, watch. Video showing locals approaching one of the F-15 pilots who ejected over Kuwait.
Really? You need something to help you? No problem, you're safe. You're safe. Everything good? No problem. Thank you for helping us. Everything perfect?
Oh no, bro. They're gonna hit the fucking female pilot. Oh no. Oh, they're gonna say DEI, except the other 2 pilots were male, but it doesn't matter.
You're fine?
Oh no. Oh no. Dude, no, do not take that helmet off. Just make your voice more coarse. Be like, yeah, I'm a white man. Oh no, we got a hashtag girl boss, dude. Oh no. Absolutely necessary to look at this. Oh, yeah, this was really funny. Downed American pilot while in the shape of a swastika surrendering to a man with a stick. Come on, dude. Zero subtext, only text. It's 3 days into the Iran war. Yeah, for the record, for people who might think like, oh, it's because the Kuwaitis hate these guys. No, the Kuwaitis fucking love these guys, okay? I need you to understand something. They probably thought he was an Iranian pilot at first, and then they realized that he was an American pilot, and then they put him in the back of a car so that they could take him to a hospital.
Police? Yes. 1 minute. 1 minute. لا لا شبه الدبة 1 minute 1 minute 1 minute Police? Yes. 1 minute.
Brother, what is happening? Bro, we are not a serious country, man. They put him in the back of the car like a dog. Oh my God, dude. Oh, that's so funny. That's awesome. Kuwaitis are providing cover. Only system they have that can hit F-16s are Patriot batteries, which have lots of fail-safes due to past FF incidents. It was Iranian batteries. U.S. is just lying. Yeah, there is a suspicion on whether or not this was friendly fire. And I guess America would rather say it's friendly fire than say that it was Iranians that struck the fucking Iranians that actually struck the F-15s. Having said that, I don't know. Maybe it is. It has happened before. So, do you see that? That's my fucking truck video from an American soldier. I'm inclined to believe that it's a friendly fire, because what fucking Iranian anti-aircraft system is striking Kuwaiti airspace, bro? Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? It's like, because it literally happens right on top of the Kuwaiti airspace. Like, that's this is cognitive information warfare, e.g. lie the fuck out of everything and claim otherwise. This is a new NATO doctrine. Iran has S-300s within range of Kuwait. I don't know. Why are you laughing it up all giddy about serious matters? Okay, but none of this is funny. What am I supposed to do, man? Kill myself? What do you want me to say? Look at our fucking incompetent ass multi-trillion-dollar military, brother. What do you want? The best possible outcome here for the American military to save face is that they struck their own fucking planes. The worst possible outcome is that Iranian S-300s, Russian S-300s purchased by Iran, were able to literally laser 3 American F-15 fighter jets off of Kuwaiti airspace. And none of this needs to happen at all. So what do you want me to do? Not laugh about the fucking situation? Yeah, it's our goddamn tax dollars being lit on fucking fire. That's a school. You know what I mean? That's healthcare. But of course I'm going to laugh. At least they didn't get to go murder a bunch of fucking school children. You know what I mean? In a bombing campaign. So I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh a little bit. Shut the fuck up. Yes, it's funny. It's objectively funny that an F-15 pilot wasn't able to fucking go and, like, I don't know, laser some school. Before people go, F-15s don't actually do strike packages on schools or whatever the fuck. It's an aerial combat. It's an aerial combat plane. Whatever. Yes, nerds incoming. The F-15 friendly fire claim is either a lie or a U.S. command failure, but something is off, says Adam Cochran. After talking to experienced military sources, here's how we know the reporting is covered. Kuwait uses 3 types of air defense systems: Patriot, Improved Hawk, and SHORAD. A SHORAD type air defense would not reliably take down an F-15. An Improved Hawk could hit an F-15, but because a Hawk requires constant radar illumination, the pilot would be alerted to the lock by radar detection, could deploy a chaff, activate ECM, take maneuvers against it. So a Hawk striking 3 planes is deeply unlikely. The Patriot system can reliably strike targets like an F-15, and so we know it's likely that this was the system used. But Patriot systems rely on multiple ID types to engage a target. Radar track behavior rules. It shoots at things that act like a missile. IFF signature, broadcast automatic signature between fighter craft and ground systems. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know what the what the point of failure is here, but it's the American military, so I feel like there's numerous points of failure that you could point to. Okay? How is it not funny? It's the military industrial complex being incompetent. Nobody got hurt. It's literally hilarious. Exactly. I will say a couple things that have proven to be true here. Okay, a couple things that are proven to be true here once again. And maybe a lot of you are too young to remember the numerous points of failure that took place in the global war on terror when they first went in. When you go into an active war, no matter how much you've done combat simulations, no matter how much you've like trained your troops, there are going to be very real problems when you get into a real shooting battle. Okay, it's always a clusterfuck. I mean, the one example I always use is like the Humvees. Okay, they brought all these fucking Humvees into Iraq and Afghanistan, and literally they had no coverage, no protection underneath the Humvees. So basically, all of those Humvees turned into dick explosion machines because they would just drive around, and some dude who mixed the concoction and put it into like a Teflon pan, like a boiling pot with a bunch of marbles, would put together a roadside bomb, and that shit would explode right underneath the Humvee, and every single troop's dick would explode in the process. Okay? Literally. How do you not factor in like armor underneath the goddamn Humvee? It's shit like that. It happens all the time. No matter how much you think you've factored everything into the equation, you have the most sophisticated equipment, you have the best machinery, there are always going to be issues. Okay? So there are obviously, again, numerous points of failure and many problems that are taking place with this round of epic Fortnite chungus that we haphazardly put together as we are, lasering Iranian schools, a volleyball team, and an 86-year-old man and his whole family in his residence that we seemingly have presented as this unique espionage victory. Like, oh my God, the American and Israeli clandestine operators are so good. They've deeply penetrated Iran. It's like, bro, he was at his house. Like, that's really, this is the pivotal achievement of the CIA. He was at his house. It's mind-boggling that they're trying to fucking sell this as like, as an incredible feat. Okay. Anyway, so there's a lot of, it's costly, it's bloody, it's completely, it just shouldn't happen at all. I mean, it's completely ridiculous. And we're doing it anyway because that's just the way it goes. Having said that, as far as these points of failure, I mean, these are at this point you would assume that it would be expected that these sorts of things are going to happen, but seemingly it happens all the time with regular frequency. It literally happened with Ansar Allah under the Biden leadership when the Biden administration was bombing Sana'a, bombing Yemen. They had these issues. They lost, I think, 2 aircraft, right? And then Trump lost another one as well. So fantastic stuff overall.
Capabilities are in the region.
Well, there's probably at least 30 or so F-15s that are stationed there in Kuwait.
Well, now it's 27.
And they all, no doubt, took part in this massive air campaign that took over the weekend. Over 1,000 sorties were flown. You have to remember that it was an incredibly complex operation involving the Lincoln carrier battle group, the Ford carrier battle group out in the Mediterranean, all the bases that we have in the Middle East. Without a doubt, there was probably Tomahawk missiles launched from submarines, in fact. So it was an incredibly complex operation. So the fact that we'd have some kind of collision or some kind of an incident, is not that, it's not that remarkable.
Nobody's nerfing. Bro, that's awesome. That's awesome. Come on. I mean, what? Yeah, we fucking shot 3 $80 million pieces of sophisticated equipment out of the sky with $4 million missiles in the same, at the same damn time. It's normal. It happens all the time.
But what is remarkable is the performance of the American military in this and the Israeli military to have done what they've done over the last couple of days without a single shoot down is pretty remarkable.
Those aircraft were F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets. The cause of the incident, of course, continues to be looked at, but those jets are just some of the assets that the U.S. is deploying in the air as this war expands. The military is also using remotely piloted MQ-9 Reaper drones. They carry Hellfire missiles and guided bombs. They are also using B-2 stealth bombers, valued at just...
Isn't it wonderful to see why you don't have healthcare on TV every day? This also, I love when mainstream news turns into like QVC for fucking the American military industrial complex. They're like, look at the might of our weapons. They're so fucking sick.
So you know, more than $1 billion each. The bombers usually fly out from an airbase in Missouri with a crew of 2. Now let's get the very latest from our correspondent stationed in key cities. Clarissa Ward is on the Iranian border in eastern Iraq. Let's start with you, Clarissa. What's happening there?
Hi, Kate. Well, we are here at the border. As you mentioned, today's the first day that there's some traffic going in and out. They are allowing Iranian trucks and Iranian citizens to go back into Iran, and for Iraqis who may be on the other side of the border to come back in. But I just want to play you some video of something pretty extraordinary. We just saw an Iranian Shahed drone literally flew over our heads. Take a look. And now, sorry, there was supposed to be more of that video, but we'll get that to you later. But they closed the border for a little while, then they reopened it. And now if you turn over here, you can see these trucks are starting to move again. We spoke to one Iranian truck driver who told us that he was very scared about what's happening inside Iran, but that he wanted to get back home.
Reminder, this border is going to be very consequential because this is where they're going to push the Kurdish militias in to the Iranian state through. Okay? Just so you understand, I'm telling you ahead of time, Babe Ruth calling out the fucking shot. This is the border that they are going to push the Kurdish militias through because they do not have an active mobilization on the ground. The goal here is to destabilize Iran and destroy the state. Okay? The goal here is to destabilize and destroy the Iranian state. They are going to send in Kurdish militias, maybe ISIS too. Who knows? ISIS would love to get a couple licks in there as well. But I know for a fact, but they are not moving. They want to keep it democratic. All parties agreed to that. Brother, just wait. Okay? Just fucking wait.
As quickly as possible to be sure that he could get back to his family. Kate?
Oh, that's understandable. That's some amazing video. We're getting that all brought in and to show that more of that video that you and your team were able to get. Clarissa, we're going to be showing that for sure once we can turn that around. I really appreciate it, Clarissa. Standing by.
How hypocrite after having sacrificed Rojava? Yes. Yes. But these are separate Kurdish units. But they will do it one more time. Okay? They will do it one more time. Because they need... Okay, listen. The biggest problem from the American perspective here, pulling it back. Pulling it back and taking a top-down approach to what's going on here, okay? There are numerous factors at play. There's numerous goals here, right? Donald Trump 100% wants a Venezuela-style situation. You know, he did the decapitation, and then all of a sudden he finds someone that's more pliant, and he gets to deal with them. He doesn't give a shit if they're IRGC, obviously, right? The problem is Israel wants an entirely separate thing here. And I tweeted about this last night, and it's really important. I'm going to keep stressing this point over and over again because the reason why this operation is haphazardly put together and the reason why it's become a spectacular failure very quickly is because there are competing interests here. Not converging interests, but diverging interests here. Because Donald Trump wants it fast and easy. Donald Trump wants boom, boom, boom, quick in and out. Bombing campaign, negotiations process with a leveraged position, a much better position overall, and then a pliant state in Iran that's going to play ball, and it's going to say, we're really sorry, whatever your demands are, we'll let you build a Trump Tower in Tehran, all this stuff. Israel, on the other hand, does not want that because Israel knows that, and I tweeted this last night, large majorities of Iranians in Iran do not fuck with Israel, including the people who hate the IRGC. There are some people who like Israel and like America in Iran. Iran is a massive country, very diverse, but large majorities in general are not fans of American, are not fans of the American bombing campaigns or the Israeli bombing campaigns, right? Like, there's been polling that was conducted after the 12-day war where Iranians were very frustrated, okay? So big chunks of the public are not fans of Israel. So even when Hasan got cooked by Charlie Kirky, I'll unban you. I just popped a perky. So, as I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. God damn it. Oh, I lost my train of thought. I'm going to receive it one more time. I'm going to get it again. So, large majorities of Iranians in Iran do not fuck with Israel, including the people who hate the IRGC. Considering that this is Israel's war, it is an important part of the equation. And it offers clarity to the Amer-Israeli airstrike targets, which include opposition figures and moderates and border guards. Okay? Because if you're wondering why America and Israel are blowing up, like, not just the heads of state, but then also trying to assassinate oppositional figures to the state, including a guy who's been on house arrest since 2011. The reason for why is because Israel does not want any real oppositional figure there. Okay? Israel wants a failed state. Israel recognizes that, with the exception of like Reza Pahlavi, right, which you would need to send in American troops to defend. If you were to plant Reza Pahlavi in power, you would need American troops to defend that, right? Because there's no world where a 93 million nation is going to welcome Reza Pahlavi as the true leader of Iran. It's not going to happen. Is there some support on the ground for Reza Pahlavi? Sure. But there is no next day plan here, okay? You would need to defend Reza Pahlavi with American troops. So unless Donald Trump commits to a puppet state and designing a puppet state and defending a puppet state in Iran with no guarantees of success, mind you, okay, it's not going to happen. You can't install Reza Pahlavi. You can't just like say Reza Pahlavi walks in and he has popular support on the ground and they magically have a monarchy, they restore the monarchy, and then they do liberal democracy with a functioning monarchy on the side. It's not going to happen, right? And in the absence of that option, the only other option for Israel that is going to effectively destroy the Iranian state is just a failed state, right? Trump might want regime change, in air quotes, like in Venezuela, but Israel wants a failed state like Libya that will never threaten its expansionist ambitions again. Any real deal here for Trump means cutting out Israel, and that's not likely going to happen until it gets really costly. Okay? And right as I was tweeting that, Donald Trump gave another interview, this time to ABC, where he says the U.S. identified possible candidates to take over Iran, but they were killed in the initial strikes. He said the attack was so successful, it knocked out most of the candidates. It's not going to be anybody that we're thinking of because they are all dead. Second or third place is dead. And not only that, but they're even shooting and trying to kill oppositional figures as well. Like people who are literally arrested by the administration, people who are under house arrest by the administration. If you have an ambition to actually do regime change, you can't kill the guy you're trying to fucking plant as your guy, right? You can't kill the fucking people. You can't kill the fucking people that you're supposed to put in power. You can't do that. It's insane. So this once again proves that there are diverging interests here. This is Israel's war. Israel's goals broadly are to create a failed state in Iran. America's goals are, or Trump's goals in particular, are glory and a quick in and out campaign, couple bombs, negotiations, art of the deal, as he has conducted over and over again. Like this is what he did in Venezuela. He thinks Venezuela was a massive success, right? And he's coming off the heels of that success and quote unquote success in Venezuela and going into this Iranian operation after getting the worst intel possible from Israel and probably the compromised people within his like closest administration allies like Lindsey Graham and whatnot, who are just telling him over and over again, you're going to reach glory. Israel's going to go in without you. You want a piece of this puzzle. You know how Israel is. They got the best fucking equipment. They got the best intel. We should go in with them, right? That's pretty much how this story was concocted, right? And I think Donald Trump thought, judging by what took place in Venezuela and judging by like what they perceived as the success of the 12-day war, he thought this would be going down very differently. He thought We go in, we blow some shit up, we do a decapitation strike, and then we find a much more pliant figurehead within the IRGC to deal with, and then it's over, right? We can get all of our demands across, and it's going to be totally fine. What they didn't realize, or what he did not factor in, perhaps was the information that his own generals were giving him. The CIA was telling him, don't do that. Don't do a decapitation strike. You're a fucking idiot. If you do a decapitation strike, they already have a system designed called like this decentralized mosaic. They have a horizontal movement within, they have a horizontal contingency plan where even if there is a very successful decapitation strike, they will still continue fucking bombing Israel and continue to bomb American targets, even potentially. Like everything that unfolded, Donald Trump was aware of. And we know Donald Trump was aware of it. You want to know why? Because the generals clearly leaked it to the fucking media. They literally leaked it in the buildup to this campaign. They were like, Trump is not listening to us. We're going to go and tell the media. We're going to go and tell the media that, like, we might actually fail. We're going to wash our hands of this failure, right? And what this operation has shown thus far, and I know everyone wants a big W here, and I know like the Republicans are running around talking about like, oh, we did it, we killed the Ayatollah, we killed an 86-year-old guy, it's fucking over, we've done it, like, and if there's a new Ayatollah, we'll kill him too, not realizing the consequences of these actions, and not realizing what this is showing to the rest of the world. Number one, it shows that America doesn't either have the motion or the ability or the care to defend its allies with military bases. All of a sudden, if you have a U.S. military base and you have a regional actor that has a lot of smoke, you're not getting protected. You're not getting any protection whatsoever. You're basically becoming a missile sponge. That's number one. Number two, if they do not have the capability of protecting these bases, then all of a sudden it's a major weakness, right? Like, either they don't have enough munitions and they have to expend them protecting Israel, or they just don't give a shit at all about the Gulf nation states, which are supposed to be incredibly important petro-states that are incredibly reliable and incredibly important allies for American capital, okay? The other thing that this has shown is that if America went to war with a country like China in a proxy war, for example, right, they would get their fucking backs blown out. Because the technology gap between Iran and China is insane, right? The technology gap between Iran and China is insane. The missile gap between China and Iran is insane. Like, if there was any sort of serious battle, proxy battle or not, between the Chinese state and the United States of America, we're not making it out of that. We're not making it out of that process. Okay. Their manufacturing capabilities are far superior to the Iranian manufacturing. All it takes is a willingness to engage in this, right? So this, in my opinion, is completely rewriting American hegemony and the American military power, especially considering that China also, as it stands, literally holds the cards to American manufacturing and the American munitions manufacturing side, considering that they have all of the procurement and refinement processes on lock for rare earth minerals and battery systems that are necessary for American national security interests. It's not even, it's over at that point.
President Trump, it was a roughly 9-minute phone interview talking about the war in Iran. Just want to give you the quotes. He said, quote, "We're knocking the crap out of them. I think it's going very well. It's very powerful. We've got the greatest military in the world, and we're using it." I asked the president how long he thought this war might last. He said, "I don't want to see it go on too long. I always thought it would be 4 weeks, and we're a little ahead of schedule." I asked him if the U.S. was doing more to help the Iranian people reclaim their country than the military strikes, if there was other stuff going on. He said, "Yes, we are indeed, but right now we want everyone staying inside. It's not safe out there." He also suggested it was about to get even less safe. "We haven't even started hitting them hard. The big wave hasn't even happened. The big one is coming soon." I asked the president about the fact that Iran attacked Arab countries in the region, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. He said that was the biggest surprise so far, for him and his team. Quote, we were surprised. We told them, meaning the Arab countries, we've got this. And now they want to fight, and they're aggressively fighting. They were going to be very little involved, and now they insist on being involved. He said of the Arab leaders of those countries, I know these people, they're tough and smart. The Iranians, he said, quote, shot into a hotel. They shot into an apartment house. It just made them, meaning the Arab leaders, angry. They love us, but they were watching. There was no reason for them to be involved. That was probably the biggest surprise. You have to understand they were living under that dark cloud for years, meaning the Iran.
I'm going to be honest. It's pretty funny how leaky of a fucking faucet Donald Trump is. He is literally, he is such a messy bitch, dude. You cannot have a commander in chief that's a messy bitch like this. He loves yapping. Anytime an operation is going poorly, he does the fucking full spectrum. He goes to ABC, he goes to CNN, he goes to CBS. He calls journalists personally to be like, listen, Drake, let me tell you something, okay? It's going great. It's going great. I love the situation. I love the situation we got. Iranian attacks have been very successful. They are doing a really good job. Let me tell you, but we're doing a good job too. Everyone's doing a great job. Like, what the fuck? Dude, they basically told all the fucking Gulf states that your bases are bullet sponges. Your bases are missile sponges. We are just invested in protecting Israel. We don't even care about protecting our own troops inside of the Gulf nation states. We don't care about anything but Israel. M Israel high, M Israel high, M Israel high. That's literally what the lesson is here. Now, of course, these guys are still fucking, they can get pissed off all they want, but it's still Big Daddy America, right? But here, look, you got a Saudi official on Al Jazeera. American defense is focused on Israel without the Gulf states that host many of the military bases. And the irony, of course, this guy's not a Saudi official. Okay, whatever. Host many of the military bases. There's no doubt in my assessment, or I believe that there is, let's say, a kind of resentment towards the ally or the partner. If we describe it, he's a Saudi commentator, to the American partner who focuses on Israel's security and Israel's stability without concern for the defense needs of the Arab Gulf states, which are today being subjected to Iranian strikes without American effort. Also, it doesn't matter. A Saudi analyst, same shit, okay? Saudi analyst is not going to go on fucking Al Jazeera and say something that the Saudi government doesn't believe. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're making it seem like there's independence amongst Saudi analysts and Saudi officials. No, any Saudi guy that is speaking on Al Jazeera is basically communicating as an organ of the government. Okay, they're speaking on behalf of the government, which is fine. I mean, I've heard this exact same thing over and over again. It makes sense. They're fucking pissed off because they're like, dude, you let Israel strike us in Doha, right? You let Israel strike Doha. Israel killed Qatari nationals in Doha. It was fucking ridiculous. And then on top of that, now all of these bases are missile sponges. You don't even have fucking protections on these bases. What the fuck are you doing? Ironically enough, what is really interesting about this process also is that when America let go of their own bases and turned them into missile sponges and Shahed drone sponges in particular, what they ended up doing was also harm Israel's defenses as well. I don't know what kind of communication exists, but like the early advanced warning systems, the radar towers that Iran took out probably also play a role in the Iron Dome's defenses not being as good, right? Because the entire region, all of the American bases and all of the American early advanced warning systems that exist in the region that have now been blown up actually reduce the success rating in the interceptions that Israel can conduct. And that's part of the reason why you're seeing more and more of these fucking Iranian missiles fall on Tel Aviv. So it's not like Iran is blowing up the Gulf bases for no reason. They're not just like blowing up the Gulf bases because they're pissed off at the Gulf for allowing the American bases to exist on their soil. They're blowing it up for a very real purpose. oh, I'm sure Hassan has a better strategy than the military. Wait, should I not do any commentary? Should I not even like talk about what's going on, what's unfolding in front of our eyes? Like, should I just sit there and be like, I'm sure the military has a better idea of what's going on? Like when 3 F-15 fighter jets fall, am I supposed to be like, the American military knows they wanted those F-15 fighter jets to fall? Is that what I should be saying here? Like, how can you not look at this situation and see it as a spectacular failure? You think America looks good in this process? The mightiest military on the planet, the most sophisticated equipment on the planet, and they just left their fucking radar towers unguarded. Like, with the exception of Al Udeid, which is where the fucking CENTCOM is, they don't have any fucking missile defenses. These bases were not even being hit with ballistic missiles for the most part. They were being hit with Shahed drones. Do you know how fucking cheap that is in comparison? It's nothing for the Iranian government to keep fucking sending these like slow ass drones to hit the radar tower over and over and over again for like the past 48 fucking hours. We've seen it. Yeah, it's like a flying tractor, dude. They can be shot down with conventional small arms. You understand? They could be shot at with like AK-47s if necessary. For $30,000 with a Shahed drone, you can take out $1 billion worth of equipment. $1 billion worth of equipment. That is an incredible strategy for the Iranian side. Obviously not law, but we can't pretend we understand why the bases have been evacuated. Might have been strategic. I mean, even if you don't like the military, they're not completely stupid. No, brother. It's because America, no matter how mighty its military is, does not have infinite munitions. I'm already explaining to you that when you make a strategic evacuation, you're making that decision with the full knowledge that you are focusing entirely on Israel's defense. That's what's going on. Also, there is a party involved in this that you can't really fully factor in, like how they're going to respond. It's the Iranian side. And it's very clear that the American government, the American military, understood how Iran would retaliate, but the top of the fucking, the commander-in-chief was clearly way more focused on the intel that he was getting from Israel and false assurances that he was getting from fucking Israel. That's my point. The point that I've been making is that the Arab states are eventually going to fucking run out of interceptors because they don't have unlimited funds. They have a finite resource here. This is not, Israel doesn't have unlimited resources to defend itself. This is something that the American generals were very aware of and kept telling Donald Trump. They kept telling Donald Trump this. And when Donald Trump didn't listen, they went to the fucking media. They leaked it to the media. They said, we don't have unlimited resources. It's going to look really bad for China. If China wanted to fucking go and like attack Taiwan, we would be completely shit out of luck. But the real reason why they were saying it was because we don't have enough missiles to even defend fucking Israel eventually. Now, the question remains. I think the Israeli side here, which is totally fucking guiding this entire process, this military quagmire, they know how to manipulate Trump really well. Okay? They know how to manipulate Trump very well. They're exceptional at manipulating Donald Trump. Okay? Because Trump is very malleable. He's so easily persuaded, especially when he thinks someone is like brilliant. You know what I mean? And he clearly thinks like, oh, the Israelis, they got the best intel. They're really, really smart. He doesn't like Benjamin Netanyahu personally that much, but Benjamin Netanyahu can basically tell him like, no, you don't understand. You will be glorified. Like you will be remembered as a fucking hero that finally toppled the Iranian regime. Come on, think about this, right? And then Donald Trump believes him because he's a fucking idiot. And all of the other like pedophiles in his fucking corner are they've been salivating at the prospect of this, no matter what the fucking cost is. Right. And basically what's going on here is clearly that Israel knows that they can just, once they committed Donald Trump to this process, he's not going to fucking pull out with egg on his face. Okay. They committed Donald Trump to blowing up Iran and now he's stuck. And now he's just fucking stuck. That's it. He's stuck in this military campaign that he wanted to get out of with a swift exit. He thought he could get a fucking a better leverage negotiation position. He was an idiot. and the Israelis lied to him 100%, or he's compromised by Israel. I mean, look at the fucking Epstein files. I don't know, but like, regardless, he clearly doesn't care enough. He clearly doesn't care enough about anything beyond like what he could have gotten as far as like a good deal from Iran, decapitation strike, good deal from Iran. So now the question is, when Donald Trump eventually realizes in and around like by the end of this week, okay, when Donald Trump eventually realizes that there is no fucking perfect destabilization initiative, when he realizes that like this is not going to be fast and easy and that Iran does have hands, okay, when he realizes that, what does he do? Does he commit more assets? Does he actually commit a more aggressive response to Iran? Does he commit to blowing up the entire fucking country? How much longer can he go? Will it be appropriate if oil barrels are $150 a barrel? Will that be good? There's also the other side of the story, the benefits that this has for, let's say you close the Strait of Hormuz. A lot of the oil that goes to India and a lot of the oil that goes to China travel through the Strait of Hormuz. It's like most of the fucking Gulf states. Some of them go through the Red Sea, but that's a marginal amount of oil that's passing through the Red Sea as opposed to the fucking Strait of Hormuz. Almost all of the oil for all of the GCC states, including Saudi Arabia, pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And now that Iran is talking about closing the Strait of Hormuz, all of a sudden that's going to skyrocket the oil prices. I wouldn't worry about it until you're just a naysayer to everything. As long as the subs keep brawling in, you'll be fine. Or better yet, why don't you go live in one of these countries you're so fond of? Why don't you do that? I was literally live in Doha a month ago. That's number one. Number two, I will be live from Havana, Cuba in a couple weeks. And not only that, but also this is like what fucking difference does it make to my analysis? Like, do you have a disagreement here, or are you just going to be like live as in live in? Oh, okay. Yeah, I also did stay for an extended period of time in China as well. Yeah, no, I think I'm going to stay here. I'm an American citizen, and I want my tax dollars to actually go to good things that help the American population, as opposed to like defending Israel's interests in the region, no matter how fucking insane and bloodthirsty those interests might be. But it's okay. You can continue being cattle. This bait doesn't even work in the context of this topic, lol. I know. What do you mean? Oh, you don't like your tax dollars going to fucking melt American troops at the behest of Israel's expansionist agenda in the region? Why don't you leave America and go live in what? A country that's being bombed by America instead? Why would I do that? How does this make any fucking sense to you? Nothing makes sense to you because you're a fucking idiot. I pay more taxes than you do, bitch. Okay? Shut the fuck up. By the way, your analysis was correct about the Iranian reasoning behind the hotel strike. Yeah. An Iranian drone strike in a hotel in Bahrain injured 2 U.S. Defense Department employees, according to the State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. I told you. And a lot of chatters were chirping at me. I was like, look, this isn't to say that like Iran is not interested in causing chaos and doing terror, right? Of course they are. But they have limited strike opportunities. Why wouldn't they fucking use them? Why wouldn't they use them on like appropriate targets? It's crazy they had intel for this. I wonder which country has incredible surveillance technology that they might be feeding to the Iranians. It could be Iranians' own surveillance, or it could be another major world power that's potentially aiding the Iranians a little bit with their surveillance expertise. I mean, Iranians are also very good at cybersecurity too. Like the Handala guys are like pretty fucking aggro. And no, it's not Russia. I'm talking about China, dude. I suspect that there's a lot of Chinese aiding and abetting happening here. No, I'm not talking about Albania. When Iranian officials told Drop Site they were targeting hotels in Bahrain because they had intelligence on U.S. troops there, I thought it was some kind of cope. Turns out it was true. An Iranian drone strike in a hotel in Bahrain injured 2 U.S. Defense Department employees, according to a State Department cable reviewed by the Washington Post. 2 U.S. Department of War personnel were injured, the cable said, referring to the Department of Defense. The cable, which was sent out Sunday, did not provide further details. The State Department did not comment. The Defense Department did not immediately respond to requests for more information. there is suspicion that they blew up a CIA position. That's number one. And there's also suspicion that they blew up a couple contractors as well. So, yeah. You mentioned that Iran is degrading systems that likely factor into Israel's defense before and after satellite imagery of the destroyed radar and storage naval base in Bahrain. Yeah. I think that this entire net of radar systems that exists in the Gulf region play a major role in Israel's defenses. And I think America made a fucking massive mistake just leaving these places unguarded and allowing them to become fucking Shahed drone sponges, which is insanely cheap, by the way. Because, like, war of attrition also has an economic toll, right? There's an economic cost analysis here. And when Iran is striking with $20,000 lawnmowers that fly at $1.5 billion worth of satellite equipment, that's insane. That's insane cost. It's insanely economic for Iran to engage in this kind of thing. Okay, obviously on the American side for the military industrial complex, that's great. That's economic activity that's going to happen. But like, there's tremendous upside for Iran. Yes, it's very cost effective. There is very little risk and very high reward for the Iranian side to keep pummeling these American bases. And on top of that, that plays along with their with the larger goal here, the more consequential goal here, which is to embarrass and punish Israel and America. And obviously, when they blow up those radar facilities, that also undermines the network of surveillance that exists, that undermines the Israeli defenses in general. Okay, U.S. intelligence treated an uprising as a remote scenario, yet many in the hawkish Iran analyst echo chamber confidently sold the idea that Iran was a paper tiger and regime change would come fast at little cost. How do you believe things end up at the end of this conflict? Not good, no matter what. Like I said, the best case scenario out of all of the devastating options is that the IRGC pulls the country together and it keeps some semblance of stability internally. They're able to purge any sort of any sort of intervention that's happening on the ground from Kurdish militias passing through the Iraqi border or ISIS or anything like that, while simultaneously continuing to punish American assets in the region, continue to punish Israel as well. And it gets so costly that both Trump's popular base of support in America falls apart and his popularity craters to a degree where he has to react differently, or they continue engaging in this. They continue hurting economic output so much in the region, specifically oil, specifically the amount of oil that can pass through the Strait of Hormuz, so much so that Trump starts getting boss calls from the likes of, the petro-capitalists. And they tell Trump, you need to fucking figure this shit out. All of that will eventually lead to Donald Trump cutting Israel out of the equation and releasing Israel and then saying Israel is the bad guy in this process. But it will take a lot for America to do that, especially Donald Trump. S&P 500 slips into negative territory. NASDAQ 100 follows suit. Iran's Revolutionary Guard commander says Strait of Hormuz is closed. How do you feel about a Kurdish autonomous zone in Iran? I feel fucking horrible about it. I feel like that's an insane thing. I feel like Americans need to literally shut the fuck up. It's insane that we're I thought long gone were the days of Sykes-Picot or whatever. You know what I mean? I thought we weren't piecing up. Bad take? What? Bad take? Shut the fuck up, dude. What are you talking about? What do you mean bad take? Oh no, we just get to piece up other countries. What are you talking about? This is a sovereign state, man. It's ridiculous. Especially when talking about Kurds in Iran, which, I'm sure there will be plenty of fucking policy papers to prove me wrong, but it's it's ridiculous that we get to balkanize other sovereign countries. What are you talking about? Yeah, let's make Kurdish Israel happen, please. So far, the war has cost the U.S. taxpayer $1.9 billion. I know that it's higher than that, by the way. I think this is a very conservative estimate. Okay? $1.8 billion. I don't know if this actually factors in the damage from the radar facilities and the bases that have been blown up and cratered, but things are not looking too good. Apocalyptic vibes on the front page of the Washington Post. Trump says operation in Iran to last 4 to 5 weeks or far longer. U.S. pledges to send more troops as war widens. What about balkanizing Chinatown to its own autonomous zone for China? I'm in favor of that. So, yeah, this is costly, it's bloody, it's unacceptable, and it's being done at the behest of Israel, which actually offers a uniquely negative framing to the issue in the eyes of the American public, which is part of the reason why I think you're seeing a lot more Americans say, why the fuck is this happening? Because Americans love war. There's always a little bit of rallying around the flag amongst the nationalist side in the United States of America. And there's obviously the MAGA cult that will scream for years and years about no more regime change wars and how fucking bloody and costly that shit is and how stupid that shit is, and then vote for Trump because he's going to be the peace candidate. And then Donald Trump turns around and says, no, actually, war in Iran is good. Regime change war in Iran is good. I wanted it. That's America first. And then a bunch of dummies say, you're right, right? A bunch of dummies in the base will turn around and go, yes, Mr. President, I love that, actually. I've decided I love that. The problem here is, for many Americans in the edges, for many Americans in the margins, even those in the MAGA movement, Donald Trump said he was going to do no new wars, and they believed it. So all of a sudden, they're going to be like, well, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? What do you mean I wanted no new wars? Now you're doing a regime change war, and Americans are dying, and you're doing this for Israel. It's not looking too good. It's not looking too good for the base. It's not looking too good for the capitalists if the Strait of Hormuz is like successfully closed, which draws America into a naval battle with Iranian naval assets. We don't know what that's going to look like. I don't know how relevant the Millennium incident is. In 2002, there were war games very famously conducted. It cost $250 million to put together these war games to see what it would look like if the American naval assets fought the Iranian naval assets. And the American general that was supposed to be in charge of the Iranian side literally destroyed the American naval fleet over and over again, so much so that they had to literally change the rules, and they had to make sure that the Iranian side was not able to use certain tactics. Okay, so I don't know if they learned important lessons from that, but judging by current performance of the American Navy and the American military in general in the region, I don't know. So if this goes into naval conflict as well, Iran has like what, 30 assets, right? Total. America has, yeah, Millennium Challenge 2002. Everyone is going to fucking talk about this in the upcoming days. Just, I don't know how important it is right now. I don't know how much it factors in to the current, technology has improved so much since then. So it's not necessarily a good benchmark. We'll see what happens. I'm just bringing it up to just so you understand that like America is aware that a naval battle with the Iranian Navy would not look as great for the American side as you would think. But it's been, it's 2002 versus now. So who knows? But the Iranian side has also more complex tools as well, more sophisticated tools as well. So, European natural gas prices surged almost 50% on Monday as the war in Iran strangled shipping through the Strait of Hormuz. There's also that element. This also ruins the economy of the Gulf states as well. So they're going to be feeling it. Iran is basically implementing crippling sanctions on the Gulf nation states by saying the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Why don't we just let it happen? Why is this so bad? Wait, what? Why is it so bad? I mean, it's worse for China. Let's be real. And that's the American cope. It's great for Russia, right? It's terrible for India. It can be really bad for Pakistan, but Pakistan is right there with Iran, so they can still send oil to Pakistan regardless if they choose to do so. So it could be beneficial for Iran and the Iranian economy. But wait, you said, isn't Iran bad? Why don't we just let it happen? Why is this so bad though? Wait, what? Okay, chatter. First and foremost, this good bad dynamic, you got to let go of that. Okay, these are nation states we're talking about. There are millions of people that live inside of these countries. Many of them have unique dreams, unique opinions. They have lives that are worthy of dignity. You know, these are sovereign states that we're talking about. Okay, that's number one. Number two, if we're looking at good, bad dynamics, I think America takes the cake regardless. You don't want to do that equation anyway. America and Israel are both significantly worse than most other countries by the widest of margins. Okay, but ultimately, it's bad because it also harms America. This is bad because it's bad for every reason that you can think of. It's bad because we're killing children. Okay, 100+ little girls were slaughtered at school in the first barrage of attacks. Okay, so that's not good. And number two, on top of that, this is destroying America's. This is American expenditure that is utterly unnecessary. The entire region is now on fire. The global economy is going to take a massive hit with no real success in sight. A prolonged campaign against Iran could also produce a failed state with enriched uranium, destabilize crucial oil routes, threaten Gulf allies, trigger a refugee crisis, disrupt the global economy. There is a million different reasons why the worst case outcome, the outcome that Israel wants, by the way, is devastating for the entire planet. But because Israel is a fascist state, they have no problems engaging in an act of mass suicide. Killing the supreme leader was one thing. Ousting the regime will be another. That's why I keep repeating that the best case scenario for the entire planet right now is that the IRGC keeps things intact and then America pulls out and they cut a favorable deal that cuts Israel out of the equation, at least for the time being, because Israel is going to come back again and again and again. And that eventually there's a guy that Trump trusts enough on the Iranian side where he will do ease of sanctions or whatever the fuck. Like the negotiations process will be beneficial for both parties involved. That is the least bad option out of, I mean, that's still not the best option, but it's the least bad option. The worst option is Israel gets to commit more American troops, boots on the ground military warfare, complete collapse of the Iranian government. 93 million people live there. The entire nation is swept away in ethnic conflict, sectarian fighting over and over again, and there's no more real state that exists there. And now you have incredibly angry IRGC guys that still control some of the munitions. They have no safeguards whatsoever. They have no restrictions whatsoever in how they deploy the weapons any longer. They can now directly strike civilian targets with no care or consideration, with no military goals whatsoever. And then tens of millions of people are displaced in the process as well. They go to all the other countries that then destabilize all the other countries as well. I mean, it's horrible. Now you got like, you know, super ISIS, Omega ISIS, basically. But this time it's not even ISIS. It's like the people who killed ISIS who have a lot better understanding of how to fight. I don't know where this goes. I mean, it would be completely devastating. The worst option also is like Israel fucking deploys a mini nuke or something in Tehran because they realize that they're not going to fucking win. And their munitions are running out. And instead of coming to a reasonable conclusion here, they just like try to deploy a mini nuke, and then the entire world is on fire from that point on. There's a lot of really, really bad options here, which is why, in comparison to all those really bad options, the one that is perhaps the best option is going to be America eats a lot of the. America ends up with incurring a lot of costs, and it's too costly politically at the domestic level for Donald Trump. His base starts yelling at him. American troops come back and, flag draped coffins. It becomes too big of an issue for him. And instead of leaning into a longer military quagmire, they pull out. And they pull out and they cut Israel out of the equation. Don't joke, bro. How likely is that nuclear hypothetical future? I mean, it's not very likely, but still an option, because again, Israel is suicidal. Israel's a fascist country. Israel is a fascist country, And fascism is a suicidal death cult. They have literally opened up new fronts every single day. They're now bombing Lebanon again. To be clear, in the mini nuke scenario, Israel will be saying how they told you so about Iranian nukes, and the Western media will puppet that as Iranian. I don't think they'll be able to get away with that kind of propaganda. So do you think Israel has overstepped this time? Israel's been overstepping. The only difference is whether or not Trump recognizes that Israel's overstepping, and it's too costly for him because all of his billionaire friends start calling him and being like, dude, you need to cut this out. What the fuck are you doing? Trump is not a committed Zionist in the way that Biden was. Okay? Interesting. Between this and the sus leak to WAPO, seems like someone really wants to turn the Saudis against Iran, sink the 2023 rapprochement that China brokered. Oh, yeah. The other side of this equation is Washington Post coming out with that bullshit story. As you guys know, I'm not a big Saudi fan at all. Okay? I'm not a big fan of the KSA. I'm not a big fan of MBS. Having said that, Washington Post eradicated its fucking Middle Eastern office, and then all of a sudden they got this major story that claimed that that MBS, in spite of what they were saying in their public posture, was secretly petitioning America to go to war with Iran. I don't believe that. I said I don't believe that initially, and I actually do not believe that at all. I think that's American intelligence like trying to, or Israeli intelligence trying to potentially disrupt whatever kind of like rapprochement or whatever kind of like negotiations Saudi Arabia and Iran put together. Saudi Arabia and Iran are not fans of one another. That much is clear. It's obvious. They never have been. They've been waging proxy wars all around the fucking region. But in one of the last iterations, Saudi Arabia literally aligned with Iran to get the UAE out of Yemen. So, and that happened only a couple months ago. So I don't think that Saudi Arabia wanted this defanged Iran to be completely destroyed. I think it's actually beneficial for them to have no more proxies in the region, but then still kind of exist as a sovereign power, especially because Saudi Arabia also has to make the calculation on what happens when Israel decides to take over Saudi territory in the greater Israeli project. You know what I mean? So I'm not that invested in the Washington Post report that claimed that Saudi Arabia was really petitioning the American government to do a death blow to Iran. I don't think that was real. I think that was bullshit. Saudi Arabia will eventually be able to figure out where the missiles came from that struck their oil field. And if it's confirmed if it was Israel, that'll have regional implications for a generation. The reason why we're talking about this is because the Iranian government has said to CNN, the Iranian deputy foreign minister to CNN said, "We are not responsible for the bombing of the Saudi oil fields and have not informed our brothers in the kingdom of that." They very quickly came out and said, "We didn't blow up the Aramco fields. That wasn't us." The question is, who did it? And the question is, why did they do that? It's bullshit, and Bernie just jumped on this fake-ass story. I think that if Iran was interested in blowing up the Aramco fields, they would make a big show of it because it's their final option, right? It's their final option, and they have struck the oil fields in the past. The Houthis have struck the oil fields in the past. I don't think it was Iran this time around. Yeah. If you say Netanyahu dragged the United States into war with Iran, that dishonest creep Jonathan Greenblatt will call you an anti-Semite. But here's the lead of the New York Times report on how Trump decided to go to war. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel walked to the Oval Office on the morning of February 11th, determined to keep the American president on the path to war. Also, Benjamin Netanyahu came out and literally said, "Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Donald Trump, for giving me my most important wish, my childhood dream of striking Iran yesterday." So this is the reason why I get mad when motherfuckers in my chat too go, "Oh, well, don't you think it's like still, an unsinkable aircraft carrier?" Yeah, we've moved past that point. Okay, when new information presents itself, you have to factor that into your new analysis, right? At this point, especially this iteration of the conflict, if you think this is not Israel driving the fucking American state into war, you're a little delusional. I'm sorry. Why does Israel get to do that? Is it because of Jewish hypnosis? Fuck no, of course not. A big part of that is the fact that they have a super sophisticated propaganda machine and have been able to exist inside of the American government despite being a fucking foreign entity for 80 plus years as a consequence of being this incredibly important ally in the region, a destabilizing factor in the region. But post Barack Obama, it's very clear that Israel is in the driver's fucking seat. That's it. This is Israel's war. This is not some Pat Buchanan shit. Okay, this is different than Iraq. This is different than all of the other previous wars that America has engaged in. Okay, and like I said, it's not because propaganda, also known as Jewish hypnosis. Yeah, like it's not some like organized Jewry or anything like that. It's not that at all. But if you think that Israel is not using Donald Trump like a fucking cum sleeve here, you're delusional. I'm sorry. What, do you remember this video you made May 8th?
Today's action sends a critical message. The United States no longer makes empty threats. When I make promises, I keep them.
And just like that, we are at the precipice of the largest conflict in the Middle East by pulling out of the Iran deal for literally zero fucking real reason. Because come on guys, Saudi war crimes against Yemeni civilians was honestly becoming too mundane. The IDF firing off live rounds at press and peaceful protesters at the Gaza border is boring as heck. Our robust military-industrial complex is bursting at the seams looking for a new war to justify increased military spending on. And I've been talking about this for months, and now it's finally here. Listen to me when I say this. We are at the precipice of a global conflict that will not end well. But first, let's look at how we got here. Obama and European nations put together a denuclearization deal with Iran, which Iran has been complying with in order to avoid sanctions. However, Trump has consistently threatened to pull out of the deal, stating that he can put together a better one, or whatever other reasons he parrots directly from his warhawk generals and administration officials, or Fox and friends on any given day. Let's also not forget that after Trump's trip to Tel Aviv, an unknown client literally hired the same fucking ex-Mossad contractors who worked to cover up Harvey Weinstein's rapes to uncover dirt on Obama administration officials to sully the Iran deal. We don't know who it was. They claim that it wasn't Donald Trump. We don't know. Just think about that for a second. People want to rip up this Iran deal so badly that they look to the literal ex-Mossad agents who covered Harvey Weinstein's rapes for the answers. And while that's happening on the diplomatic negotiation side, there are also ongoing proxy wars in the region. On one side, in this proxy war, you have the US, Saudi, and Israeli coalition of unlikely and likely allies that are interested in maintaining geopolitical power in the region. And on the other side is the coalition of Iran and Russia, which seeks to increase their regional influence. The other two major interested parties are Turkey and China. Turkey has played both sides by both downing a Russian fighter jet over Syria, but then also putting together a massive pipeline deal with Russia, which is why Russia is involved in the Syrian conflict to begin with, to build pipelines. But with permission from the United States, Turkey has also taken over the Syrian border town of Afrin, which had been held by Kurdish forces supported by the US. So Turkey's playing both sides, and as a massive player in the region, Turkey will be a key factor in how a potential war may play out. Then you have China dipping its toes in the water by sending the nation's Siberian Tiger Special Forces to fight alongside Assad in Syria late last year. None of these nations want a war though. The side that absolutely wants a war is the coalition formed between Israel,
Iran lied, big time,
Saudi Arabia, and you might have guessed it, but the US.
We'll continue to work closely with our Saudi partners to counter threats to this country's security. That, of course, starts with Iran. Iran destabilizes this entire region.
No, bitch. The United States destabilizes the entire region. What the hell are you even talking about? If there's one country that is consistently reneged on previous deals worldwide, it's us. But what do we expect when the US is the country that turns a blind eye to Saudi involvement in 9/11, where 17 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi nationals, and then turns around and asks Iran to pay the victims of 9/11? It's like nothing matters anymore. We're just straight up lying. But I guess we do that all the time. We doubled military discretionary spending and put Pompeo in charge of soft power and Bolton in charge of our military for a reason, right? It's war, baby. It's happening. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not an apologist for the Iranian regime in any way. Ayatollah Khomeini was an absolute shitlord of the highest order, and his reinterpretation of certain verses in the Quran are literally the reason why we have suicide bombers. But an all-out war against a nation-state like Iran will result in...
That was bullshit. I was wrong. I was libbed up.
Millions of dead people. This is unlike the disproportionate warfare the United States is engaged in post-World War II. You're not exactly dropping phosphorus on North Korean villagers wielding AK-47s or fighting against rebel groups that are using the RPGs you supplied them 2 decades ago. This is real war, the kind that no one wants. So here's what I think could potentially happen. 1, a Hezbollah false flag attack or real bombing campaign against Israel, which will lead to increased military involvement from the United States in a full-scale global conflict, forcing all of the nations involved into the throes of global warfare. And also, even if Iran continues to comply with a nuclear disarmament, the U.S. coalition could just lie and claim that they aren't to justify boots on the ground. I mean, we literally did that with Iraq, and not that long ago. It's still ongoing. But that's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is the Trump administration winning a symbolic victory by renegotiating the same essential deal, and then Iran agrees because they don't want to.
Leftist Brian Tyler Cohen vibes? Brother, come on. That's crazy. This is me shitting on the American government pulling out of the JCPOA back in May 8th, 2018. Okay? That's crazy. This is a video from May 8th, 2018.
A war with the U.S. either. But the question then becomes, will Israel and Saudi Arabia accept any peace?
Now that the Ayatollah is deep frying in hell, who's going to be your next guest speaker? I love these guys, man. I fucking love my hog haters. They literally think like, oh, Hasan, you love the Ayatollah. You're paid for by the Ayatollah. And now I bet you're so sad he died, bro. That's literally all I've been seeing in my replies on Twitter. People just being like, you can't have a nuanced approach to anything. You must love the Ayatollah. Prove me wrong, bub. You're not Wolverine, brother. What do you mean, bub? I'm not gonna lie, can't wait for the first video of you watching you. Yeah.
With the current Iranian government, or will they demand regime change? And with that, inevitable war. I'm Hasan Piker, and I'm
prove you shit on the Ayatollah 8 years ago on this video you're watching. Yeah, well, I was libbed up when I was like, Ayatollah's false interpretation of the Quran is the reason why suicide bombers exist is bullshit. That's what I was saying I was wrong about. Also, my analysis on Saudi Arabia now is entirely different, and the reason why I say that is because I think the conditions have changed. Is Hasan gonna have a new guest speaker on now that the Ayatollah isn't deep fried in shit? Is Africa like Wakanda now that the white man isn't there? This is what this guy's saying on the Asmongold chat, and he couldn't get enough bias confirmation from the Asmongold chat. KDA will be better overall. Hasan, probably after he steals my comment. With drones, everyone KDA will be better. I should be careful. Hasan might steal my joke. He's saying this in Asmongold's chat. Brother, I live deeply inside of your brain, like inside of your fucking brain stem. There's a lot of room up there too. It's empty as fuck. This is what I mean when I say Hasan derangement syndrome. It transcends boundaries. Like it's so weird. It's so pathological. Bro is literally in the chat of another streamer, and he's like, oh, I can't wait to make a joke, and then I can't wait for Hasan to steal my fucking joke.
They were attacked. And by someone else. Israel attacked them. They hit us first, and we waited for them to hit us. We would suffer more casualties and more deaths. We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them inflicting higher damage. Had we not done so, there would have been hearings on Capitol Hill about how we knew that this was going to happen, and we didn't act preemptively to prevent more casualties and more loss of life.
The U.S. was forced to strike because of an impending Israeli action?
No, well, let me two things I would say. Number one is, no matter what, ultimately this operation needed to happen. That's the question of why now. But this operation needed to happen because Iran in about a year or a year and a half would cross the line of immunity, meaning they would have so many short-range missiles, so many drones, that no one could...
This is a good take from Cloud District Enjoyer. Much better than him yelling at me when I say this is Israel's divergence of interest. Cloud District Enjoyer, divergence in interest with Israel reminds me of Syria. Everyone in the Western plus Middle Eastern alliance was interested in removing Assad. True. But Turkey and the U.S. and co. want a stable but subservient Syria. Also true. But Israel wants to tear it apart. Also true. It's the same here. U.S. and the GCC want a subservient and stable Iran that is amenable to U.S. security and financial interests. Israel wants the whole thing torn apart. Initial convergence of interest, then divergence. That is exactly what's going on here. Israel sneaks into the equation with the divergence, or with the convergence of interest. Israel says, oh, we got the same interest that you do, right? We're Israel. We love you guys. And then, slowly but surely, they take over the fucking driver's seat and turn around and go, actually, we want something different than you. We want something very different. We're going to sell it to you. We're going to try to make it seem like this was your own decision, okay? We're gonna try to put you in front of the fucking moving bus, so you have no other way out of the situation. And that's precisely what they're doing in this situation as well. Like, they're doing this with Iran right now. Yes, everyone wants to defang Iran. The sovereign Iranian state presents a threat to America because at some point they might decide, we don't like what you're doing. America doesn't want that. The GCC doesn't want that, right? But they're perfectly willing to have a defanged Iran with no Hezbollah, with no IRGC presence in like Iraq or Syria. They're totally fine with that. Okay? They're totally fine with that. The problem is Israel doesn't want that at all. Israel doesn't want a pliant Iran. Israel wants no Iran.
For the next regime that comes in and replaces the
Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. As the president has said, he would love for the people of Iran to use this as an opportunity to rise up and remove these leaders. They've been wanting to remove them from a long time. We've seen successive waves of protests, and we've seen them slaughter people.
Yeah, Rubio's still lying, by the way. The Pentagon literally admitted that there was no preemptive strike coming from Iran. Pentagon tells Congress no sign that Iran was going to attack the U.S. first. We know that already, though.
The bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission.
To threaten us,
is
Israel,
to deny them
he
the
means.
ability
He means
to
Israel.
use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition. We were not going to let them hide behind that, and that's why this was such a critical mission to undertake now while they were at their weakest point, and not a year from now where they could inflict even more damage and perhaps already be behind that point of immunity. Go right here behind. Go ahead, you and then you. Yes. Okay.
Why not notify Congress ahead of this? And does Congress?
Well, we did. We notified Congress. I mean, we notified the Gang of Eight. We notified congressional leadership. There's no law that requires us to do that. The law says we have to notify them 48 hours after beginning hostilities. We've done that. I think the notification went today. But we did notify members of Congress in advance. But we can't notify 535 members of Congress. And, well, the Congress can vote on whatever they want, but there's no law that requires us to do that. And I want to say something because I see people on TV. Look, that's fine. If they want to take a war powers vote, they can do that. They've done that. They've done that a bunch of times. But there's no, people keep saying that there's no law that requires the president to have done anything with regards to this. To begin with, no presidential administration has ever accepted the War Powers Act as constitutional. Not Republican presidents, not Democratic presidents. That said, we have followed the notification at 48 hours, and we're here today. I've done more Gang of Eight briefings than I got in the 4 years that Biden was president and I was a member of the Gang of Eight. All of that said, we've complied with the law 100%. And we're going to continue to comply with it. We've done the notification, and we officially to Congress, but we did notify members of Congress. We just can't notify 535 people. That's not possible, but we did the Gang of Eight twice. I briefed them last week, and then I called them the night before the operation. Yeah, I've seen those reports. I don't have, I would refer you, not because I'm not trying to answer your question, but I don't want to get it wrong. The Department of War would be investigating that if that was our strike. And I would refer your question to them, and I'll make sure they're aware that you have that question. But we'd like to know. Well, clearly, the United States would not deliberately target a school. Our objectives are missiles, both the ability to manufacture them and the ability to launch them, and the one-way attract drones. That would be our focus, and that's what we would be focused on. We would have no interest and, frankly, no incentive to target civilian infrastructure. The Iranians are, on the other hand, targeting civilian infrastructure. You guys have seen it. I'm sure you've seen it.
We never target civilian infrastructure. You blew up a school.
Hitting airports. They're hitting oil infrastructure. Well, it'd be very tragic, but I can't.
There is
speak to
no
the
world where you can
details
get
behind it
normal Americans to be like, wow, I can't believe Iran is targeting Israeli civilian infrastructure. That's not happening. We have moved way past that. You can't complain about cluster bombs, and you certainly cannot complain about Iranian targeting inside of Tel Aviv. It just doesn't work that way. To the average person, they're going to be like, what do you mean? There is such a thing as international rule-based order here? There's such a thing as, like, war crimes? I didn't... I spent the last fucking 3 years listening to you say that that's actually bullshit. This is the part where AOC is right when she says hypocrisy of this sort is a national security problem, which is that you cannot destroy the rules so flagrantly over and over again at the behest of Israel and then expect people to follow them. It's that simple, especially when it's Israel, by the way. No one gives a fuck about this. Okay? No one gives a fuck about international law at this point.
That's the kind of
you
leverage
literally
they have.
killed the head of a sovereign state. What are you talking about? International law. There is no more international law.
And Secretary Wright and Besson will begin to roll out those steps starting tomorrow to mitigate against the impact that could have.
The only reason why this worked for years and years, the only reason why America and Israel were able to get away with this is because no one was crazy enough to also violate it in the same way on the opposing side. Russia was the first to go out as a state, as a sovereign state, and say, fuck the rules. Okay, fuck the rules. I don't give a shit. I'm going in. I'm invading Ukraine militarily. Suck my fucking dick. That was the first big blow. After years and years of American conquest, after years of Israeli annexation, all of a sudden, there was someone on the other side saying, no, in the post-dissolution of the USSR world, we are a major power that is going to also do the same shit that America does with regular frequency. People lost their minds when Russia did it. But then October 7th happened. And when October 7th happened, Israel decided to nuke what remains of all of these security cooperations, international rule-based order, and America was along for the journey every step of the way. America literally didn't even try to fix the propaganda side of things. They didn't even try. They didn't even try to be like, no, we actually do have rules here. We actually do have to do whatever we can to follow the normal rules, follow the normal fucking process here. No, Joe Biden was supposed to be Mr. I will bring back NATO, Mr. I will bring back our alliances, Mr. I will bring back the international rule-based order. And it was a spectacular failure. You're being so dismissive. Iran is also attacking civilians all throughout the region. It's not just about rules. Are you reasoning nobody should be sympathized because of your stance about Trump in other parts of the world? Wait, what are you talking about? He's not wrong. Iranians are targeting more civilian infrastructure, not just Israeli. Arabs in the region, stop being dismissive, I beg of you. Nobody deserves to die because of Iran-Israel beef. It's condemnable. Man, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? America is carpet bombing Tehran as of last night. Hundreds of Iranian civilians have died. Hundreds of Iranian children have died. And you're over here being like, oh, well, Iran has taken pot shots with Shahed drones at fucking hotels that clearly have armed service personnel staying in them because they escaped the fucking bases. And we have to actually worry about that. Like, yeah, it's condemnable. I agree. Okay. America has blown up hospitals in Iran. What the fuck are you talking about? I can't believe HasanAbi was just in Tehran. You know, I have eyes, right? My point is, if you want other countries to fucking play by the rules, you have to at least show that you are committed to said rules. You can't just violate the rules all the time with the expectation that your foreign adversaries are too afraid to violate them themselves, and therefore only you get to violate them. That's it. Dude, this is not a defense of fucking targeting civilian infrastructure, okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that you think sovereign nation states are not going to fucking sit there and watch America and Israel take a shit on all of the previous rules that were designed to keep the world stable for years and years and years, and then not inevitably also say, all right, well, fuck it. Especially after they killed their head of state. They killed their head of state. Do you know how many fucking rules that violates? Are you crazy? Guys, this is so insane that Russia has not done it, okay? Russia has not done this in Ukraine. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? Like, what are you talking about? I'll step in, don't worry. Oh, they're trying? I'm sure. But, like, let's be real. Let's be real. I'm fairly certain that if Russia really, really wanted to assassinate Zelensky, I'm sure they would try a little bit harder. You know what I mean? Like these are nation states we're talking about. The whole point of there is a well-established rule that you just don't do this, okay? You just don't do this. You don't use nukes, and you don't kill the head of a sovereign state. Like, America did this to Saddam Hussein with a sham trial. They literally, they put him in trial. They found him criminally guilty. They assassinated him after the fact. Okay? The last time this happened was, again, Israel killing the Yemeni head of state. But even then you could say, okay, well, the Ansar Allah movement is actually a militant movement. It's not officially the, head of state or whatever. But as far as I can think, as far as I can remember, I cannot think of another instance, with the exception of, I guess, the USSR in Afghanistan, where a sovereign head of state decided to assassinate another sovereign head of state. Okay? These things matter. These things matter a lot. Okay? Like, Gaddafi doesn't even count because Gaddafi was not a direct targeted strike. It was they set events in motion that led to the assassination of Gaddafi. And America has obviously always utilized covert operations. Like, you can say Allende is another example of this, right? But as far as a successful assassination of a sovereign nation, a head of a sovereign state is unheard of. It's crazy. I can't think of a contemporary example at all. Last time a head of state was killed by military action by foreign military was 1870 Paraguay versus Brazil. No, I think Afghanistan, the USSR in Afghanistan probably is a more recent example. But again, what the fuck are we talking about? This is crazy. The IRA tried to assassinate Thatcher. Guys, you are comparing covert operations. I'm not saying America doesn't fucking assassinate foreign heads of state. They do it all the time. I'm saying the way in which you do this matters, okay? Sending in paramilitary units or setting events in motion that cause destabilization on the ground that end up with the death of a leader of a foreign state is entirely separate than going in and using bombers to decapitate the head of a state. We didn't even do it to fucking Saddam. Why is this so difficult to comprehend? The only country that does this shit is Israel. And even then, they did it to Yemen. And you can say that it's not technically the head of an official head of a sovereign state in that regard. The IRA comparison doesn't hold here. The IRA was a paramilitary organization. It's not the official standing military of a sovereign state. The way we did Osama, my guy, also Osama bin Laden doesn't even fucking count because he was not a leader of a sovereign nation state anyway. It's pretty fucking crazy. We are, but should heads of state be acceptable targets? I mean, look, that's a separate conversation. What you're bringing up is an entirely separate conversation. Okay? Probably not, though. The answer is probably not. Because ultimately, the head of a sovereign state is supposed to engage in diplomacy at the end. When you lose the war, you still sign off on the fucking treaty, for example. Okay? There is a good rule. There is a reason for why these rules have been around since antiquity. Okay? We are changing rules that have been around since antiquity. Okay? It's fucking insane. I don't understand. Name one head of state that slaughtered thousands of their own citizens and civilians in a single month. Says Hitler, your argument is non-existent and dumb. Benjamin Netanyahu is functionally the head of an apartheid state because there is a one singular state in Israel right now as it stands, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza. And Benjamin Netanyahu has killed far more people. Saddam Hussein has killed far more people. Assad in Syria has also killed a shit ton of people. We're not even doing it for that reason anyway. Stop trying to justify this shit, dumbass. Iran is not Iraq, he says. Yeah, exactly. And we didn't even do this in fucking Iraq. Death count is at 6 soldiers now. There is no justification for what America and Israel did here, okay? There is a reason why we don't do this. Because guess what? When you decapitate the head of a state, especially a religious figure of such importance, it is going to have global reverberations. It is going to cause the state to react in the way that they are. Ironically enough, I think Iran is still relatively restrained in their approach to this. What would America do is the question here. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You can't just like destroy every fucking rule in the rule book and then expect other countries to react in a restrained manner. And then people go, oh, well, I don't know. I think Iran is like behaving irrationally here. No, they are behaving far more rationally than many other countries would in this circumstance. And are very deliberate with what they're striking, very deliberate with their expenditure of munitions. They have a longer term goal here in spite of the decapitation strikes that took place. It's very clear. If you want to analyze it normally, this is how you analyze it normally. If you want me to engage in fucking fanfare and engage in like a partisan approach and try to make you feel better about America's idiotic fucking idiotic rule breaking here, and idiotic attempts of like destabilizing a fucking massive country in the region, you're not going to get that from me. Okay? Yeah, I've been looking back, and the only one I can see where a foreign military intelligence service directly killed a head of state or government was Hafizullah Amin in 1979. All others were either covert support or proxies. This is pretty unprecedented. Yeah, that's why I said in contemporary society, the last time you can go back to in recent history is 1979. That's literally, it's fucking ridiculous. Like it is so unheard of. Like we're moving past it because like Ayatollah's a bad guy, all this shit, right? But like, they're not going to move past it. It's their fucking head of state. You know what I mean? Like, what is the expectation here? That, oh, they're cheating? Why are they striking back? Like, we're so used to just dominating the entire planet that we straight up look at the situation and go, wait a minute. Why are our enemies totally operating outside of the confines of like the rules that we set, that we violate all the time? No, Allende doesn't count. The reason why I'm saying like Salvador Allende or all these other covert instances of American action is because America sets up the stage for a military coup and then Allende kills himself. Like all of those, there's a reason why those were covert operations, even if we were directly involved in them. There's a difference between that and America flying a jet over Chile and bombing Allende's fucking palace. Okay? This is crazy. This is a war operation. This is a military operation against a sovereign head of state. It does not happen that way. Khamenei had led Iran either as president or supreme leader since 1981. This is the first time, to my knowledge, that any sovereign leader has been killed in a direct military attack by another state since 1979, when the Soviets killed Afghan leader Hafizullah Amin. Yes. Iranian state's TV says Khamenei was killed in the Israeli bombing of his official residence in the opening salvo of the war this morning. He was not in any secure bunker of the kind he was taken to after the start of the last war in June. Mao Zedong Grandma, so your analysis is U.S. Israel killed the Ayatollah to stir up the Iranian people and Shia Muslims in the region to destabilize the country and region? My analysis is that America and Israel went into this military operation with very different goals in mind. America thought, stupidly, and not even Americans, not even like the generals, whatever, but like Trump believed Israel when Israel said, oh, you can just go in, kill the Ayatollah, you'll be a legend. All of the other previous administrations were too pussy to do it. You're not too pussy. You're actually the man. You got the biggest balls. And the Iranian people are salivating at the prospect of taking over their government. This guy's ruthless. This guy's brutal. Immediately, overnight, the Iranian government is in your hands. Okay? Israel basically lied to Trump. 100%. And you're seeing that right now with the way that Trump is talking about it, right? You're seeing that with the inconsistency in their approach. We just listened to Marco Rubio, who is a much more competent neocon, who came out and gave this also inconsistent message. He lied and he said, Iran was going to attack us any moment. That's why we had to do this, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. They're lying. And there's plenty of evidence that the state is lying about this. So my assumption here is that the Israelis literally told Trump a lie. They said, you will be a legend. This will be easy, in and out. You'll negotiate with whoever you want to put in charge. But Israel had a different ambition in mind. Israel wants to destabilize Iran. Israel wants Iran to not exist. Israel wants to balkanize Iran. Israel wants to turn Iran into Libya, a failed state, right? Israel does not want any Iran to exist in the region. Israel does not want any sovereignty in Iran to exist in the region because guess what? Those ballistic missiles will still exist in a sovereign Iran, and those missiles can still strike Israel if they see fit. Are you aware fans of your former co-host are now claiming that you are encouraging your community to attack the U.S. with Chinese weapons? What? No, I'm not aware of this, but that's pretty funny that they're claiming this. It's true. You told me that. Yeah. So everybody watch Sean Hannity tonight at 9 p.m. Bibi Netanyahu will be interviewed. President Donald J. Trump. Oh my God, he's giddy like a schoolgirl, dude. Oh, Bibi, my best friend. So where was I? Oh, so we're straight up terror jacketing Hassan. What is this? Hassan suggests future domestic terrorists use suicide drones and gives them specific instructions for how to obtain parts. Does anyone care? Nothing matters anymore. Yeah, I mean, I don't think this is all that serious. I think this is like so unimaginably insane that most normal people will look at this and be like, you're hysterical. That's awesome. Can we just take a moment to say how right we were about Jimmy Dore and Tulsi Gabbard? Remember the people that would attack you and me for calling them grifters 5 years ago? Yeah, of course. All of those people were cranks. I could smell the crank from a mile away. And that's the reason why I kept yelling at people. This is how Twitch streamers announce collabs. Yeah, guys. It's so obvious that Israel has a totally separate ambition here than the American government and is steering the American naval assets to a long-standing potential military occupation of Iran, which will probably collapse the American state later down the line. But that's besides the point. Israel doesn't give a shit because they're fucking suicidal and they're insane. But basically, Israel wants a failed state in Iran. They will try to get that to happen with American military and American service members dying in the process. They'll do anything to get that goal. And it's entirely dependent on how far Trump will go. If Trump is stupid enough to play along with this, it's cooked. It's entirely cooked. If Trump decides things are going poorly, and just goes, all right, we're going to commit to boots on the ground, we're fucked. You can figure that out by just looking at the strike patterns and the strike targets. Donald Trump literally revealed last fucking night, that his plan B and plan C options for who gets to control the Iranian state were assassinated on the first day. Okay? It's so unimaginably cooked. Here is Donald Trump talking to Jake Tapper about how things are going.
Quotes. He said, quote, "We're knocking the crap out of them. I think it's going very well. It's very powerful. We've got the greatest military in the world, and we're using it." I asked the president how long he thought this war might last. He said, "I don't want to see it go on too long. I always thought it would be 4 weeks, and we're a little ahead of schedule." I asked him if the U.S. was doing more to help the Iranian people reclaim their country than the military strikes, if there was other stuff going on. He said, "Yes, we are indeed, but right now we want everyone staying inside. It's not safe out there." He also suggested it was about to get even less safe. "We haven't even started hitting them hard. The big wave hasn't even happened. The big one is coming soon." I asked the president about the fact that Iran attacked Arab countries in the region, Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE. He said that was the biggest surprise so far for him and his team. Quote, "We were surprised. We told them," meaning the Arab countries, "we've got this." And now they want to fight, and they're aggressively fighting. They were going to be very little involved, and now they insist on being involved. He said of the Arab leaders of those countries, "I know these people, they're tough and smart." The Iranians, he said, quote, "shot into a hotel. They shot into an apartment house. It just made them," meaning the Arab leaders, "angry. They love us, but they were watching. There was no reason for them to be involved." That was probably the biggest surprise. You have to understand they were living under that dark cloud for years, meaning the Iranian nuclear threat. That's why you could never have peace. I asked, okay, well, who's going to lead Iran now? The president said, "We don't know who the leadership is. We don't know who they'll pick. Maybe they'll get lucky and get someone who knows what they're doing." The Iranians, he said, lost a lot in terms of leadership because on the initial strikes, not only was Ayatollah Khamenei killed, but also 49 other Iranian leaders, he said. It was an amazing strike. They got a little bit arrogant.
By the way, if the Strait of Hormuz closes, Japan is cooked. I forgot to mention that. They're even in a worse predicament than China. The Japanese government has stated they have 254 days worth of oil reserves. Also, the Japanese government or at least not the fucking pliant leadership in Japan that are America dick riders and Israel dick riders, but the rest of the Japanese government has been losing their fucking minds because America did not even give them a prior notice that they were striking Tehran. And there are Japanese nationals in Tehran. So we're not even abiding by previous long-standing security arrangements that we have with some of our most consequential fucking allies. And not only that, but also closing off the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran ends up successfully closing off the Strait of Hormuz, it's over for Japan. They destroy all of Japanese energy. The Japanese government has stated that they have 254 days of oil reserves. If the Strait of Hormuz is closed for an extended period due to the ongoing war, it will be a very serious problem for Japan's economy. But hey, Israel high, right? Let's go, baby. Fucking nuclear warfare. Fuck it. Fuck it. Destroy the planet for Israel. Let's go. Let's go. That's what we're moving towards, by the way. I just want to fucking put it out there one more time, okay? East Asia, in particular, highly exposed to disruption of oil exports in the Strait of Hormuz, okay? Oh, the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran is driving up sugar prices. World sugar prices rose on Monday on fears of the U.S.-Israel war against Iran, which is disrupting global energy supplies, will prompt Brazilian cane mills to produce more ethanol and less sugar, and also impact the flow of refined sugar. Most ethanol in Brazil is made from sugarcane. If mills and the top sugar producer and exporter use more cane to produce the biofuel, as prices for it might rise following oil, they will have less of the raw material to produce sugar, a food staple and cheap source of calories for developing countries. We are literally rerouting international trade and nuking it. And yes, Iran has officially stated that they are closing the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. As of a couple hours ago, they officially announced that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Oh, when? What will it take? What will it take for people to literally realize that we got to fucking stop Israel? We all have to get united and stop Israel. What will it fucking take? A group of Japanese tourists land in Israel in matching Israeli vests, singing "I'm Israel High." Okay, stop. This is just a Japanese cult. I don't care about that right now. Fuck you, degenerate. Really? Fuck me. Well, you're getting ass fucked, dumbass. Trust me, you're getting ass fucked a lot worse than I am. You're like, no, I don't care. Israel's suicide mission is far more important for me, an American citizen living in the United States of America. I am literally cattle, sir. I am servile. Strap me to a fucking JDAM and send my ass to Tehran right now. Please. As long as Israel gets to, I don't know, invade southern Lebanon again, I will be happy. It'll be a glorious death for me. It doesn't make any sense. Motherfuckers are like, no. Listen, if gas at the pump is $15 a gallon, I'm fine with that. Why? Because Greater Israel as a project is more important to me than anything else. And we have to take out all of Israel's sovereign enemies in the state, in the region, so that Israel can take over more territory in Syria, take over more territory in Lebanon. This is the only thing I care about. Is that it? Is that it? Is that the only thing you care about? Israel's ambitions? Rubio's now saying regime change is not the goal. What the fuck is going on with this admin's messaging? Because they don't have any fucking real message. That's the problem. They don't have it. They don't have, like, listen, the previous global war on terror was conducted by demonic entities, okay? Dick Cheney was a fucking demon, but at least they had like a fully fleshed out plan here. As far and obviously it didn't go according to plan, and there were many setbacks, but it doesn't matter. Like, there was a goal there, okay? There was a goal there, one that aligned with Israel's interests as well, certainly, but there was a fucking higher priority here. Right now, there is no goal. There is no goal because Israel is fucking insane. Just wait until we start talking about the nuclear option. In the upcoming days, you will start hearing about nukes. In the same way that American Defense Department employees were going on CNN in the early days of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. If you recall, they were like trying to justify a potential for Russia using tactical nukes, baby nukes, mini nukes in Ukraine. They literally said that, okay? There was a reason for it because at the time, there was a nuclear posture coming from the Russian side. And they were trying to see if there was a, you know, if they could maneuver public appetite in the direction of nukes. Here, even Tim Miller at fucking former neocon bulwark saying, reading between the lines, it seems like Israel's just out here yeeting everyone and their cleric while we're just going along for the ride. Otherwise, why would you kill the people that had identified as successors? We have to stop Israel before the entire world falls apart. Okay? This is big if true. Oh, I saw this. Nux Taco's mangled corpse flying through the Tel Aviv skyline. Stop. That did not happen. And I disavow such things. I disavow.
It's up to the Iraqi people, or I'm sorry, the Iranian people to, but it's up to the Iraqi people, or I'm sorry, the Iranian people to choose their next leader. It's up to them to rise up and kick this regime out of place. If they do not, then they will be with a different leader, but the same regime. If they choose to get a different leader that we can have a relationship with, which we would love to. Prior to 1979, we had a good relationship with Iran. But if they choose to pick up a leader, Stuart, we will surround that leader, not necessarily with boots on the ground, but with assets to make sure that that leader can be protected, rise up, and then the Iranian people will have the opportunity to choose their next leadership.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. I can't begin to explain to you how much white supremacy factors into this equation. Okay? It was preempted because Israel was going to attack Iran, and then Iran would attack the U.S. Yeah. No, that's Rubio's statement on this is so fucking dumb, dude. He is such a moron. I mean, sure, he doesn't have an easy job here, right? But you can't package this in a way that makes sense. The logic is we knew Israel was going to attack Iran. We knew Iran would retaliate against the U.S. because of it. So instead of stopping Israel from attacking Iran, we attacked Iran first to prevent the retaliation we knew Israel's attack would trigger. Incredible.
The second question that's been asked is, why now? Well, there's two reasons why now. The first is it was abundantly clear that if Iran came under attack by anyone, the United States or Israel or anyone, they were going to respond against the United States. The orders had been delegated down to the field commanders. It was automatic, and in fact, it bared to be true because, in fact,
yeah, they're trying to repackage Israel's preemptive strike as the trigger point, which it is.
Hour of the initial attack on the leadership compound, the missile forces in the south and in the north, for that matter, had already been activated to launch. In fact, those had already been pre-positioned. The third is the assessment.
I need you to understand why there's so much inconsistency in the messaging, and it is because, and I'm going to keep repeating it over and over again until it's pummeled into your fucking brains. This is Israel's war. I'm not on some Pat Buchanan shit when I say this. This is Israel's war. Israel manipulated Donald Trump. This isn't to say that Donald Trump wouldn't love to fucking kill a bunch of Iranians, okay? Obviously, we have that ambition as well. But the reason why we went in the way that we did, okay, is because this is Israel's war, and we were just along for the fucking ride. We were dumb enough, the Trump administration and the closest people to Donald Trump were stupid enough to literally think, oh yeah, this will be easy. We will just get a pliant Iranian head of state, not realizing that Israel had very different ambitions. Okay? It's that simple. Because Donald Trump still wants a W. That's why I'm saying this is like Israel's manipulation. Okay? Donald Trump wants a W. Donald Trump thought this would be a feather in his cap. Look at me. I'm so successful. Look at what I did in Venezuela. I'll be able to do it in Iran. Okay? That's it. That's it. And just like George W. Bush is still responsible for everything that Dick Cheney goaded him into doing, Donald Trump is still responsible for everything that Israel goaded him into doing. This is not an abdication of responsibility. Okay? I'm just simply telling you why a lot of the messaging coming out of the fucking administration is mind-boggling. Like it's very confusing if you do not think. It's very confusing to you if you try to take things that they're saying at face value and think, oh, well, you know, America did this because we just also wanted to destroy, we wanted to liberate the Iranian people, or America did this because, you know, we wanted to do a regime change. None of that is true, okay? It's the peak of American exceptionalism that Iran or any country apparently has to be pro-Western. Our leaders act like being American makes you de facto supreme ruler of the world. And then they have the audacity to claim that it's actually Iran that wants to take over the world. Exactly. That is American exceptionalism. It's built into the heart and soul of every American, by the way. And that's precisely the reason why when people say stuff like that, many people even in my community go, what's so wrong about that? They don't even understand. They don't understand that foreign nations can have different cultures, different attitudes, different interests, right? Sovereign countries can have sovereignty away from the hands of being like vassalized beings for American ambition, for American capital, just like a fucking area that you can extract natural resources from. Like, this is the problem. It literally comes across as them cheating. In the minds of a lot of Americans, they think, oh, they're cheating. What do you mean they have sovereignty? What do you mean they have different ambitions here? This is Ferdowsi Square in central Tehran. People on the ground say the bombing campaign is beyond anything they have seen and seemingly indiscriminate. Increasingly, Israel and U.S. appear to be following the Gaza playbook, having failed to achieve a quick regime implosion. I told you, literally the first fucking day, I told you the first day that the initial strikes were limited. And even in the limited strikes, obviously, they killed 100 little girls at school, but it was limited in comparison to what they can do. Okay? And the reason why it was limited is because Donald Trump still thought, oh, Iranians will fucking rise up. Iranians will rise up and then they'll give up all their weapons and they'll say, oh my God, Am Israel Chai, I love America. When that didn't happen, what did I tell you? That they're going to slowly start increasing the cruelty to the average Iranian population. Are you still defending terrorists over the country that allowed you to blossom? America is the terrorist country here. This is terrorism, okay? I don't want my tax dollars going to this, okay? If you can't comprehend that, and if you think that that means I'm defending terrorists, you're a fucking moron, okay? 100+ little girls at school murdered in the hands of American weapons that you and I pay taxes for, that you and I are footing the bill for. You think that's not terrorism? You don't think we have an alternative here? Are you out of your fucking mind? Answer me. Why are people so fucking stupid? Confirm reporting of your predictions. Tucker Carlson was one of the only figures urging Trump not to strike Iran. In 3 Oval Office meetings, he warned that the war would risk American lives, raise energy prices, and destabilize the region. He argued that U.S. was being pulled in by Israel and urged Trump to resist that pressure. Trump said he understood the dangers, but he felt he couldn't stay out of it if Israel attacked. Yeah, we couldn't stay out of it. We had to get in. We had to get in on the fun. Well, you stop Israel then, dumbass. No counter, of course. I know. Of course there's no counter. These guys don't think. They don't think about the reaction to American actions. They don't think about the consequences. They don't think about how destabilizing this will be. Oh, I didn't see you had me pulled up. I did. Are you not listening? I responded to you. What's the question? I said, we are the terrorists here. Killing 100 schoolgirls at school is terrorism. That's what we did in our opening salvo, trying to destabilize a nation state with 93 million population, with no real fucking exit ramp, with no real opportunity for them to like develop or thrive. When the ultimate goal, led by Israel, it's yet to be determined what happened with that situation. Okay, dude, shut the fuck up. Keep coping, Keep coping, dickhead. That's all you got. You're literally, you know it's indefensible, so you have to just like try to find a way out of it where you're like, oh, no, it was determined. We know exactly what happened, you fucking moron. You can only justify it in your mind because it's unjustifiable by saying, oh, we just don't know what happened. Maybe it was Iran that blew it up. Yeah, just like Hamas blew up every hospital in Gaza, right? It was never Israel. If it wasn't 3+ years of solid Hasbara at this point that no one literally believes unless they have Israel's dick lodged so far up their asses that it's basically poking out of their fucking mouths, you know, with the exception of people like that. Most people see that and go, oh, here we go. Israel at it again. Yeah, it's so crazy. Wherever Israel decides to strike, the foreign entity that they're destroying happens to always kill their own children. It's so weird. Bro is begging Bibi to finish inside. Him and Trump both. But that's how the MAGA guys are. They literally see their dear leader eat Israel's dick every fucking day for lunch and dinner, skipping breakfast, and they go, well, I must eat this dick as well. Yeah, there's a reason why both liberals and Republicans in the MAGA base want to fight back against this is Israel's war narrative, because it's not narrative, it's reality. But the reason why is because it makes it insanely indefensible. It makes it even less defensible than American imperialism, like regular American imperialism, which is indefensible all on its own. But it makes it not only indefensible, but unpopular in the eyes of the average fucking hog. It's kind of stunning to see a major New York Times article clearly vindicating the Mersheimer, Stephen Walt view of U.S. Middle Eastern policy. Edward Wong, the definitive story of how Trump took an almost inevitable path to a new U.S. war in the Middle East. Netanyahu repeatedly urged him to attack Iran with Israel, and no aides voiced opposition. Netanyahu also undermined diplomacy. Regime change became the goal, except regime change is not the goal either. IDF is currently bombing Evin prison and the TV station again. Oh, here we go. Bro, what's so crazy about this is this doesn't actually end up freeing the political prisoners, okay? It literally just kills them. This is what happened last time too. They did this last time as well. They're literally killing the opposition. It's crazy. They did this last time. The family members of that had people in the opposition that were in the fucking prison literally released statements telling Israel to fucking stop, that they're killing their family members in prison. Okay, she 100% sold Maduro out. What is this? I spoke by telephone to His Highness Emir of the State of Qatar, to whom I conveyed our solidarity in the face of a serious situation of instability and violence that has erupted in the Middle East, which has placed the entire region on the brink of a dangerous escalation of war. Wait, what? This doesn't say what you think it says. She's not calling out Iran by name and being like, Iran needs to stop or something. Unless she says that, unless she actively says that, it's not completely gone. Qatar is the most neutral. Qatar is the most neutral here. And she's also saying like it's diplomacy time. You know what I mean? She's being very wishes and prayers. Yes, she has a gun to her head, guys. I'm not saying Delcy Rodriguez is like not completely captive to American interests. That is true. She is, okay? She is. She is at the mercy of the United States of America. Batıdan nefret etmeyen ya yavşaktır ya cahildir. Aynen abi, aynen. Anyway. Pretty crazy that Democrats spent years trying to claim that Trump was controlled by Russia when there's like 100 times more evidence that Trump was controlled by Israel. Then again, that kind of opens up the Pandora's box of talking about AIPAC. Yep. Wonder why. She could step down and protest? Wait, what? But now never seems to be the option of these people. Okay, you guys are fucking delusional. You live in La La Land. What do you mean? She steps down and protests and then what? They're making a calculation that they don't want what's happening to Iran to happen to their country. These people, at the end of the day, still care about the sovereignty of their states, but more so care about their populations, okay? No matter how despotic they might be, no matter how tyrannical they might be presented as in Western news, they do care about their fucking people. What are you supposed to do when you have a fucking gun to your head? And the alternative is America comes in and just nukes your country. Anyway, here is Adam Schwartz, far-right authoritarian tracker, I guess. Or no, this is not. This is Professor Pape, Robert A. Pape, professor of political science at University of Chicago, specializing in security affairs, offering analysis as to why the actions in Iran make no fucking sense whatsoever from an academic perspective.
Air campaign since World War I. This is my specialty. I spent 3 years teaching conventional targeting strategy for the U.S. Air Force. I've studied leadership decapitation in detail. I've modeled the bombing of Fordow, the regime change in Iran for 20 years. So this is something I know quite a bit about. And literally 10 days ago, I started on Substack, The Escalation Trap, because I worried exactly watching the Armada being built, we would fall into the escalation trap, and that's what's happened. We are now in the grip of the escalation trap, or the smart bomb trap, to be more precise, where the illusion of the 100% tactical success, which is real, it's the success of the bombs blowing up the targets is not false. It creates the illusion of control of escalation. And that is the smart bomb trap, and that is what has gripped us right now. And the problem is that once we drop those bombs and once we announce regime change is our goal, and we had no other tools, trying to do this from the air, this has never worked in over 100 years.
The only way that you can successfully put in a puppet state is if you commit to ground troops. Okay? That's it. Will Trump do it? Because you're not bringing Reza Pahlavi into the countryside without ground troops protecting him every step of the fucking way. And even then, it might not be successful. Okay? Will we commit to boots on the ground military warfare in Iran? Because I know Israel's ass ain't going to war with boots on the ground against an adult military, a functioning military. They can only kill children that way after doing aerial strikes over and over again. Because I know it won't be Israel fighting that fucking war. It will be American sons and daughters. Just so you understand, this will literally collapse the American state. Okay? If you're a third worldist right now, you're nutting.
This is not like it works sometimes or rarely works. I'm choosing my words carefully. President Trump is up against the weight of history here. And it's...
But 1953 worked without ground troops, no. First of all, no, it did not. Mass instability caused, like a failed coup to take place. But of course they fucking still had Western troops. They literally have, and we're talking about a very different Iran in 1953. I don't know if you know this, but 1953 failed. The Iranian Revolution happened. Hello?
The illusion of the smart bombs being near perfect.
Please explain how it'll destroy the American state. The USA spends so much on its military. Are you saying it'll be like 1917? I'm saying it'll be like the USSR's invasion of Afghanistan. Okay? First of all, look at a fucking map of topography of Iran. Let's start there. Iran, as a country, is literally a fortress. Okay? Iran as a country is literally a fortress. It is surrounded in all parts by mountainous regions. Okay? This will be an unimaginable mass casualty incident. If America tries to go in to Iran and deploy troops into Iran, it will be Afghanistan times 1,000,000. The amount of money, the amount of lives that you commit to this will collapse America because there will no longer be any domestic appetite for that kind of thing. Yeah, it's 4 times the size of Iraq and all mountains. It's not even, I mean, look at this, dude. Look at this. Look. Mountains, desert, mountains. We don't even have enough munitions and enough equipment to defend little old Israel right now successfully. What makes you think our offensive capabilities obviously are stronger than our defensive capabilities or defensive munitions, but like, what makes you think we are going to successfully be able to take over a country with 93 million people, with tens of millions of armed combatants that have a fuck ton of fighting experience? You're literally so fucking wrong. I defeated them easily in Hearts of Iron 4. Okay. How many times has Iran been successfully invaded throughout history? I mean, back when people were, on horseback, they would just own it over and over again. But that's a very long time ago. Very different circumstances, okay? Anyway, I don't even think they want that. That would be insane. I think they just want to be able to bring in Kurdish militias from the Iraqi border, okay? And try to do like use that as like a popular uprising narrative, use that as like a troop commitment. I suspect that they want to turn it into Syria or Libya, but they don't have enough popular support on the ground to turn it into Syria because guess what? No ISIS. How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that without ISIS? No ISIS in Iran. ISIS isn't gone, but they're just not, I guess they'll bring in ISIS from this side and this side, or the Taliban or something. I don't know. Kurdish militias wouldn't work. Just look at the topography. They won't be able to affect the closure of the strait. Taliban has no ambitions to fuck with Iran. I don't know about that. Taliban and Pakistan are beefing currently, but who knows? You're pretending as if al-Sharia doesn't have incredibly high approval ratings even across minority groups, lol. Oh my Lord. Yes, it's a resounding success. Syria is a resounding success. It will be completely eaten up by Israel and will be a part of greater Israel, and it will be a resounding success, okay? Honestly shows your Western bias sometimes with your lack of nuance when you talk about Syria. You're right. I apologize. I think it's a perfectly functioning state. It's a perfectly functioning sovereign state. You're right. I'm wrong. And it's great territory for greater Israel. And also, northern part of Syria is now Turkish, and southern part of Syria eaten up by Israel. Eventually, they'll fucking duke it out, you know? And how can Syria fight Israel right now? That's the point, dumbass. Shut the fuck up. Ay, ay, ay. You're actually right. Yes, you're right. I'm wrong. Syria is a success story. It's actually awesome. It's actually awesome to have a country that is ruled over by a former Al-Qaeda leader. It's perfectly normal, perfectly good. It's you know, he's a reformist. He cares about building institutions, and he's doing the damn thing right now. And also, all of it will be Israel eventually. Tucker Carlson also came out. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
Now, that wasn't a risk from the Israeli. Standpoint. That was the point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf. And in 2 days, they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends, but they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also it's a luxury brand, basically. People go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries. And Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested.
Oh, I think he's a mercenary, dude. Okay? I think he's literally a mercenary. And right now, the people paying him the most is Qatar. Before it was UAE. Now he doesn't fuck with the UAE as much. But like, it's the Gulfs. Not to come across as like a Hasbro guy here, but I feel like there's a different angle here, don't you think? Obviously, Iran is not paying him, so he is completely not talking about the very obvious destabilization initiative here against Iran. Because the real analysis here is Israel. Yes, Israel wants to undermine the Gulf states. That's true, but that's immaterial. That's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. Israel wants to fucking destroy Iran. Israel wants to turn Iran into a failed state. And the reason why he won't say that out loud, I think, is because, you know, he probably, maybe he wants to just run for president. That's probably what it is. This is his like easiest route to not come across like he's defending the IRGC, right?
Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
I'ma like this, I'ma like that. Netanyahu and Iran war. We read this week. We read in this week's Torah portion. Remember what Amalek did to you? Are you kidding me? After invoking Amalek ahead of destruction of Gaza, he's openly doing Amalek threats again. Yeah, I mean, Dimi Ryder is correct. It's not like he faced any consequences last time, so of course he's doing it. Yeah, Amalek. ICJ dragging its nuts, dude. Remember Jared Kush and the Abraham Accords? How's it going? I mean, none of that matters. As long as you can fucking destroy Iran, who gives a fuck about the Abraham Accords? Those guys will come back to the table at any point. They can think about that later down the line if there is even a fucking Middle East to do deals with at the end of that process. Netanyahu gave statements to the short press conference in both Hebrew and in English. He only made his not-so-veiled reference to wiping out Amalek in his Hebrew statement. Interesting. In
destroying their target. And the problem is when those bombs fall, they change politics in the target. They inject nationalism into the regime. They inject nationalism into the society. And they essentially fuse the regime and society against the air power attacker. And this is what you are seeing, because now society and the regime are taking more risky steps. And they do things that no one anticipated before. And that failure to anticipate the worst case, that has happened numerous times with smart bombs. That's just what happened in the last 36 hours.
Oh, yeah. Here's Pete KEGSBREATH straight up saying, I will commit the troops on the ground if necessary.
Yep. Right here. Thank you, Hector.
Egypt is 100% outside the conflict. Bro, Egypt has fallen from grace so fucking hard. Israel literally cut out natural gas transfers to Egypt like a month ago. It didn't even make a blip. It didn't even register as like a issue of consequence. And on top of that, Egypt is already such a pliant vassal state, basically a fucking fail state, that like there is no Egypt in the equation. People aren't even looking to see what Egypt has to say in this instance. Forget Hexeth. Trump himself said it.
I had two questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people this, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years.
Yep. Right here. Thank you, Secretary Hexeth. I had two questions for you. First, are there currently any...
Their contempt for the American people is so infuriating. Yeah. I was going to say that. So one of the things that's always frustrating about the way that these guys talk and people react when they're like, and people's reactions to the way that they talk is like, there's this notion that like America cares. There's this idea that like the American state cares, right? About the citizens in Iran. They don't care about the fucking civilians in Iran. They don't care about the citizens in Iran. They don't care about democracy in Iran. America doesn't even care about its own sons. It sends the war, nor its oil-rich Gulf partners. So I'm always confused by desperate people in the diaspora who demand violent intervention by the U.S., thinking it'll lead to prosperity. They're just going to kill your family, right? Saudi Arabia officials saying that the U.S. abandoned them and redirected its air defenses to protect Israel. They left all the Gulf states that host American military bases at the mercy of Iranian strikes. America doesn't care about anybody. America is currently committing their own sons to engage in unlimited warfare and die at the hands of Israel's military ambitions, no matter how destabilizing it may be. It makes me feel so bad as a Jewish American that Israel's framing all their actions as defense of the Jewish people. I worry that one day will lead to an anti-Semitic sentiment against my religion at no fault of mine. I mean, that's already here, chatter. That's already happening. Like, that's why this whole America First shit is I mean, that's why it was so successful as a narrative, right? That's why it was so successful as a narrative, because Americans were listening to Trump go, why are we sending our fucking boys and girls to go fight wars so that, you know, some weirdo can turn profit? You know, why can we like extract the oil and whatnot? Only until Trump turned around and said, actually, that is America first. What's insane is that 2 million wars later and you still have to repeat that basic fact. I know. And I'll still fucking repeat it. I will never get tired of repeating it. But yeah, Iranian sources say some buildings and hotels hidden in the Gulf were housing Israeli or U.S. personnel or intelligence operations. That Iran pinpointed the locations has really caught the Americans and Israelis off guard. People said this was propaganda. This was Iranian propaganda. And then guess what? The American government confirmed it. Through diplomatic cables, the American government confirmed that Iran actually had successfully struck American assets, defense contractors. Do you think they'll attack Incirlik? I don't know. Iran is pretty fucking crazy and they want the smoke. I just don't know if they want that kind of smoke because then it's like NATO. Scoop. U.S. is stonewalling requests by some Gulf states who came under attack from Iran to replenish air defense interceptors, Western officials and former U.S. official tell me. We have shot several years' worth of production in the last few days. Also, we obviously have a higher priority here, which is our commitment to defending the nation state of Israel. Okay?
Bigger picture of what this all means. Let's go ahead and first start with our first element. Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu saying the quiet part out loud. He says, in bombing Iran, Israel has now the assistance of the United States, my friend, President Donald Trump, and the U.S. military. This coalition of forces allows us to do what I've yearned to do for 40 years. 40 years, it's a dream that the Prime Minister had, despite all of the alleged pretexts about preemptive attacks, nuclear strikes, ballistic missiles. This is something that has been in the heart of the Bibi Netanyahu project. I just was wondering if you could react to that and frame your general thoughts around this entire regional war that has now erupted.
I hadn't seen that quote, but if he said it, what an asshole he is.
Bigger picture of what...
Professor Jeffrey Sachs reacts to Benjamin Netanyahu publicly boasting that Trump helped him finally fulfill his 40-year dream to attack Iran. Well, my fucking friend, what the fuck? Like, it all comes down to buddies doing favors for each other. State Department is urging citizens to leave the Middle East ASAP. Breaking, the U.S. State Department urges Americans to depart now via commercial means due to serious safety risks. Countries listed: Bahrain, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, West Bank and Gaza, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, United Arab Emirates, and Yemen. Jeffrey Sachs giving his hour-long analysis on how the U.S. undermined and collapsed Russia after the fall of the USSR is a video you would love to watch. Yeah, Jeffrey Sachs, Mersheimer. These guys are the most vindicated figures, just like I almost said Noam Chomsky. Norm Finkelstein, another figure that was instantly vindicated post-October 7. These guys have been getting yelled at nonstop. And when people yell at me, they're basically yelling at a watered-down version of their analysis as well. Of course, much easier to yell at me because I can be presented as a dumb himbo and don't have the same long-standing like academic pedigree and also personal involvement as well. Oh, this was really funny. Speaking of like the American assets falling apart, we talked about disapprovals, we talked about approvals, we talked about Spain getting yelled at. Oh, here's a footage from a commercial airliner showing a missile being launched.
Whoa.
I suspect this is an older video. There's a Kuwaiti death. I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground. Exclusive to the New York Post, by the way. I don't have the yips with respect to boots on the ground like every president says. There will be no boots on the ground. There will be no boots on the ground. I don't say it, Trump tells the New York Post. He's saying he's committing. That's a video from a Japanese space launch? Oh, okay. He's telling the New York Post he doesn't have the yips. He will put boots on the ground if he chooses to, if he sees it to be the appropriate measure. Prepare to die for Israel, everybody. That's so funny that you guys just sent me the Ken Klippenstein article because he just sent it to me as well via text. Why we struck Iran, the machine that all but made the decision itself. We attacked Iran because the target was simply too tempting. The pass up military sources tell me no consideration was given to what, the so what, or the then what. I'm also told the high-value targets were just too valuable. The Ayatollah Chief of Staff of the Army, Minister of Defense, at least 40 senior officials in the total were killed. Trump approved what was all but impossible not to approve. The president is captive to an intelligence machine built over decades that now produces kill packages so clean and seductive that it practically runs itself. As the Pentagon bluntly put it, a large-scale U.S. strike cut off the head of the snake, summarizing its view of a crisp decapitation operation. Trump gets away with all of this by pretending we're not really at war, a falsehood which Congress is happy to play along. Asked if the U.S. is at war with Iran, Senator Lindsey Graham told to Meet the Press, I don't know if this is technically a war. Absurd as that sounds, Democratic leaders are adopting the same framing. Senator Chuck Schumer says the strikes are risking wider conflict, as if this already hasn't done that. Representative Hakeem Jeffrey says the operation has brought us to the brink of possible war, as if this isn't already war. If killing a 36-year-long head of state and his deputies isn't war, what is? The United States is at war with Iran, pure and simple. We have been for decades. We supported Iraq in its war against Iran. We've conducted special operations inside Iran. We've shot at Iranian coastal installations and sunk Iranian ships. We've undertaken constant covert operations in the shadows, from actual sabotage to planning cyber viruses. We shot down an Iranian civilian airliner, attacked targets on land, and conducted thousands of strikes against Iranian proxies in multiple countries from Yemen to Lebanon. We've labeled the country a part of the axis of evil. We killed Quds Force head Qasem Soleimani in an aerial assassination and bombed Iranian nuclear-related sites. We've thwarted Iranian attacks on Israel and others, maintained a tripwire ground force in Kuwait, and hardened installations in the region. From Jimmy Carter to Donald Trump, through Republican and Democratic administrations, the United States has frozen countless billions in Iranian assets, sanctioned Iranian companies, cut off Iran from the world banking system, banned Iranian oil imports and exports, and penalized non-U.S. companies investing in the country. We have designated the nation, Iranian organizations, and Iranian individuals as state sponsors of terrorism and foreign terrorist organizations. Add to this history that today the American military machine continues to do its thing. In 2.5 decades of war since 9/11, it has perfected the ability to find and destroy a target, any target. I've previously written about the fundamental change that has occurred in the nature of warfare and the practice of decapitation, and we see here in the latest, the U.S. and Israel carried out an opening blow that killed Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and dozens of other Iranian leaders. The military feat itself is the reason we are where we are, pure and simple. Meticulous intelligence work identified the routines and locations of the Ayatollah and others in Iran's national security apparatus, and when a set of meetings on Saturday's morning were pinpointed, the tightest rubber band machine snapped into action. Calling this starting a war is a Democratic talking point, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said today, adding, "This is the elimination of a threat that has existed since 1979. Because we were already at war with Iran and have been for decades, this is the other side of the machine, by the way. It is Israel's urging, but the other side of the machine is the American appetite for more and more actions like this that is developed for decades prior to Donald Trump, right? So when Ken writes this, there is truth to it, right? Like, this machine has expanded, it has ballooned, and Donald Trump was crazy enough with the urging of Israel to go in and do this assassination strike, no holds barred. And I think a big transition from the previous neocon iteration of like going in and doing like a 20-year project of developing a puppet state and taking complete control over the country changed after Libya. Libya was seen by the military industrial complex as a massive success. Very low, like no assets were harmed in the process, and very little commitments as far as like staying behind and trying to figure out what takes place in the country. Okay? We collapsed the state, we destroyed the nation, and we fucked off, right? And we left our, paramilitary groups on the ground that we're aligned with or work with from time to time, ISIS style, Salafist groups. And then we let other regional partners like Turkey take control over the country. The difference here is Iran is not Libya, okay? Iran is not Libya. But the lessons learned from Libya was there is very little domestic political consequence if you just go in and out, destroy the fucking state, and leave it as a pile of ashes, basically. Okay? As a Libyan, it's pretty infuriating every time you mention Libya. What do you mean? What? Are you going to tell me? Are you going to do fucking standpoint epistemology on how actually Gaddafi needed to go and it's a perfectly robust state now in and of itself? Is that what you're going to tell me? What are we doing, man? Or are you saying that even like a reminder of America's imperial ambitions in Libya, it's more complex than that? No, I was part of the revolution. It's always more complex. Is Libya better off now or is it not? It sucks now, but we did that. Okay. Yes, America and the American CIA has never taken advantage of real anger and resentment. The Arab Spring was just nothing. It didn't happen. It didn't exist. Here's a good book I recommend. Vincent Bevins wrote it, not Jakarta Method, even though that's a great book as well. But his recent book that he wrote is specifically on this. I'm gonna get to reading that when I have time. What is it? If We Burn, I believe. If We Burn is the name of the book. I believe he even talks about Libya in it, if I'm not mistaken. But it's mostly talking about Brazil and talking about like real popular movements and how they get real popular movements, and how the American State Department takes advantage of real popular movements with civil society organizations that they've already created, and basically turns a real revolution into something that suits their purpose. I would love to hear you press that chatter on what part he played in the Libyan revolution, because 99% chance he was supporting from afar as the Libyan in Colorado or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. As a fellow diasporoid, I am to rate your top 5 worst ones. I mean, it's Cuban, Persian, Iranian, Venezuelan. Actually, Venezuelans are not. They're hit or miss. I don't know. Like, it's hard. I feel like Lebanese are up there too. Well, depends. Because Lebanese diaspora is like either the coolest people you've ever met, or fucking people who say I'm Phoenician. You know what I mean? Like, there's more diversity in the diaspora population, whereas like with the Iranian and the Cubans, there isn't really a lot of diversity at all. It's just like one massive fucking in-group. Again, diversity in the Chinese diaspora population as well, but Falun Gong, it's pretty bad. Why is Cubans always catching strays? We ain't all bad, brother. As a part of the Cuban diaspora, I think you're probably aware of what the Cuban diaspora has been doing for years and years to Cuba specifically, right? I mean, we're talking about your neighbors and your relatives if you live in a Cuban neighborhood still. Like, I think you know better than anybody else personally. We're talking about like the overwhelming majority. Yeah, my whole fam. Exactly. If a diaspora population, if with your diaspora population, the overwhelming majority is like incredibly reactionary, it's hard to look at it as anything but like the reactionary component. Hasan, işin sonu bize sekecek gibi ama o zaman ipler tamamen kopar. Aynen abi. A Persian actress I like follows you on Insta. Türkler NATO ülkesiyiz, bize girmez diyor. Arkadaşlar, o zaman öğreneceğiz. Amerika İsrail'in köpeği mi, yoksa Amerika hala büyük partner mı, öğreneceğiz o zaman. Okey? Bu kadar basit. Siyonizm daha mı önemli Amerika için, yoksa Amerikan kapitalizmi daha mı önemli, göreceğiz. O gün göreceğiz. İnşallah o günü görmeyiz hiçbir zaman. Anyway. Because we're already at war with Iran and have been for decades. Yes, there's intelligence diplomatic people who fret about the consequences, but like wusses in Congress, they are brushed aside because this is an opportunity we can't pass up. That's how it's been explained to me. As many of you have noticed, I'm not going to lie, I think Ken is like taking away the shared responsibility from Israel with this article a little bit. I do disagree to some respect. I respectfully have to disagree. I think this is like, I understand that like escalation after escalation after escalation created a robust appetite to do stuff like this, and Donald Trump was crazy enough to do it. But the final fucking domino was absolutely Israel pushing Donald Trump with shitty ass intelligence, telling him that this would actually be super easy because they had a different ambition in mind. But yeah, I do worry that this will continue over and over again. I do worry that this will happen in Cuba. I worry that this will happen with any state, that even European allies potentially, with whenever Donald Trump sees fit, because there is no one ready to counter the Trump administration. There's no one ready to counter the American government. Donald Trump tested this a little bit with Greenland. He got high off of his own supply with Venezuela and thought, oh, I'll do this to Greenland. Okay. How the first U.S. service members died. The first U.S. service members killed in conflict with Iran died in a direct Iranian strike on a makeshift operations center at a civilian port in Kuwait on Sunday morning local time. A source familiar with the matter told CNN. The source said the strike hit just after 9 a.m., directly impacting a triple-wide trailer used as office space. There were no warning sirens. Parts of the building were smoldering hours later. Well, the number is 6, and we still don't know where the others died. The Israeli military says it's destroyed the Iranian Broadcasting Authority building in Tehran. Why would you do that?
But if it was really about that, how could this threat have lasted for 40 years? How could, as Benjamin Netanyahu said yesterday, how could Iran's nuclear program been on the very verge, the cusp
If not for the U.S. intervention, then what would have been a better alternative for the Iranians? The Iranians are not factoring into this equation at all, unless you're talking about the smoldering ashes of the Iranians in the aftermath of an impact site from American munitions. Americans do not calculate what happens to its own citizens, let alone what happens to the citizens of foreign nations. Okay? It's crazy. Cut it out. Cut the shit out. Like, oh, what would be the best option for the Iranians? Like, I don't know, maybe not being fucking destroyed by America and Israel in the actions that are already happening, but also simultaneously the actions that will get even worse for the Iranian population as America and Israel keep literally destroying Tehran and all of the other heavily populated civilian sites.
Building and deploying a nuclear weapon for 40 years. Well, of course it wasn't. Well, we can argue about Iran's aims with nuclear weapons. They probably wanted one. Who wouldn't want one? Look at what happens to countries that don't have one. Everyone wants a nuclear weapon. But were they actually about to get one?
I just saw you on Twitter, buddy. Totally agree with your perspective regarding the situation. Hi from Turkey. Israel cannot attack Turkey because Trump's daughter is in our hands. Okay, that's a joke. But HasanAbi doctrine on the Tucker Carlson show. Oh, I was going to show you while the footage of an American plane falling on the ground in Kuwait is playing in the background, Israel's Channel 12 host Niv Raskin urgently notes, this is very funny. Watch this. Friends, we need to emphasize this is an incident in Kuwait involving American forces and not, heaven forbid, an incident involving Israeli forces. Thank God. Thank God it wasn't one of ours, guys. It was just a dumb American idiot, okay? Guys, don't worry. Don't worry. It was another one of these servile pieces of American cattle that Americans keep throwing into the pile for us. Please don't worry, okay? Incredible. And it's also extra funny because we also have that attitude. We, the American state, literally is like, oh, we will send our loyal servants to die, potentially. In this case, there wasn't a death, obviously, but what is this? Khamenei was old as fuck. The government was losing grip on power. The bombing caused Iranians to rally around the flag. I mean, I don't know if that's 100% true, but the Kuwaiti people that responded to the crash drove the pilot around in their trunk. I know, I saw. It was really funny. Anyway, let's hold on. Where is the fucking CNN
Iraq
report?
force at the Iranian border. Let's now get to Paula Hancock. She's in Dubai, another key place to be watching right now. What's the situation there?
Well, Kate, we have been hearing interceptions overhead. Monday morning, there were at least 2 interceptions we heard here in Dubai. In Abu Dhabi, an hour down the road, it's a very similar situation. And just in the last several minutes, we have been hearing a number of fighter jets in the air. So there is certainly at this point no let-up in the retaliation from Iran when it comes to these Gulf nations. Now, it is interesting. We're having figures through from ministries of defense talking about how much is being thrown from Iran towards these Gulf nations.
Oh, they lost Matt Walsh, by the way. I forgot to mention this. I can't take the gaslighting, guys. I really can't. Conservatives are now running around saying Iran has been waging war on us for 47 years. Okay, then why didn't any of you call for an attack on Iran at any point until now? Why didn't you make the case for Trump ending the war, not starting it, until precisely the moment when Trump did it? You and I both know that you are latching on to a talking point you never used until 45 seconds ago. You and I both know that almost every conservative influencer in the business was opposed to war with Iran until just now. And now you're trying to use justifications that stretch back decades. It doesn't make any sense. If you changed your mind, fine, say so. Explain why. You're allowed to change your mind. I've changed my mind about things, but don't try to rewrite history. Be honest about it. There's too much at stake to play these games. Yeah, and then they're fighting one another. The other conservative loser goes, tell that to the soldiers who were wounded in Beirut. Tell that to the soldiers wounded in Afghanistan. Tell that to the soldiers wounded in Iraq. Tell that to the families who died in Israel. Matt Walsh says, were you saying all this all along and calling for an attack on Iran, or did you formulate this reasoning only after the attack was already happening? Matt Walsh is still too much of a bitch boy to fucking openly say this is Israel's war, by the way, because, Benny Boy might come after his ass a little too hard. Well, the cracks have set in. Oh no. Oh, no. Ben Shapiro, your boss, had a very different attitude. He was saying, Operation Epic Fortnite Chungus is fantastic. Your previous co-host is having on the foremost authority on Bonerbox, the worst Hosbers, to try to justify the war in Iran. Who gives a fuck? Fuck those guys. Yeah, day 3, and Matt Walsh is like, fuck this, I'm out. Let's see if he gets fucking, if he gets the whip cracked on his ass. You can actually tell who is sincerely America first, I guess, or on the left, sincerely anti-war, versus who only cares about Israel. This is your opportunity to find out, okay? It's right here in real time, unfolding in front of your eyes, okay? That's it. That's it. If you're pro-Israel, if you're Israel first, you're going to sit around and be like, no, this is awesome. Let's kill the American cattle class at the behest of Israel, please. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's awesome. We always wanted this. We always wanted this to happen. And it's a good thing that it's happening. It's fantastic. Am Israel Chai. For some, this will be, too much. Matt Walsh at least has the foresight to recognize that he might be going independent going forward. Okay? U.S. urges citizens to immediately depart. Yeah, we already covered it. Qatar is said to have 4 days of Patriot missiles left for interceptions. I feel bad. I think Qatar is a wonderful country, okay? But, have some autonomy, Qatar. You already have a shared oil field with Iran. It's crazy. I cannot believe I was there. Like, I think about that a lot. Like, I could be, if America had moved its assets into the region earlier. Qatar has 4 days worth of Patriot missiles left, Bloomberg reports. Trump says things are going great. According to Bloomberg, the UAE and Qatar are privately lobbying the Trump administration to bring quick end to the conflict out of fear of ongoing economic disruption and the depletion of interceptor stocks. The United Arab Emirates and Qatar are privately lobbying allies to help them persuade President Donald Trump to reach for an off-ramp that would keep U.S. military operations against Iran short, according to people familiar with the matter. By the way, I saw, what's really funny about this, and I talked about this when I was in Doha, I saw uniformed personnel at the fucking hotel I was staying at, and that freaked me the fuck out, okay? Literally, my dad was there. I was like, Dad, do you fucking not see this shit? And he's like, what do you mean? What's the problem? I'm like, that's a uniformed American personnel in the fucking hotel with us. That's crazy. This is literally this is now technically a military target. What are we doing here? I'm straight up a fucking human shield now. What the fuck is this? That's part of the reason why when I saw the Shahed drones striking fucking hotels in all these different places, I was like, there's probably American soldiers inside of those hotels. They escaped the bases and they're just staying in the hotels now. What could be happening in Qatar in the next few days? I live here and it's been quiet so far. It's been quiet because they've been striking Al Udeid. Because Al Udeid, until now, has had decent defenses because that's where CENTCOM is. But Iran hasn't stopped pummeling Al Udeid, right? Al Udeid is one of the only American assets in the region that had a sufficient stockpile of anti-missile defense systems, okay? The problem here is they don't have an infinite supply. So eventually, when they run out, Iran is going to keep striking CENTCOM. Iran is going to keep striking Al Udeid, okay? And they're going to start hitting Al Udeid. They're going to start succeeding in hitting Al Udeid, okay? When that happens, that's the major base of operations for all U.S. troops in the fucking region. I don't know if Donald Trump comprehends that or not. I don't know what they're thinking, okay? As far as the military working to defend, CENTCOM is U.S. Central Command. It is the base of operations in which the United States wages war in the entire fucking region. There is no, I don't give a shit about CENTCOM, okay? If there is one area of importance that is just as important as Israel, I guess, or should be a higher priority than Israel, it's U.S. Central Command. And when those soldiers leave the base, when the evacuation order is given, because I'm assuming they're already working in a limited capacity right now, but eventually when it's left defenseless, they're going to fucking escape. And those soldiers are not going to be able to fly out of Qatar because Iranian missiles are flying around. So they're going to have to go to the hotels. They're going to go and live amongst the civilians. They're going to hide amongst the civilians. And then what do you think happens? Especially considering that I suspect there is a lot of Chinese surveillance at play here that is giving them, giving the Iranian side strike targets over and over again. You got the Chinese satellites watching American soldiers pick their noses in the fucking Al-Udeid air base, walking around with their dicks out, pissing outside. And in real time, you get that surveillance to the Iranians, and they're going to start striking different fucking areas in Qatar too, potentially. The only reason why this entire thing is foiled is because Iran, for years and years, had demonstrated restraint. Okay? And I think Americans and Israel thought that that restraint meant they're pussies, they don't have the fucking smoke, they don't have the weapons, they don't have the interest. Okay? Well, it turns out they did. When you assassinate their leadership and they already have a contingency plan in motion, this is what happens. And now America's going, oh shit, Iran has fucking hands. That's illegal. You can't do that. That's where we're at right now in this stage of the war, okay? In this stage of the war, you backed Iran into a fucking corner where there was no other alternative other than fighting their way out of that corner. And now they're fighting back, and America's like, wait a minute, that's illegal. You can't fight back against us. What the fuck are you doing? This is not fair. You should not be retaliating this hard. This is completely unsustainable. It's been 2 fucking days, dude. 3 days. We're on the 3rd day. And Donald Trump literally looked for an off-ramp the first day. After the end of the first day, he was like, he went through the Italian envoys to try to set up a ceasefire negotiation. And Iran was like, fuck off. When is your billionaire dad coming on the broadcast? My billionaire dad. Yo, we're cooked now. Explosions are loud here right now in Qatar. Qatar just got badly attacked. What the fuck? What are they watching the stream? That's crazy. The countries are seeking to build a wide coalition to advance a swift diplomatic end to the conflict. People said, in order to prevent regional escalation and prolonged energy price shock. They were speaking on condition of anonymity, discussing matters that have not yet been made public. A Qatari assessment shared with Bloomberg News warned that if shipping lanes in the region remain severely disrupted by the middle of this week, they would expect to see more significant market reaction for natural gas prices than Monday's sharp spike. Qatar Energy halted its production of LNG this morning at some point. That accounts for like roughly 20% of the LNG output. You know who makes a lot of money here, by the way? The American LNG producers. The UAE has requested assistance from its allies with medium-range air defense, while Qatar has asked for help to counter drone attacks, which have emerged as a greater threat than ballistic missiles, the people added. Qatar's stock of Patriot interceptor missiles will last 4 days at the current rate of use. 4 days at the current rate of use, according to an internal analysis seen by Bloomberg News. Insanity. Matt Walsh doubles down on the admin, so he's flat out telling us that we're in a war with Iran because Israel forced our hand. This is basically the worst possible thing he could have said. Ooh! It's coming. Matt Walsh is going to leave the Daily Wire. I'm calling it. He sees the writing on the wall. There is no shot that Ben Shapiro doesn't punish his ass for saying this kind of stuff. Ben Shapiro loves this operation. Ben Shapiro went on Daily Wire and was nutting when he was talking about Fortnite Epic Chungus. Operation Epic Chungus Fortnite is so good. In the 12-day war, the U.S. fired 150 THAAD interceptors to protect Israel, 25% of the entire global stockpile. In the last 48 hours, we have fired an untold number along with several other systems. In 2025, the U.S. acquired exactly 12 new THAAD interceptors. I don't know about that. I'm telling you, Iran's technique of overwhelming the systems with whatever the fuck they can is going to yield a much more productive response than the Americans ever could have conceded to, than the Americans could have ever imagined. Good summary of why the Bahrain naval base was hit so much. Why is Iran focused on destroying the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain? This isn't just a fleet, it's a comprehensive database, warfare, intelligence, piracy, politics, and more. Let me explain the importance of this fleet. Okay, this seems like ChatGPT. Sagar does have internal sources, so he might be more knowledgeable. Bro, we spent trillions on defense and we can't even sustain a week-long assault. Do we just pump all that defense spending into crony contractors and McKinsey checks? Yes. I think a lot of people don't realize that the American military-industrial complex is the most bloated operation of all time and quite literally hasn't had like the interest of developing munitions and procurement strategies that like are equivalent to, you know, World War II levels or even anything beyond that. Even anything that comes close to that for quite a while. Yes, a lot of this money just goes to the executives and is spent. A lot of this money goes to the executives and is not spent on like developing munitions. Iran, on the other hand, has the exact opposite interest. Iran has the least bloated munitions production facilities because they actually do see this as a way to continue having sovereignty. The U.S. is out here calling everyone a paper tiger, but it turns out we are the paper tiger. Yeah, I mean, paper tiger literally comes from Mao Zedong. Mao Zedong initially said the U.S. is a paper tiger, and it turns out he was fucking right. He just was too early. That's where paper tiger comes from. Paper tiger as a term comes from Mao Zedong calling the United States a paper tiger. Oil crisis impact, Japan 72%. Hormuz dependency. Strait of Hormuz dependency by country, Japan 72%. South Korea 65%. India 50%. China 50%. Europe average 18%. United States 2%. Shale production made us extra fucking crazy. Energy independence under the Barack Obama administration literally made America the nuttiest country on the planet because it completely removed us from that kind of dependence anyway. This is what allows us to behave in the insane ways that we do. And we got Venezuela now on top of that too. So how is it derailing the topic? He spoke about it like 5 minutes ago. I wanted to circle back to understand the view better as a competent conversation would be. What? Fat per creamer for 2024 was 11. 2025 was 12. This year scheduled for 37. Nice. And while we're on the topic, big wave of missiles on Israel. Is that what's going on? I've had a pod calls out Western media for not talking about the Israel connection.
Rachel Maddow at MS Now propagandizes the American public and her listeners with whom.
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. If Israel hadn't committed a genocide for the last 2.5 years, these kinds of conversations would not be, we would not be able to have these conversations. But because Israel committed a genocide for the last 2.5 years, there was so much attrition on the power of an anti-Semitism allegation that it is no longer an effective counter mechanism. Now, whenever someone says, oh, dude, what the fuck? Why are you so obsessed with Israel? Why are you bringing up Israel? People just look at you like you're funny. People look at you and go, oh, here we go again. This guy immediately with the anti-Semitism allegations. Now, obviously, the other side of that, the damaging side of that is that there are people who are anti-Semitic, like objectively, and take advantage of the situation and dilute the conversation. And it's very frustrating. And it's something that I obviously oppose. Having said that, however, you know, this has been very effective. It's been very effectively neutered. And therefore, you have the I've had it ladies who are capable of having this conversation. What's going on, guys? I've had it ladies who are capable of having this conversation and demanding answers for it. Okay?
She has so much credibility. And we're not talking about the manipulation and the diabolical intentions of Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just really devastating when you see what little organized. We're
going to switch gears in a little bit as Tom Steyer's in the building, and I'm going to be talking to him about running as a billionaire, running for office, or running for California governor.
True opposition this country has to all of these for-profit complexes and a diabolical psychotic war criminal named Benjamin Netanyahu. Propaganda is so bad, you guys, that over the weekend, I watched Rachel Maddow, and she goes on one of her monologues, and she doesn't even connect that the reason we're doing this is for.
Hello, Mr. Not #1 most watched streamer in Iran. What? What the fuck does that mean?
Benjamin Netanyahu, a person who has an arrest warrant. And that causes me great pain as a former MSNBC liberal, a big fan of Rachel Maddow's, the complicity of the Western media and not reporting on this accurately. There's so much deeper information here. And Benjamin Netanyahu, for 30 years, has had.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Yeah. No, it's fine. Tom. Hasan, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Let's get you into a seat. You know what? Hold on. I'll put you in the Dolce and Gabbana seat.
So happy to hear that.
I'm gonna put you in a gaming chair. Here it is. I gotta do this with more of my guests, honestly. Yeah, I normally give them the green chair, but Since you're a billionaire, we gotta.
And it begins.
Yeah, since you're a billionaire, we gotta put you in the Dolce and Gabbana chair, you know. Okay.
How do we not tilt?
Oh, I don't know actually. Hold on, let me see.
Does yours tilt?
No, not that much. Wait, not tilt as in like not move around?
Not do that.
Oh.
Well, that's okay. It doesn't tilt that much.
Maybe this?
That's good.
Wait, let me see. Maybe this?
Dolce and Gabbana's falling apart, I want to say to you.
Yeah. Oh, that's the headrest. You can throw that.
Okay.
I don't know how that works. They sent that to me.
How
It's a
close do I-
Dolce and Gabbana razor collab that they sent to me a while ago. Okay. You're happy with that though? You're happy?
Fine.
It's not swinging too much?
Fuck it. I'm fine.
All right.
I'm not going to worry about the chair.
Tom Steyer, ladies and gentlemen. Tom Steyer is running for California governor. Let me turn this off real quick as well. And we're very excited to have you here. I had a lieutenant governor candidate early on, but I haven't had. This
Who
is
was
the
that?
first.
Which one?
Ma. Not
Fiona Ma.
No, not Fiona Ma. No, Alan Ma.
Okay.
He's the socialist or running. Or no, Alan Ma. Sorry, Oliver Ma. I messed up his name. I apologize. Okay, thank you, Austin Ox. So we got a lot of questions for you that are lined up, obviously, but
These are all
one of
being
the-
sent in by your.
Oh, no. I set it up ahead of time, but
Okay.
But I'm sure chat also has a lot of questions as well. But you probably should not read chat. I mean, you won't be able anyway. It's going a mile a minute. But first and foremost, this is a question that I ask every single candidate that sits next to me on the broadcast, which is the Zoran method. What are your five top line policy positions that you want to be defined by?
So I'm running on two things, and I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to put it in a little bit of context.
You're very good at politics already.
Affordability.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I feel like there's a straightforward struggle in this election that is the subtext to every policy decision, which is a struggle between working people and what are some would call them the corporate special interest. They're clearly becoming oligarchs, as is a word that I know people have used on your show. But clearly there's a struggle between the corporate interests that are trying to control our state and have controlled our state successfully and working people who've gotten the shaft for 45 years. So those are the two overarching issues. And that, I think, subsumes policy, but I'll give you the policies. I mean, number one is housing, to bring down housing costs. And that's also got a multiple, that is not a simple thing to do. I always say to people, it's not a silver bullet, it's silver buckshot. There are multiple things that have to happen for us to build a lot of housing and bring down housing costs. But that's number one, because that's the thing that's most crushing people on a monthly basis. Number two, and this is not in order of importance, but number two is to introduce competition to the electric monopolies that dominate this state. We pay twice as much for electricity. It's important to every family in this state, except the ones that are in municipal utilities, of which there are three big ones. But it's also a symbol that monopolies are allowed to rule us and that no one's ever supposed to say anything. And in fact, that they will beat you up if you try to say something, which I am clearly saying and which I think is long overdue. Number three, I'm for single-payer healthcare. And I'm for single-payer healthcare because I've looked at the numbers, I've studied where we're going, I've studied what's causing every family in this state to suffer the healthcare inflation that's been going on for 40 years, like clockwork, and that is eating every family, it's eating every business, it's eating every nonprofit, and it's eating the state of California itself. So that's number three. Number four, we have an amazingly weird tax structure in this state. And I have gone to the ballot box 3 times to take on huge funded corporate interests to close their loopholes. And that's the oil companies, the tobacco companies, and out-of-state companies that were gaming our state income tax. Number 4 in your list, since you're asking for 5, is to close the corporate real estate tax loophole that's been there for over 40 years, that's worth $22 billion. It's, the thing is, there's no logic for it. It just is.
What is the loophole? How does it work?
Basically, how it works is this. In 1978, as part of Prop 13, they were given a valuation of their properties that escalates very slowly, 2% a year. Those properties have escalated at multiples of that. They are worth multiples of what they're paying taxes on. But the original point of Prop 13 was to protect families from being thrown out of their houses, because as the housing prices and values escalated, they couldn't afford to pay their real estate taxes on their houses, which they'd paid a fraction of in the first place. So the idea was for them to protect Granny from getting thrown out of her house. But of course, the lobbyists put in commercial office buildings and malls. And there's no reason for that. Nobody's worried about Granny getting thrown out of the office building she owns or the mall she owns.
Yeah.
And undoing that and having them pay real estate taxes based on realistic values, current values, is worth $22 billion a year to the people of California. There's no reason not to do it. There's no reason that this happened in the first place. So that's number 4. And number 5, I mean, these are not the only things I'm talking about, but number 5 is we got to be a top 10 school in state in education. I'm sorry, we aren't. There's big reasons for it, but how can we call ourselves a successful state in the 21st century if we're not educating our children? How is that possible?
What are your solutions for education, and do they revolve around charter schools, or is it more so about restructuring the way that public funding goes to public institutions?
It's 100% about public institutions.
Okay.
Let me say 90% of the kids in the state of California go to public school. If we're going to actually improve education in the state of California, we have to do it through the public schools. We have to do it in conjunction with the teachers who actually run those classrooms. And everybody thinks that we spend so much on public schools. The truth is, cost adjusted, we pay 31st out of 50 per pupil in the United States of America. Everyone thinks we spend so much. The costs are so high. What we're delivering is 31st out of 50. So when I talk about closing a corporate tax loophole for $22 billion, a little less than half of that's going to go to education. There's a money problem. Yes, can we do a better job? But am I one of those people who's coming in here to say, based on my 0 years as a professional educator, I believe I should be telling you guys how to educate? No.
So let's get back to healthcare. One of the main things that you brought up, you're saying that you're in favor of single-payer healthcare, which obviously I'm also in favor of. I think it doesn't go far enough. I'm in favor of a nationalized healthcare system, but I'm perfectly fine with moving in that direction through an expansion of social safety nets, such as Medicare for all, and a single-payer system. You ran for president in 2020. And when you ran for president in 2020, there was Bernie Sanders, who was also running, and he was running on a single payer. And you actually came out with ads against single payer, saying that this was a system that you had looked into deeply and that you thought it had not worked. What changed in your analysis
to make me change my mind?
To help you change your mind.
The facts. So you should know, Hasan, I went to Stanford Business School, and they made this argument consistently, which I believed that basically capitalism and corporations were the way to drive down costs. No. And I want to make a distinction here. And I looked at what was going on in healthcare, and I looked at it over time, and I looked to see if that had happened one time. And, when I was looking at it in 19, and I was talking to all these people who were bringing IT into the system and saying, this is going to flatten the curve, this is going to drop costs, blah, blah, blah. Nope, absolutely not true. So I said, look, this is something that is eating this state. I have to look at the facts honestly, and if I was wrong, I have to say so. And I was wrong. And what made me change my mind was looking at the facts and saying, this was the prediction of what was happening, absolute BS. So, okay, that didn't work. We absolutely have to, and let me get into why I think this is true and why I was wrong. There are certain things for which capitalism is very effective. So if you and I are competing to provide the best cell phone, okay, so we're each trying to put in the most features and get the price the lowest so we can sell the most cell phones. Okay. And if you look and see that in those kinds of products, private companies come in with new apps and it's very effective. But when private companies have one customer, so if the electric monopolies have one customer, or if the healthcare system has one customer, then the capitalist impulse and the incentive is to drive the cost up as much as possible and drive the quality of care or the quality of electric, generation as low as possible. And I looked and I said, this is 7% inflation for as far as the eye can see. We can't afford it. It will bankrupt us. We need to do a different system, period. And I was wrong.
Are you familiar with Deng Xiaoping?
I certainly am.
Yeah, because it kind of feels like your attitude around it is, I mean, he was approaching it from the exact opposite.
He exactly was.
Exact opposite side of the equation. But some of the reforms implemented that worked in favor of what we've seen in China as far as Chinese prosperity goes happened for that reason. In the United States of America, we have a complete neoliberal system that is collapsing in and of itself with no viable alternative. And I would say that is part of the reason why there is not really a lot of market competition, as you put it. I think all industries inevitably want to monopolize. It makes sense.
Of course they do.
And it's up to
but
the
there's
state.
Somewhere structurally it really happens.
It's up to the state to try to hold back that urge to the best of their ability. And it's clear that we are completely captive to corporate interests in this country, as is intended, by my assessment at least, of what is supposed to happen in a capitalist state, or at least under neoliberalism. That's certainly what's happened. You're saying that in the field of healthcare, this simply doesn't work, and the results speak for themselves. America has some of the worst healthcare outcomes out of any OECD nation, and
we pay twice as much.
Yeah, and we pay the most amount of money. Now that helps the GDP, even though that's an unreliable metric to understand the overall health of an economy and certainly overall health of the population. I think that there are a lot of other industries where this exists, mostly, industries that are natural, like have a naturally high barrier of entry, like airlines, industries such as, the public utilities. And there have been very successful examples in places like Tennessee, for example, Tennessee Valley Authority, that have taken over the public utilities and have done a much better job of serving the population.
Well, for example, I don't know which electric company delivers your electricity. Is it LADWP?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, just so you know, that's a municipal utility. The costs to its customers are less than half of the electric monopolies around the state.
Yeah.
Just so you know, less than half. And the other two big ones, Sacramento's the same. So
you got PG&E.
Well, the three big ones are SoCal Edison, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Pacific Gas and Electric.
Yeah. What is your? How do you intend to break the oligopoly structure that exists in the municipalities as a governor?
In terms of the electricity,
electric.
So, in my mind, I'm going to do two things because there's a short-term thing I can do and there's a longer thing I can do, and that's true of a lot of these problems, including healthcare. Delivering money to the healthcare system to meet a current shortfall is necessary, but longer term, we need structural change. In terms of electricity, in the short run, we need to change the incentives that the PUC, that the Public Utilities Commission puts on these electric monopolies. And we can do that because the governor gets to pick the PUC, and therefore who you choose is policy. And we need, the policy incentives for an electric utility are very weird. And Hasan, I don't know how much, and how much depth you've gone into this. So I don't want to be, but
I'm not super familiar, but it's okay. I'm here to learn.
Okay. So basically everyone thinks that the way they work is like a company where, you charge people for electricity, you spend your costs, and the difference is your income. That is not how it works. The way that it works is you make a capital expenditure. It's approved by the Public Utilities Commission. It goes into a rate base, and you get a guaranteed return on it. That's how it works.
So the state's footing the bill
for everything.
For everything. Well,
and so your incentive is, if the two of us are running an electric monopoly, and we say, look, we could do this for $100 million, or we could do this for $200 million. Now, if we do it for $100 million and we get a 10% guaranteed return, that would be $1 million. But if we do $10 million, but if we do A $200 million will make $20 million.
Yeah.
Now, which do you think we should do, boys?
Corporate consolidation yields, it makes it much easier to engage in not price fixing, of course.
But
which
this
would
is
be
really
illegal,
literally how it works.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, this is an aspect of like virtually every facet of existence in America at this point. As you know, we have a cartel structure pretty much for everything.
For many.
Yes.
But let me say this. In this case, just to give you some more numbers, to generate electricity right now in solar and wind is between 1 and 2 cents a kilowatt hour. Just it's 1 to 2 is all that really matters.
Mm-hmm.
To stick it in a battery and store it is a couple more cents. At PG&E, it's 48 cents a kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
I mean, think about that. If you put solar on your roof and battery, the vast majority of the electricity that you're going to use is actually being produced for under 4 cents, and you're paying more than 10 times that. So the question is, isn't there a way to introduce competition? And there is at a local level to take advantage of the incredible changes and advances in electricity generation, electricity storage, and electricity distribution, and introduce that competition in the state so that it's no longer illegal to compete on a local basis.
I mean, hey, look, there's an alternative there too. I mean, I don't have a problem with state-run monopolies at all, as long as they're left accountable to the people. That's the reason why I use the example of Tennessee Valley Authority. So a question I have for you is, how are you going to be different than our current governor, Gavin Newsom? You've brought up a couple examples, but there's one that I obviously have to ask you. Since you're a billionaire yourself, there's a wealth tax, or there's a billionaire's tax that's being talked about right now. Governor Gavin Newsom, because of his ambitions for higher office, has decided that the successful strategy of maybe one day becoming president is to go against that. And he's actively petitioning against that. What is your assessment on the billionaire's tax?
So let me start by saying I'm in favor of a different tax structure where billionaires pay more money. And I'm not equivocal about that. Absolutely. I started by saying we have a tax structure that makes no sense. And in fact, I'm specifically in favor of one where the big corporations and the richest people pay more. Full stop. The billionaire's tax that specifically people are collecting signatures for, in my mind, has some specific issues with it. And where I feel like if we're going to redo the tax structure, we should do it right because we're going to own it for a long time. This is a one-time fix.
What are your issues with the billionaire's tax as it stands?
This is a one-time fix. It's not when I'm talking about closing the corporate real estate tax loophole. That's every year. That goes on. It raises more money and it goes on forever, and it's there. This is a one-time tax.
Why not both?
Well, let me keep going back because there's a way to do this tax that is different. And the second thing that's true about this tax is, I don't know if you've looked at how it distributes the money, but it distributes the money in a way that is, well, I'll say, doesn't include in a meaningful way education, doesn't include a lot of the other priorities in this state.
Where is it going in the distribution that you have an issue with?
90% of it goes explicitly to healthcare. And the point is, do we need the money in healthcare? Yes. Do we need the money everywhere else? Yes. And so to a very large extent, what I'm saying is, if it's a question about revenues, which I agree with because we do have a shortfall and we should have this tilted in this way.
So you're saying you want to tax billionaires further than this tax goes and distribute it?
I'm saying I want to do it in a way that works for the state. And the concept I'm behind, but the way this works, it seems to me, has actual structural issues that we can do much better. And so if we're going to redo the tax structure, which we are, I mean, I'm starting with talking about closing this tax loophole, but we're going to have to I don't know how closely you followed, Hasan, the way our taxes work, but it's very much a yo-yo. When times are good, we take in a ton of taxes. When times are bad, we take in no taxes. And so we go from feast to famine.
Well, a big part of that is because I think a lot of people park their assets in the stock market, and therefore most of that is non-taxable, like unless they take it out. And many billionaires and millionaires as well take advantage of the buy, borrow, die strategy, where they just leverage the existing assets that they have at a bank at a super favorable interest rate.
Unquestionably true. And so there are a lot, if you look at what they actually pay, what you see is there are
a fraction of their
completely
yearly
legal ways for them to avoid paying taxes, and so that and then it's not just borrow, buy, borrow, die. It's also buy, borrow, leave.
Yeah. Well, there's solutions to that, like an exit tax. But question for you is some of the repercussions that have been presented over and over again, which is basic econ, I think, which is a lie, is that this will cause
a big exodus.
This will cause the wealth to leave the state. I don't believe that. You're a billionaire. You know other billionaires. This is a conversation I'm sure that takes place all the time, but it never actually ends up happening.
Famously, some people have left as a result of the threat of this tax. But let me say this: I don't think that's the point, Hasan. I am actually on your side on this.
Well, the individuals leave, but
the company,
the economic activity doesn't go away.
My point about this is the best place to start a company. This is the best place to grow a company. This is the best place to invent a company. And that is really important to the state of California. And so to a very large extent, I am, as you are suggesting, I am truly focused on making sure that continues to be true. And I feel as if the people who come here from overseas or from other states to take advantage of that ecosystem, which has taken decades to build, which has been built by working people all over this state who continue to make this state run, and to come here and rip that off and try and avoid any responsibility to the 40 million other people in this state is completely wrong. And that, it's wrong, and it shouldn't be, we should be protecting ourselves against that.
So what's your perspective on, what's your solution to it is what I mean? Because people will say that a wealth tax could never work. Right? A wealth tax is impossible to work out, when in fact we already have something similar to that as far as like property taxes goes. Like there's always, there are people that can evaluate your increase in your net worth and try to tax the increase in your net worth year over year in a way that is sustainable, in a way that doesn't actually harm the producers.
So let me say a couple things about taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Closing loopholes seems pretty benign, but that will have to go to the ballot. I've said we'll have a special election. And let me say this: before we write the rules for that, we will sit down with a whole bunch of our allies to make sure that it reflects everybody's interest. And so I am sure that we have other ideas that people haven't talked about as part of this campaign in terms of how to redo the way that we have, the kind of fees and taxes we charge. One of the things I really want to do, Hasan, is do that. You can't pass any of these things just because you're the governor. And I think it's really important in doing this, the old, one of my favorite expressions, if you want me in at the landing, ask me in at the takeoff. That in fact, before we put something out, that we go to all the people we view as the coalition that is pushing the interests of working people in this state, the interests of justice in this state, to make sure that everybody's on the same page.
I think part of the reason why there's a broad popular support for this ballot initiative in the form of billionaires' taxes, regardless of whether it's the most efficient way to tax billionaires or not, is because people just don't care. People are like,
I agree.
I don't care.
It's anger. People are, look, and they're absolutely right. What we have seen is a group of people who come across as reckless, selfish, incredibly ambitious, and anti-democratic across the board. And so, of course, people are furious. And of course, people are furious that they have what seems to be, and actually seems to be, almost limitless wealth, which they're absolutely interested in preserving 100% of. And people feel like, yeah, they're angry, and they're right to be angry. It's absolutely right. And that's what's going on. When you had people on here talking about the oligarchs, if you see what's going on in this election, there is as much as there's what you're describing as the anger of working people at a system that seems rigged and unfair, with people who are extremely selfish and extremely obnoxious, trying to have their way. And on the other side, people are absolutely furious about what they feel is unfair. And they are going to push for all the things that I just said people are seeing to a further degree, to a much greater degree. And that's what's going on in this election. So of course people are mad.
Yes, I understand, but of course the obvious elephant in the room is the fact that you are also a part of the oligarch class as someone with profound wealth.
Can I address that?
Yes.
So I want to say two things. The first thing I want to say is this: my wife and I have said we'll give the bulk of our money away while we're alive. I guarantee I won't be close to a billionaire when I die. This is not something where I'm fighting to hang on to my money. This is not something where I'm fighting to increase my money or increase my control over society. That's not true. You can see the last 14 years of my life, and we've very, very consistently pushed for justice and very, very consistently given money away and tried to use it in a ways that's constructive. And, the opposite. In fact, the actual oligarchs, you will find, see me as a threat. And in fact, the things that I've done have been very directly result-oriented to push back against that whole move. So, from my standpoint, and, that is not what I stand for in my life. That's not what I care about in my life. That's not what my parents cared about. That's not what my wife cares about. That's not what my brother cares about. We have a long history of caring about what is your positive impact on society. And that's what I care about.
Mm-hmm.
And that is different from all the people who you see in the press consistently doing things where people are furious about their selfishness.
Yeah. There are ways in which a lot of super wealthy people also engage in charitable contributions. One of the most common ways in which people do this is like the 501c4 structure or the 501c3 structure, where Mark Zuckerberg he has designed his entire net worth to go into the structure, and it's oftentimes seen as like a tax shelter that you can go to at any given point and take out money from and continue to generate tremendous amounts of wealth, continue to accumulate tremendous amounts of wealth. What is the difference that you would say is with your approach to charitable contributions?
Well, I'll give you an example of something that we've done for the last 20 years, Hasan.
Mm-hmm.
So Kat and I started a nonprofit community bank basically to undo redlining. So to go into the parts of rural and urban California and make loans for low-income housing, for used cars, for nonprofits, and for businesses that banks wouldn't make. And that money is gone. That bank has to make enough money so the FDIC will insure our deposits, or it's not a bank.
Mm-hmm.
But every single loan is measured in terms of, does it help economic justice? Does it help environmental justice? And so from my standpoint, there's no way I get them. You're saying, you can put it in and it comes back. This can never come back. That bank has made billions of dollars of loans for the purposes I described. It makes, as an example, when we do used car loans are one of the places where people get ripped off the most, just so you know. It's usually people who aren't that financially sophisticated, who need a ride to work, and who have a used car salesman writing the terms of that loan. The average loan we rewrite is 21%. Our average starting point is 11, and it goes down from there if you meet your payments. And our whole goal is to make enough money, just enough money to please the FDIC, but to basically take people out of being ripped off by the system and basically to undo the structural racism that's existed in the finance system for as long as anyone can remember. And so there's no gimmick there. That money's gone, but the work is incredibly, I look at it and I say to everybody, you get 10 times leverage on your money, and then you get to reuse it and do it again. And you can measure the results year in, year out. That's not a gimmick. That's a thing.
No, it's not. But to me, it kind of feels as though as society has moved in a specific direction. I mean, let's talk about that actually. 23% or 33% of Democrats now call themselves Democratic Socialists.
Is that right? It's up to 33?
Yes, 33%.
Is that just California or is that nationwide?
No. That's nationwide from what I understand. I mean,
okay.
These polls are...
I know.
Who knows?
It's okay, it's a poll.
And
it's
also,
still a really high number.
Who knows if people even fully understand what that even means. There's a lot of... there's a lot of disagreements within the movement as well. But the reason why I ask that is because... what does that say to you? What does that say to you living in the United States of America as a billionaire about the way people feel about the current system, capitalism?
Failed. Look, I don't think there's any question, Hasan, and I say this every day. We have to reinvent democracy in this country, and we have to reinvent capitalism. And there's no doubt about it, because 33% of Democrats are saying we need to change structurally. That structurally this is not working. And that is, I don't know what democratic social. One of the things I thought about before I came on here was for you to tell me exactly what the implications that are. But there's no doubt about the basic point, which is not working. And I think if you think about why is the billionaire tax popular? Because people are so damn mad. Of course they're mad. And if you look at the popularity of the two parties, it's incredibly low.
Are you familiar with stakeholder capitalism and numerous other initiatives that were implemented in the early stages of like post 2016 election, where a lot of wealthy people were like, the pickaxes are out, people are going to riot. We need to find a reasonable solution to this problem.
Okay, so let me say this: we have seen in the last 14 months a pretty straightforward attack on human rights in America and on sort of electoral politics, electoral democracy in America, and it's just starting. And what we've also seen at the same time is complete silence from this community. So when you say to me, do I think that what they have to say is based on a deep sense of patriotism or a broader view or a value system that goes beyond, corporate? I don't think so.
No, I don't think it was a deep sense of patriotism. The reason why I brought that up is because I think it was a defense mechanism by a bunch of very smart and very successful, very wealthy people that realized that this system was producing so much inequality that it would completely collapse, and that in order for it not to completely collapse, like a riot tax of sorts, something that I've heard at least like wealthy libertarians talk about.
Really, they call it a riot tax? I've never heard that.
Wealthy libertarians call welfare a riot tax. And it expands beyond that, obviously, but like basically the system is on the verge of collapse in its entirety, so we have to figure out a way to do a more ethical version of capitalism. But I don't think capitalism in and of itself, given the contradictions, is ever going to produce a wealthier or a more egalitarian version of itself. That's just not how it works. Just as companies want to monopolize and eat out the rest of the competition and merge, the understanding is that the system is designed this way, and that eventually, no matter what happens, as long as in the absence of complete abolition, that there is always going to be a return to the exact same inequalities. I believe that, and I think that's the major difference between someone who's a socialist and someone who's a capitalist. There are people who are social democrats. I suspect that, given by what you're saying, you are a social democrat, one that wants, robust safety nets, robust social safety nets, one that believes in implementing some kind of regulatory safeguard when companies get completely out of control. But that was how this system was designed initially. And there's a reason why there's a point of failure, and that's because of it's not because of like too much greed necessarily, but it's more so that the system is designed to produce these results eventually because they've taken over the government.
Well, the last thing that you said is the problem. I mean, when I look at this system and whenever I see that there's something, I mean, if I did close these 3 tax loopholes, they weren't a secret. It wasn't like everybody didn't know those tax loopholes agreed. It was just the people who were getting the tax, who were saving the taxes and were enjoying the loophole, had immense power because they had a lot of money and a lot of lobbyists. And every time when we see an inability of government to act, an inability to do what's right, my attitude is there's money at the bottom of it. And so we have a system where, honestly, a lot of this, when I look at 2026 and see what I think is going to happen, which I think is gigantic independent expenditures supporting libertarian candidates and attacking organized labor, I'm like, yeah, that is exactly the issue in this system is when corporations take over the government and prevent government doing the right thing and prevent government from, stopping monopolies and prevent regulation and, basically beat working people over and over again. And that is exactly what I'm fighting against.
Yeah. While we were talking, A new poll came out that says, which is a better economic system amongst all Americans, with 59% saying capitalism, 41% saying socialism. Among Republicans, 74% say capitalism, 26% say socialism, which is strange enough.
It's in and of itself.
And among Democrats, the majority at 54% say socialism and 46% say capitalism. So
then tell me this.
You're running out of time with this ethical capitalism.
Well, let me ask you this question: what is socialism? So, what does it look like?
Socialism is an economic organization that changes changes the mechanism of control, simply put, from the hands of the dictatorship of the capital owning class to the dictatorship of the proletariat. There's many different versions of it. There's decentralized versions of it. There's centralized versions of it. Some of the
give me an example of one.
I mean,
like which is one?
China would be a transitional socialist state, for example. That's like a very that is one of the modern examples of at least success. The capital flows are still completely controlled in the hands of the state, and that while as we referenced Deng Xiaoping, there's like different reforms that have been implemented in the past. The way that the state currently operates is they design a 5-year plan. They have a specific industrial targets that they want to hit. And the goal there is not like redistributive policies or like a robust welfare state at all, but instead is to improve the material conditions of the working class. And the state dishes out, by controlling the bank system, controlling capital flows, dishes out money in the direction of certain industrial output targets. And,
but still has
control
tons
over
of private companies.
Yeah.
That are actually
lighter industry is still predisposed to like like what looks like a private market, but like the stock market in China is not necessarily a real thing. It's just it's the function of like gambling for the most part. There's heavy I mean, stock market is gambling here as well, but you see what I mean? There's not even like any sort of fundamentals that like that people rely on. Ultimately, socialism at its root means workers owning the means of production.
It is. And what I was saying about China is, to a large extent, they're big companies. There is a much heavier governmental control aspect to it. And there are 5-year plans. I completely agree with that.
They control capital flows.
But the big companies are private.
Yeah, but it's not. I like to describe what China's doing, which is only
I just asked you that because I'd like the one that you think is the best.
Yeah, I say that China wears capitalism like a sleeve, and at the end of the day, while there is a private enterprise inside of the state, which creates a system of competition for innovation, which fosters innovation, ultimately it's still controlled by the government, and it's at the directive of the government. There is like a lot more emphasis on centralized control, central planning and central control over all of the outputs. They want to build more housing. They realize that housing needs to be built. They tell the banks, or they tell everyone that's paying attention, if you go into real estate, you're going to get loans. You're going to be able to build a real estate company, and then they build the housing, and then
but in real estate,
when they want to move in the direction of EVs,
that's been the real estate. They created this gigantic bubble. And
yeah,
in
but
fact,
how do
that's something they've been lugging for the last.
See, this is what I mean about state control. They design it in a way that resembles what it would look like under capitalism, but then in the aftermath of that, they don't receive the same shocks. What happened in China as far as the real estate bubble, if it were to happen here in the United States of America, something similar to that had happened in the past. Yeah, exactly. We saw the impact of the 2008 housing market crash. In China, no such market crash took place. And the reason for that is because there's still state mechanisms at play that work in the recovery side. There's still state mechanisms at play that supersede the interests of capital. We gave a big parachute to corporations in the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the housing market crash. That didn't happen in China. One of the more prominent examples of this was, for example, they went to I forget the name of the company now, but they literally went and asset stripped the billionaire that was in charge of one of the major real estate developers, Evergrande, I believe it was.
It was Evergrande.
Yeah, where they told him, you're selling your yacht, You're selling all of your artwork in order to put up collateral for the state, paying out the rest of the people.
Let me say this. If there was an example of failed financial policy in the United States, it was the way we handled the 2008 crash. Because there's no doubt that what you're saying, that there was no retribution, there was no penalty to the people running those big financial institutions, is absolutely true. And it was absolutely wrong. And the question, and to me, it's like you were saying, the issue that we're having is that the big corporations, in effect, are controlling the government. In effect, they were controlling the government.
Yeah.
And in fact, now they're, have a government guarantee on a private corporation, which means they get to, I agree with that. And so to me, I actually think Deng Xiaoping is a huge hero because the changes that he instituted in China led to the biggest move of poor people into the middle class in the history of the world by far.
Yeah,
and
1 billion people taken out of poverty, pretty much 800 million people.
Absolutely amazing. But to me, that was what I'm trying to say, which is this.
But the state control didn't go away.
I understand that. But what I'm trying to say is this. He tried to design the incentives to let the Chinese people build them. I mean, I don't think he built them out. He gave them a framework to build themselves out. And they did an amazing job. And I think to me, he's a hero of somebody who could, you're saying, yes, he kept the government in control. And I'm saying, well, here the problem is, I agree with you. The government is being controlled by interests.
Yes. In America, capital controls the government. In China, the government controls capital. That's the major difference here.
And I agree with that.
Even though one might say there isn't like a democratic process where they're like voting exactly, like input, output, voting exactly which way the government is supposed to be, which direction the government is supposed to be moving, even in their own internal appointment process, like people are working from the working class background, working in the countryside before they get to the standing committee or anywhere near the command structure within the party. So they've developed a deeper understanding of like what the necessities are and how to materially improve people's living conditions, and the results speak for themselves.
But let me say this: there's been a profound change in China under Xi Jinping. This is very far from California, but it's actually. But what I'm saying is this:
do you not like the changes that have been implemented under Xi Jinping?
Well, here's the thing I dislike the most: is he's president for life. Always before, the leader had 2 5-year terms, and there was a sense that it was a much broader coalition of people running the country and a much, broader group. It's still the Chinese Communist Party running the country, but people absolutely took their terms. And he's the first person who said, no, I'm doing this forever. And it's now me. And I think that has Hasan, that's a big difference.
No,
that is
I
big
agree.
friggin'
It's just,
difference.
People seem to be happy with the results so far. And I feel like it's entirely in the hands of them continuing to bring about changes that people are appreciative.
Well, let me say this, that if the president of the United States says, which many people suspect him of saying is, up until now there's been a constitutional amendment that says it's 2 terms per president and I'm now president for life. Am I going to be happy about that? I'm going to go with no.
If Donald Trump was a communist, I wouldn't have an issue with it, I'll be honest. If Donald Trump was able to improve people's living standards to the same degree, or if Donald Trump was able to bring about like national prosperity to a similar degree, it's like the FDR equation. I wish I wish there was a better line of succession for FDR, I guess, but FDR was able to change the trajectory of America with all of the incredibly popular things he put in place.
I completely agree with you, and I think that what he did was redefine the relationship between government and people. And he said we have a real responsibility to each other, and this government is going to make sure that we do this, and it's not kind of a free for all. It's not an open competition. In fact, everybody has rights.
In any case, so that's one of the reasons why I'm not even defending the term limit structure within the term limits changes under Xi Jinping. It's not something that I care about all that much. But what are some of the structural changes that he made as far as like his governance or his economic policies that you disagree with?
Well, it is more about governance, that he has very much cleared out everybody who doesn't report to him. And it's very much gone from, a broad-based group to basically, his control and making sure that people report to him. And that's been a consistent policy over the last 10 years. And the reason I care about that is it scares me. It scares me that a person, you may like their system, and I think it's been incredibly successful. So yes, I hear you. And I'm someone who's saying I change my mind when the facts change or when the facts are clear. But the one thing that I think is also clear is that when you get into a situation of someone taking control, the idea that doesn't change them.
It does.
Always changes.
Certainly. As far as Xi Jinping goes, it's actually the opposite of the way that is presented in Western news. He has been his main structural change in China was to somehow rein back in a lot of the corruption that had come from, Dengist reforms that were very helpful initially in terms of, developing Chinese prosperity. And not only that, but he's also literally purged the ranks of some of his closest allies as well, including the ones in the military. So
famously just fired the head.
Yeah. So the way that it is a lot of stuff is interpreted in the Western media is very different. This is beyond the term limits, of course. The term limits thing you do have a decent point on, but as far as what he has done in terms of anti-corruption has been very popular in China.
Let me say this: I don't think we're going to a permanent governor of California.
No,
and I don't think we're.
Yeah, we don't.
And
we
I
don't
think
need to
we
keep
have.
talking about
The
it.
other thing that's true
I
is
was wondering what your
when we
assessment
think
is.
about where we're going, we're starting from a place. We're not starting from scratch. We're starting from here.
Yeah.
And so when we think about change, it's like we don't have a blank slate. In the state of California, you have a couple hundred years at least of history and a couple hundred years of expectations and institutions that are built here. So when we think about change, we, believe it or not, introducing competition into the electric system is structural change.
Yeah.
Talking about single-payer healthcare is structural change. All the things I'm talking about, to a large extent, are, we have a short-term problem, but we need structural change in the long run. But the idea that we're going to get away with the system that's been here whole hog, in one fell swoop is, I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to happen either. I believe in a system of reforms and building a robust base of pressure.
Agreed.
Through organized
and
labor,
that is what I'm trying to do.
Labor, through years and years of organizing until it gets to a point where there are workers' councils and there's a lot more autonomy for the working class that they can actually have the political education, the political will, and be able to make these sorts of decisions that benefit them as opposed to benefit the capital owning class. But before we get there, we were talking about monopolies.
Yes.
There is, by the time, if you were elected in office, the Paramount,
Yes.
Skydance, Warner Brothers Discovery merger would be coming across your desk. What would you do as a governor to tackle this very obvious, monopolistic merger?
It's worse than that, because obviously one of the things.
What are you going to do about Ellison's?
I was about to say that was my point to you.
Yeah.
It's like you're talking about this just in terms of the number of jobs that are going to be destroyed by this, the reduction in the quality of entertainment, and how bad this is for Los Angeles, California. All true.
Yeah.
But that's not all that's bad about this. Obviously, what we're seeing is I don't want to use the term all the time oligarchs, but let's just use the term oligarchs. They're trying to buy all the means of communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're buying.
They already have.
It's not true that they've bought all of them, but Trump is trying to intimidate every of the other ones by threatening to sue them for gigantic bucks and do all these things that he can do to punish them if they actually try to tell the truth.
No, I just meant every single one of these organs of media.
They're trying to buy and shut down.
Or entire social media platforms
Yes.
owned by a billionaire.
I'm agreeing. And I'm saying they're trying to not just to impact the democracy. Now they want to control the democracy, and they want to do it in multiple ways. But one of the ways is by buying all the means of communication so that what people hear is by definition slanted. And do I think that the Ellisons will do that? Yes. I think that that's a big part of what this is about. So we should talk about jobs, but we should also talk about communications, because if people only hear the big lie, then they have what else are they going to believe?
Yeah.
And that's very much what's going on here. So to a large extent, if you're the governor of California, can you undo a merger? No. What can you do? What you can do.
Well, the Attorney General of California actually said that they were going to try to stop it. So I think there are some ways. I mean, it's not under your control, I guess, but there are some antitrust initiatives that the state attorney general could potentially implement.
I'm sure they can try. But Hasan, I can tell you, I've watched hundreds of mergers go down, and I've never seen it get stopped by a state.
Have you thought about like building a coalition with other states as well, if necessary?
I mean, so I haven't, because it is honestly about California to a very large extent. This is very much a merger between California, about California companies.
Mm-hmm.
What I would say is I would put this in a slightly different context, if you don't mind. And that's this. We are having a profound, dramatic, intense difference of opinion about everything with this administration in Washington, D.C. This is obviously an antitrust problem.
Mm-hmm.
It's overwhelmingly an antitrust problem. And that would be a very straightforward, untraditional antitrust law to say shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
It is clear that this president improperly is influencing what's happening here and is pushing it really hard. It is clear that he is happy to punish California. All the things we're saying are bad, are bad. And the fact that they're bad, he considers them to be good. And so to a very large extent, what we're seeing is he is trying to punish California. And that is going on in multiple venues all the time and will get much worse as the election approaches in November. And so I don't mean to not answer your question about this merger, but to a very large extent, somehow California has to have ability to push back, to be organized and push back on this. Yes, we can sue everywhere, and of course we should sue everywhere. I get that. And, Rob Bonta is a good attorney general, and he will sue, and I'm sure he will continue to sue. But you have noticed that when the Supreme Court said no tariffs, Trump's answer was, okay, no tariffs, here's my answer, tariffs.
Yeah.
He's not someone who obeys the law. So but the question is, how are we actually going to make our case? How are we actually going to back this guy off? How are we actually going to support? And to me, that is about organization. That is about working with organized labor. That is about feet on the street. And it's also a vision of something different. Because the real way, the last time we saw a corrupt, violent government suppression of people just living their American lives was the civil rights movement. And they did not, the way they backed them off, yes, there were legal things, but to a very large extent, it was about being organized, being in the street, having a different vision, and showing the world the difference between right and wrong.
There's also there was an armed vanguard component to what we're talking about as well that certainly played a role in this pressure
in
this pressure campaign. Yes, the Black Panther Party. I mean, the state of California, as a matter of fact, under Ronald Reagan, was the I think last time that Ronald Reagan took action against of gun ownership, the Mulford Act, if I'm remembering it correctly, after the Black Panther Party protested using their legal right to demonstrate with their arms. But it's everyone plays a different role in stuff like this. I do want to ask you about ICE.
Okay.
So when you were a hedge fund manager, your firm invested $90 million in private prisons and detention centers. And I want to know how that aligns with your current stance on ICE, because from what I understand, you're in favor of ICE abolition.
So that happened 22 years ago, and it was a big mistake. And I realized it was a big mistake and sold it over 20 years ago.
Okay.
And the reason I sold it was for the reason you're saying. And it was more than a mistake. And it was this. It was a wake-up call that I was in the wrong place. I mean, people wonder, why did you walk away from a big business that you'd started that was worth a ton of money? And the answer is because it didn't align with my values.
Okay.
And so if you look at the last 20 years, and that was a real wake-up call. We have pushed on every justice-related thing about incarceration and the justice system itself for the last 20 years. We have a group of 20 people in Sacramento, and we have pushed on every one of those. And in fact, I think that I am endorsed by Smart Justice, which is a very much about rehabilitative justice organization. And so, you know, my wife spent 10 years going into San Quentin. My mom taught in prison. It was a mistake, but it also was a chance for, it absolutely is a wake-up call. I mean, you're sitting here saying, and I hear you, Hasan, the capitalist system has real contradictions and problems in there. And that's really why I walked away from my business, was I felt like this is taking me to places that are absolutely antithetical to what I believe in. And that's why I did it. And that's why I spent the last 14 years working on this.
What are some of the other avenues that you felt like was deeply unethical? Also, I'm asking you these questions that come across like tough questions, but I want you to
No. I always say to people, there are no tough questions.
Yeah.
There are people who don't have good answers.
Yeah, I also think that it's important to understand the like moral or intellectual journey that you went through to
I
come
have
to
to
these
have gone
conclusions.
to some. I have, you know, the story of Paul on the road to Damascus. He's the biggest antichrist person, and he realized I made a huge mistake, and he becomes the biggest pro-Christ person on the road to Damascus. And it's like he made a change.
Jesus Christ is the socialist in this equation. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But I'm saying justice is, and I will say this, I felt like, and I'll give you a perfect example. People are always saying to me, you know, you've spent a ton of time in environmentalism, but your firm had invested in fossil fuels. And the answer is, sure, everybody invested in fossil fuels. It's a huge part of the economy. We invested less than our share, but we invested in fossil fuels. And I decided I can't invest in fossil fuels. We need to divest. We need to get out of all these things. And I felt like I can't change, even though I started that firm, I couldn't change that firm's culture because that was not what people were there for. And so I very much had to leave and, you know, basically go and work on the things that I cared about. And I've spent, you know, I could go into immense detail to you about how I think about energy and how I think we're going to actually do it in a clean way and what it's going to take as governor to make that happen and why it's such a powerful role. And that's true. But I was coming from a place that was completely different, and I had to make a change.
Speaking of divestments, there was a question that was asked about boycott, divestments, and sanctions to all of the candidates, and the way I see it. Okay, all right. Oh, this is the last question.
Are we running out of time?
Yeah, and the way I see it is that this is a way for candidates to certainly show how earnest they are to the broadest subsects of the population, much like the billionaires tax or any kind of initiative that takes away wealth from billionaires with redistributive policies, both in the Democratic Party's base of support. There's like 80% approval, not for BDS necessarily, but a way to decouple from Israel. What are your opinions on that issue?
Well, what I said was I don't believe in divestment. But what I also said is
you do believe in divestment for some stuff, though, like the private prisons.
I believe. Well, let me say this: I believe in my operating in divesting from everything doesn't have a positive impact. To be honest, what I was saying is they were talking about CalPERS and CalSTRS, and they're going to run their operation, and I don't believe that we can tell them exactly how to do that. But let me say this about Israel in general. What I said in that same forum was, I have huge problems with the government of Israel. And what we've seen is a continuing, you know, look, I'm someone who believes there's a huge problem in the Middle East. This is, and I'm so old-fashioned, the only thing I believe in is a two-state solution, that everybody has a right to self-determination, and that if the state of Israel is trying to, if the government of Israel is trying to make sure that there is no two-state solution, which has been the approach for a long time, that is going against the only thing that I think could possibly solve this and the only just way that we can possibly solve this. And so what we're seeing is a very long program to make sure that that's impossible. Now, I don't believe that is impossible, but that's been the approach of this government for a very long period of time. And so do I think that that's okay? No, I don't think that's okay. I have a huge problem with it.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been in charge of Israel for longer than Xi Jinping has been in charge of China.
And that has been the entire drift of that whole thing. And so what we've seen, what we're seeing is there a way for us to push back on that as the government of the United States? Of course there is. I mean, and
there's
the real
some ways
question
in the state of California, it's a very powerful economy. It's it's the fourth largest economy in the world. I think that even attempts or moving in that direction, which would be certainly something that is unheard of and would definitely cause you to cut away from from the other candidates that you are going up against, from Eric Swalwell to all these other candidates.
Let me say this. One of the things I've been talking about is getting rid of PAC money. And the reason I'm against PAC money is I feel like any organization that is trying to push the state of California, except in the interest of its citizens, why should we allow that?
Mm-hmm.
And so to a large extent, what I've been talking about is corporate PACs, because I said to you, every time we see something corrupt, at the back of it is some corporate interest that has power, and it has power through lobbying, has power through money, and they want the system to be bent in their favor, and they're successful in it because it's so expensive to run in this state.
So you're saying APAC is what, or JPAC, I think, in the state of California.
I don't know, but what I'm saying is the idea that we would have a PAC who is trying to push California in the interest of a foreign country, I don't understand how that could possibly make sense.
I mean, there have been some initiatives taken that Gavin Newsom actually signed into law about, like, the education of the issue of Israel-Palestine that would go against all the academic literature on the subject matter. Is there any initiative that you think you could take as the governor that would change the trajectory of, like, things like AB 715, for example? Or are you in support of things like that?
Well, what I am in support of is actually us speaking up on this issue and actually pushing back against the idea that there can be money in our politics that is supporting anything except the interests of the people of California. And that is something that I have said publicly we should ban. And that is a huge change. And that is the one that I think is at the heart of so much of this stuff. And that is something I would, to me, you're saying what is different? That's very different.
So you think you have a difference in your interpretation on this issue in comparison to someone like Eric Swalwell?
I do.
Well,
first of all, I'm not taking money.
Yeah.
So that's a huge difference, because one of the things I'm saying is, look, I'm not taking money from any of these people. That's why I can be an honest broker. That's why I can stand up for the people of California. And in this issue, I'm saying, look, I don't think this money shouldn't. I said I don't want corporate PAC money. I don't think there should be PAC money from a country. It doesn't make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. But that's across the board, and that's understandable. I mean, you're a billionaire. I'm also in favor of removing corporate donations and corporate PACs in general from all elections. I think that it's undemocratic. It's an undemocratic system, regardless. But the reason why I'm asking you about this specifically is because this is the one area where, with the exception of some of the other candidates like Butch Ware or who are not really
no one is talking. No one's really standing up on this issue.
Yes, this is not and I know for a fact that while California has a lot of wealthy donors who are very much invested in the continued state of Israel behaving in the ways that it does, as far as, like, the broad base of support goes, I've been out there. And there's, approval ratings that also suggest that, like, the overwhelming majority of not only just the Democratic Party's base of support, but just, like, all Californians in general.
Look, I think what we've seen, Hasan, there's no question, what has gone on as a result of Gaza is a complete walking away from supporting this Israeli government.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's overwhelmingly obvious. There was a huge article about it last week on Friday. They released a poll which made that extremely clear, because what people have seen
Americans
online is something that
yeah.
people cannot support. And what I'm saying is, look, the way that this works in my mind, when we see something in our system that seems as if it's going against the interest that people overwhelmingly hold, there's usually money in back of it, and that is the right way to approach it. That's the right way to attack it, because that's what's corrupting our system.
Well, yeah, I mean, it is in some ways a deflectionary mechanism that some Democratic politicians have deployed, including Gavin Newsom, that says, I will never take AIPAC money.
Is that true? He's never taken AIPAC money?
He's given $500 to AIPAC back in the day, but he's never taken, he's saying he won't commit to taking AIPAC money. I think in the state of California, it's not AIPAC, it's JPAC anyway, but regardless, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because when asked, he says, I don't want to take AIPAC money. But when asked directly by Ben Shapiro if Israel was committing a genocide, he deflected and refused to answer that question. And I think for a lot of people, and I talked to a lot of candidates, I talked to a lot of Democrats, I talked to independent candidates. This question is one that the majorities are in agreement with, historians, academics, the International Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, and yet it's one.
I don't think there's any question. Americans have seen war crimes on their phones, and that's what they're responding to. And what we're seeing is a move in this world, including in the last 3 days, that might makes right. And that's all that's going to matter. And that's what's going on. You know, I don't think anybody's really feels sorry for the people who were running Iran because they were terrible to their own people. But the truth is what we're seeing is a world where the point is might makes right, and we'll do whatever we want. And if you don't like it, that's just too bad. And there's no sense of justice in it. And of course, that is a terrible step. And we've seen it in Gaza, but we've seen it very broadly. And that's something that's ongoing. And is that something which, of course, I'm completely opposed to? Of course, I'm completely opposed to that.
Okay, so that's almost identical to what I don't mean to. I don't mean to push you, but that's almost identical to what Gavin Newsom said to Ben Shapiro when Ben Shapiro said, "Do you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?"
What I think is this: I think that this Israeli government has been trying to take over the entire country and expel the Palestinians and take over the whole thing, kit and caboodle. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. It's absolutely wrong. There's no question there. And they're willing to commit war crimes to do it. That's what I think. And that's been going on for a long time.
So you don't want to make you're not committing to the term genocide.
I don't actually, I think, you tell me if this is what it means, because it's sort of like socialism, if you excuse my saying so.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think they're trying to kill all the Palestinians? No.
No,
I think I don't. I think they're trying to expel the Palestinians from the country, that they're trying to have one state.
That would be genocidal intent.
I don't know what that is, but that's what they're trying to do.
That is a genocidal intent.
They're clearly trying to take over the West Bank. They're clearly trying to take over Gaza. They're willing to, go to extreme, merciless lengths in order to do that. Hasan, that's what there's a history that's 10 years of doing that.
Well, it's longer than 10 years.
Well, whatever. Yes.
Started off with ethnic cleansing in 1948,
but that's what's going on. I don't know I honestly don't know what genocide means, but what I do know is they are trying to end up controlling the whole state. Period.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So okay, I mean that is what, at least according to the Holocaust scholars, genocide scholars.
Do I think they're trying to kill all the Palestinians? No.
No.
I think they're trying to expel them from the country.
Yes, it's still an ethnic cleansing and indicative of genocidal intent, which is why that's the whole the International Court of Justice case that's about that. But that is what it is. Yeah, you can do it in part as well, similar to what took place in Bosnia and Kosovo, and
I look at that and I say the exact same thing. How did they actually end all the fighting in Yugoslavia, the former Yugoslavia?
They bombed the crap out of Yugoslavia.
But they also gave everybody their own territory and their right of self-determination, and that's what's got to happen here.
I think it might have been better if Yugoslavia stayed intact, but that's neither here nor there.
But it didn't happen, and it did solve the problem. They're no longer killing each other.
Yeah, but again, there was a lot of bombing this place. But anyway, Tom, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And where can people find your campaign? If you want
to what is it, you guys? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. TomSteyer.com. I never.
TomSteyer.com.
Yes.
And
all right. Can I say one more thing, Hasan?
Yeah.
I think I am the practical progressive in this race who can actually make the changes that you want. And am I going to use all the language that you want? Maybe not. But am I going to try and make the changes that you actually want? I think so. I really do. And I think that working people have been screwed, and they need someone who will fight with them, and they need someone who's not going to owe anybody else anything, and who's going to stand up and do the right thing. And that is me.
All right. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Bye, guys. Nice to meet you. What's up? What's up? Oh, okay. Nice to meet you guys. Okay. In order to let me hit this real quick.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
I look, I didn't have a lot of I didn't, I think I came into it pretty open-minded as one can be, right? And that went all right. Can you look into the camera when you adjust it? Respectfully asking, King. I'm gonna now obviously dive back into the ongoing issues that are happening in the world as it pertains to the unlimited bloodshed quagmire that we have found ourselves in at the direction of the nation state of Israel in Iran. What is this? This is a great photo of you. Okay, stop. There's a fire at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, which apparently this link is not showing us for some reason. Please do not look at me. I do not wish to be perceived. There were more questions that I wanted to ask as well, but I'll be honest. I think as far as like the viability, as far as like the viable candidates at the top, he's Tom Steyer has better positions overall. It's just that I wish you had a better answer for Israel. It's just it's such a solid litmus test. It's such a solid and reliable litmus test in general. It's just, I don't know why it stumps people.
Thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there, and ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity.
Korean media reporting that the U.S. is planning on moving the THAAD system meant to protect U.S. allies in the Far East from China to the Middle East. Oh my God, they're running out of THAAD. They're running out of THAAD. And also, as predicted, their next move is to try to start a Kurdish uprising, as I fucking called it. Oh my God, they're moving the THAADs away from fucking Korea. Bro, they're so cooked.
By meeting all in one place.
It's over, dude.
They thought they were undetectable. They weren't undetectable. We were shocked by it. They don't even know who's leading them now. We went down 49, he said, meaning 49 leaders on the leadership chart there. We don't know who's leading the country now. They don't know who's leading. It's a little like the unemployment line. The president said that they tried to make a deal with the Iranians, but we couldn't make a deal with these people. He said every offer was met with a walkback of a previous offer. They had all that enriched stuff, he said, referring to uranium. They looked at redoing it there. This is after the strikes last June. But it was in such bad shape, the mountain had basically collapsed. The president said, this is the way to deal with Iran. We don't have to worry about agreements. He talked about all of the years, decades of killing and IEDs and all the destruction that Iran has wreaked on the United States and other countries. He said people in the military walking around with no legs, walking around with no arms, their faces shattered. He said that today's military operation was of a piece, part of a larger campaign. We took out Soleimani last time. That's referring to the Iranian general, Qasem Soleimani. He was an unbelievably violent, vicious general. Hitting him, he said, was a big move. If that didn't happen, then you might not have Israel today. Israel might not exist. Then he referred to Midnight Hammer, the strike against the Iranian nuclear facilities last June. They were a month away from having a nuclear weapon. He criticized Obama's nuclear deal with Iran. He said it gave all the power to Iran. They would have had a nuclear weapon 3 or 4 years ago. They would have used it against Israel. They maybe would have used it against us. In the latest talks, he said the Iranians, quote, weren't willing to give us what we asked for. They should have done it. So it's going good, the president said before getting off the phone.
It's going great. It's going so great that the American stockpiles are so withered away that they are literally moving THAADs potentially from Korea to Israel, okay? Which means that they are fucking running out of THAAD. They're running out of missile defenses. Oh my God, this is so fucking bad. CNN says running out of THAAD and SM-3 interceptors. The U.S. expects a major uptick in attacks on Iran within 24 hours. After an initial round of weakened Iranian defenses, the next phase will target Iran's missile production, drones, and naval forces. The U.S. is also running low on some missile stocks, including Tomahawks and SM-3 interceptors. Yeah. U.S. must destroy Iranian launches before Israel and U.S. run out of interceptors is right. That is crazy. Breaking fire at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh after blast, 2 sources say. Holy shit. Guys, it's going really good, I think. North Korea has the opportunity to do the funniest thing. Well, last week, the South Korean president wanted to restart talks with North Korea, ironically enough. What is this? Oh, what the fuck? That's a Mossad op, probably. Tucker Carlson, last night, both in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings.
Standpoint.
I can see that. I can see that.
That was the point. That was the point. They wanted to diminish the Gulf, and in 2 days they have. And I think anyone who likes decency and order and cleanliness is hoping that the Gulf will recover. The Gulf is not a threat to us. We have military bases in these countries. These are some of our closest allies. All of them are closer allies than Israel, by far. They're our friends, but they've been really hurt. And in a place like Dubai, which is basically part of a country, it's an emirate within the United Arab Emirates, but it's also a luxury brand.
Bro, the entire Middle East is on fire. I cannot believe it. It is unbelievable that the peace president would bring about the end to the Abraham Accords, literal fucking troop deaths, and numbers slated to grow at the behest of Israel, the most peaceful country on the planet. Unbelievable. Shocking, I tell you. Who could have ever foreseen this happening? Incredible stuff. Bro, Israel's killing Americans, not Iran. Also, American soldiers reportedly killed in Kuwait during your interview. Wait, what? Cluster munitions getting through the defenses? Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel ongoing. MRBMs equipped with cluster warheads have reportedly been used. U.S. soldiers killed in Kuwait? What? Local reports confirm American soldiers were killed in the Iranian attack in Kuwait. The rescue team helicopters apparently did not reach them in time. Okay, is there any... no warning, no sirens. Oh, no, this is the initial one. 6 U.S. service members killed in Iranian strike that hit makeshift operation centers in Kuwait. This is from the first round. The death toll from that event at the Shuhaiba port has risen to 6, U.S. Central Command announced on Monday afternoon. Yeah, no, this is when they blew up that container. Apparently there is a new statement from the IRGC. The one I'm looking at right now, actually. During a drone attack by the IRGC Navy on one of the gathering place of American terrorists in Dubai, UAE, and more than 160 terrorist riflemen were present. According to field reports, American casualties in this combined drone missile strike by the combat units of the RGC Navy are estimated to be more than 40 killed and 70 wounded. Okay, that's a bit of an overestimation, I think. Israel getting lit up. Isn't this old? I can't tell anymore because every fucking night we see the same image over and over again. Wait, drops I heard reports that the numbers are way higher. What, from the Iranian side? The Iranian side's always going to overestimate the casualty numbers on the American side. That would be insane. Yeah, of course, Israel is saying that cluster munitions are being used. It's illegal, is crazy. Tampa, as of 4 p.m. Eastern, March 2, 6 U.S. service members have been killed. Major combat operations continue. The identities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after next of kin notification. No, this is older. This is the first one. This claim from the IRGC is recent, from literally an hour ago. Okay, this happened during my interview. Breaking visual confirmation of an interceptor failing and impacting in Jordan near Muwafaq Salti Air Base. The power in the area can be seen going out immediately after the strike. Whoa, what the fuck? Oh shit. Looks like another possible cluster has struck Israel. Bro, they are peppering that. Jesus Christ. The United States is preparing for a major uptick in attacks on Iran over the next 24 hours, heavily focused on destroying the country's missile production. Yeah, this is what they said that they were going to do. What the fuck were you guys doing the first 2 days then? Is my question. Oh, sorry. That's right. They were too busy murdering school children. That's what they were doing in the first couple of days, assassinating trying to do a decapitation strike on virtually every IRGC general and the fucking head of state. That's what they were too busy doing. And then for the last 48 hours, that was the first 24 hours, they killed 100 plus little girls between the ages of 7 and 12. And then in the last 48 hours, they've just been literally pummeling Tehran for no reason. I'm a Kuwaiti and they don't put on sirens until after the fucking bomb. I hear the bomb before the sirens. Absolutely crazy. Impact reported near Tel Aviv. Oof. I didn't even, what the fuck? Where'd that come from? Oh, right there. New barrage on Tel Aviv from Fox.
Taking place over Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv.
And Trey, what are you?
Okay.
You're going to tell, and
Yep,
you'll be able to tell if this one is taken out by the defense system.
Yeah, right now we can hear a number of explosions in the distance, some interceptions on the outskirts of the city. But you just saw live there the stream through the sky as clearly the Iranians have launched a very large barrage. And some of these missiles appear to have made it past Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome. Remember, the Israelis have a tiered missile defense system. They have at the lowest level the Iron Dome, then they have David's Sling and the Arrow 2 and 3 systems. Now, the Trump administration was aware that the Iranians would launch a counterattack. They provided the Israelis with additional air defense, including the Patriot and THAAD systems. But still, this is not a perfect layered defense.
Bro, if it actually comes out that it was Israel that bombed Aramco, okay, and it comes out that Israel is the one who's doing, like, Mossad is doing the fucking embassy strikes, which I don't even think that it'll come out. I just don't, like, but it's the most insane thing that any state could do in this moment. Israeli media is freaking out. Israeli channels describe the cassette warhead of the Iranian missiles as insane. They don't have any air defense at all. It looks like debris from a struck missile. That's not debris from a struck missile, I don't think. That is the missile. Can you explain why the embassy is a bigger deal? Because the American embassy in Riyadh is literally U.S. soil. It is debris. Clusters wouldn't glow. U.S. President Donald J. Trump held a phone call with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on the potential events following ongoing U.S.-Israeli operations against Iran. I fucking told you. I fucking told you. This is why you come in here and listen to me instead of some dumb fuck bullshit. That's why I say Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. For tomorrow's news today, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the fucking viewers. Okay? If you want to understand tomorrow's news, you come here to the Piker Broadcasting Service. And your voluntary contributions in the form of a $6 a month subscription or a free one in the form of a Twitch Prime is what keeps this operation going. Your subscriptions in the form of gifted subs also allow me to maintain my editorial independence. Giancarlo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Subscribe now if you like the continued utilization of the soundboard as well. Axios confirms the attack. A senior U.S. official confirms the U.S. Embassy in Saudi Arabia was hit in an attack likely carried out by a UAV, according to Axios' Barak Ravid. There are penetration aids used to block interceptors. These images tell you everything the Pentagon briefings will not. What you are looking at is an Iranian ballistic re-entry vehicle escorted by a swarm of penetration aids, decoys engineered to simultaneously exhaust and blind every layer of the defensive stack, Patriot in the terminal phase, THAAD in the upper atmosphere, Arrow 3 in space. This is purpose-built solution for a specific problem. This is fucking ChatGPT. And the problem Iran was solving was the entire architecture. Washington spent hundreds of billions constructing and sold the world the lie that these systems are impenetrable. Capacity was already dangerously low after last June. Don't know if you saw both of the Clintons' depositions have been released as of 3 hours ago. Yeah, I can't focus on that right now. There's also riots taking place in Bahrain. Bahrain, the majority Shia population, is very frustrated, not with the strikes necessarily, but using this as an opportunity to basically fight back against the state itself. Will the GCC join the war? Brother, what can the fucking Gulf states do to join the war? They don't with what army? I mean, literally, with what army? What are they going to do? Is the UAE going to send the fucking RSF with their, are they going to use the rapid support forces? Or are they going to just like ship them out of Sudan and go do ethnic cleansing in fucking Iran or something? Can't they hire PMCs? They can, but you know, there's fucking limits there. Yeah, the Dubai is gonna send in Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate, and numerous kick streamers to fucking annoy the Iranians. They're going to do a war of attrition. They're going to do a war of attrition by simple nuisance, like nuisance streamers. They're going to send an army of Eastern European models with the worst Botox job you've ever seen to cause the Iranians to surrender. Except I feel like the Iranians are probably like the models. Let's be real. Chatters are asking for mom and pop flower shops to fight along the mafia who they've been paying. Yeah, they don't have anything. I mean, they have the equipment, but that's it. At most, they have equipment that they can use on their own population when the population rises up. Okay? You think the Kurds will answer Trump's call? Fuck yes. That's not even a question. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And now we know, okay? Now it's confirmed, pretty much. It's all but confirmed. Why do you think the American-Israeli strike teams have been peppering Border Patrol on the Iran-Iraq border for the last 76 hours? What do you think is the reason for that? The reason for that is so that they can send in the Kurdish militias because they don't have any popular ground forces to destabilize the country. And then they can like propagandize as like, this is a real revolution taking place. Look, scoop, President Trump spoke by phone with Kurdish leaders in Iraq on Sunday to discuss the U.S.-Israel war with Iran and what might come next. 3 sources with my knowledge of the call told Mark A. Capito. I told you that they were going to do this from day one. I told you that they were going to do this, and they're doing it. Do the Kurds not feel some type of way after they were abandoned in Syria? Fuck no. Brother, that's the expectation. The entire Gulf is on fire, and Trump is posting about attending the correspondence dinner. I'm not sure how the people here would take that. What? I mean, Kurds know what America will give them at the end of this, which is nothing, okay? They'll use the Kurdish militias as a form of destabilization in Iran, okay? They'll go in and they'll gladly go fucking kill people, fight the IRGC, whatever. And then after that, they'll send in the fucking Turkish military. If they completely create a failed state there, they'll literally send in the Turkish military into Iran. If they succeed in destroying the Iranian state, they will then send in the Turkish military to take up like some kind of fucking territory in a defensive posture. Yeah, Trump spoke to leaders of 2 Iranian Kurdish factions in Iraq, Masoud Barzani and Bafel Talabani, day after he authorized the Saturday bombing campaign. 2 of the sources said. A source with knowledge of the call said they were sensitive and declined to give details on their content. The calls were the culmination of months of behind-the-scenes lobbying by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Another source said Israel has close security, military, and intelligence ties with the Kurds in Syria, Iraq, and Iran for decades. It's the general view, and certainly Netanyahu's view, that the Kurds are going to come out of the woodwork, that they're going to rise up, one official said. I mean, dude, they're literally fucking... Israel runs the show. Israel runs the show. It's so fucking hard for me to say anything but that. Oh, my God. It's a Mearsheimer crash course. Why would Benjamin Netanyahu, the face of a wildly unpopular war where U.S. soldiers are being maimed and killed, who does this appeal to beyond Fox News boomers, beyond Fox News boomers who are already the minority in support of the war? Yeah. In a couple hours, in an hour and a half, you will see Benjamin Netanyahu go and get sucked off by Donald Trump's favorite cum receptacle, Sean Hannity. Donald Trump is a bratty bottom, but he likes to share. It's very obvious that he doesn't mind sharing, okay? And he's sharing his favorite cum receptacle, Sean Hannity, in this polyamorous relationship with Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, I know Rubio basically all but admitted that Israel fucking forced their hand into going into this military quagmire. And just like I also called, Trump is going to, by way of Benjamin Netanyahu, activate the Kurdish forces that will storm the Iranian borders and go in and fucking cause terror, as the New York Times and the rest of the pliant media will write reports about how fucking wokely the Kurds are actually taking over Iran. Just wait. I told you this already. Bernie talked the drop site.
Ask you really quickly about Secretary Rubio's comments earlier today. He spoke with us. He said that part of the reason why the U.S. decided...
Bro, how the fuck are the Kurds falling for this again? Listen, I can't speak too much because I'm Turkish and everyone will accuse me of being a hater of the Kurds, but at some point you got to realize that this, they're not falling for it. Okay? They're not falling for it. They see their only viable they see the only viability for the creation of a Kurdistan style state is by fucking making it, by basically turning it into Israel, okay? That's it. They want to make a Kurdish Israel.
Decided to strike Iran is because they knew the Israeli military would do it, and so they wanted to come down with full force in order to stop American bases from facing him.
That's a pretty pathetic response.
Look at this. Look at this. Oh my God. It's because the other options are to get massacred by Turkey or the other states. It's unbelievable that there are motherfuckers in this chat who will literally look to the situation at hand and like, you know, this is an act of imperialism. You know it's an act of imperialism. So why the fuck are you trying to defend it? Especially when we're talking about what, getting slaughtered? America literally fucking sends them in, causes the destabilization, and then allows them to get slaughtered after the fact. The fuck are you talking about? And then, of course, the Kurds will say that argument makes no sense. Kurdish lands have always been Kurdish. We have been occupied by oppressors for centuries. Okay, then build fucking, go ahead, dude. Build Kurdish Israel, okay? Good luck. This will be the way to do it. Do not talk with the regional, do not talk with any of the fucking regional powers and only use yourself like a fucking sleeve for American imperialism. It's crazy because, like, Kurdish revolutionaries for the longest fucking time before America slaughtered them were communist. Like, actually fucking communist. No friends but the mountains. Yeah, okay, keep LARPing, big dog. Anti-imperialism and communism was within the framework of the Kurdish revolutionary movement. And now they're literally America's most loyal servants. And you're over here talking about, like, oh, well, you know, we're from there. 35 million diaspora with no home. So I guess that's okay then. Okay, you can just like fucking destabilize and play a formative role in America's plans every single time. Even if they fuck you over like they did in Syria. One day it'll be different though, I promise. This time is different. Kurds be like, this time is different, guys. You don't understand. This time is different. Hate this guy. Okay.
It's difficult to shoot down some of these hypersonic missiles, and you can hear those explosions behind me. Remember, the northern city of Haifa was also taking fire at the same time. And so when the Iranians save their missiles and launch all at the same time, it's an effort to overwhelm the air defense systems in this country.
If you collaborate with the oppressors, you will never find peace. Kurdish populations are fucking stupid and brainwashed. I'm Kurdish, by the way, so no ban. I don't understand how you can literally look at the situation and be like, this time it's going to be different. But I guess the Iranian diaspora has a similar attitude as well. And I think it partially stems from, oh, well, we're different. We're not Arabs. Everyone does this in the region. Turks do this too. Everyone does this there. Everyone does this thing where it's like the Persians think they're not Arabs and they're smarter, so it won't happen to them. The Kurds say the same. The Turks say the same. Everyone at the end of the day is a servant of American empire.
Basically, people go to Dubai because it's beautiful and rich and clean, and above all, because it's safe and orderly. It's got the busiest airport in the world. You start seeing video on Instagram of smoke in the Dubai airport, and you're like, I think I'm going to Cabo this year. Oh, sorry, drug cartels. Whatever. Maybe you go to Sedona this year. It really, really hurts these countries, and Israel wanted to hurt these countries. That's the point. Wanted to hurt these countries. Wanted to sow chaos and disorder because they are rivals of Israel. So it's probably hasn't been reported, but it's a fact that last night, in Qatar and Saudi Arabia, authorities arrested Mossad agents planning on committing bombings in those countries. Now, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. Why would the Israelis be committing bombings in two Gulf countries, which are also being attacked by Iran? Aren't they on the same side? No. Israel wants to hurt Iran and Qatar and UAE and Saudi and Bahrain and Oman and Kuwait. And they've succeeded.
I don't know about the accuracy of the Mossad bombing attempts or whatever. I don't know about that. But now the fucking U.S. Embassy in Riyadh exploded. We don't know if it was like Iranian drones that did it or someone else. But there is just no positive outcome out of all of this. It's just not. It's just negative. All negative. No upside. All downsides, baby.
This morning, as America and Israel's massive attack on Iran intensifies, 3 American F-15E Strike Eagle fighter jets were downed in a friendly fire incident in Kuwait. One jet seen with smoke and fire coming from the back as it falls from the sky in a spin. A parachute visible in the distance floating to safety. All of the 6 crew members survived. The Pentagon confirming the jets shot down by Kuwaiti air defense systems, saying it's investigating. And now we're learning more about the first American casualties. At least 4 American service members killed in an Iranian attack in Kuwait, another 5 severely injured. President Trump responding to the news in a new video posted to social media.
We grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives.
Adding this ominous warning.
Sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more.
Amid the escalating conflict, Trump also saying the joint operation could last up to 4 weeks. And this morning, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane sharing new details on the operation dubbed Epic Fury.
We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives.
What? Has your opinion changed on whether Israel controls America or not? Feels like it's different during the genocide? No, America still holds all the fucking cards. In this specific instance, though, and post-Trump, Israel controls America's Middle Eastern policy. Israel took over America's Middle Eastern policy. But this is the most diverging. This is the most divergence Israel has ever had since the JCPOA with American foreign policy. Like, this is a clear-cut divergence in what Israel's interests are here and what America's interests could have been as it pertains to dealing with Iran.
The President of the United States has laid out, and we will do so unapologetically.
Kane describing the first hours of the assault.
More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the States, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave.
The Pentagon saying more U.S. forces will be headed to the region.
This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the joint forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing.
This is the moment in the first wave of the attack that officials say the 86-year-old Ayatollah was killed, along with several of the top leadership. The U.S. deploying an array of high-scale military assets, including B-2 stealth bombers armed with 2,000-pound bombs. The president saying multiple Iranian Navy ships were also destroyed, sinking into the water, claiming Iran's top military leaders want to surrender.
The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity.
Iran saying at least 555 people in the country have been killed, and the death toll rising. More than 150, according to state media, in an airstrike on a girls' school in the southern city of Minab. Verified videos also showing damage to a hospital in Tehran, shattered glass strewn across the floor. Iran's promised retaliation, immediate and furious. Launching a fierce assault on US bases around the region, including Bahrain and Israel. Meanwhile, inside Iran, some celebrating the Ayatollah's death, while thousands take to the street, some chanting death to America. Questions now mounting about what's next for Iran's people and the regime. George asking Iran's foreign minister on This Week.
Who's in charge of Iran right now?
There is a procedure set in our constitution then that when we lose the supreme leader, there would be a new one elected by the Assembly of Experts. And now we have started the procedure.
Well, a couple of developments. Firstly, Israel opening up a second front in Lebanon after strikes by Hezbollah. Many feared that. Secondly, inside Iran, you now have this leadership council effectively running things. Although the structures of power have been disrupted, they are still intact. And despite President Trump saying the Iranians want to negotiate, Ali Larijani, the head of the Supreme National Security Council, today saying very explicitly, we will not negotiate with the United States. George?
And the strikes have expanded. Okay, and thanks very much.
Deep down, I think Iran should have a nuclear bomb. You know, every other country has. A lot of countries have it. Iran signed the NPT. There are 4 countries that never signed it, including Israel. How many nuclear bombs has Israel got? Why is nobody questioning this?
Well, hold on. I tell you who might want to question your conversation. Don't go Som. Michael in Sittingbourne. What would you say to Som and his suggestions? Morning, Michael.
Good morning, Nick. I think you need to sit down and take some reality pills.
Tell him why. What do you mean by that?
He really is quite happy about a bunch of terrorists having a nuclear weapon. Oh, come on.
Som?
Israel is not. You don't count Israel a terrorist state.
No, Israel is not a terrorist state.
It's not. Oh wow, you're something else. I need a reality check. Is that what you really think? I need a reality check. Have you seen what Israel has done to Palestine? Israel is still bombing Palestine after all the hostages coming back.
Som, the only democracy in the area is Israel. I'm not seeking to justify all its actions. I am not seeking. But if you had the kind of...
Oh, so they democratically committed a genocide, you fucking doorknob? Okay. Thank you for the unbiased moderation, sir. What is this notion? Like, oh, well, there's a democratic process, so they get to have nukes. That makes it worse. That means that there's popular consent for ethnic cleansing.
Democracy in Iran that you have in Iran that you have in Israel, you wouldn't see thousands of people being killed or jailed.
What? Brother, there's this very strange talking point in the West where they go, well, Iran killed its own citizens. It's like, okay, America kills more citizens on foreign soil. Israel kills literally citizens that it won't even give citizenship to. Like, it's objectively worse. What Israel has done to the Palestinians is objectively worse than what Iran and the IRGC has done to the Iranians. Okay? They play fast and loose with like, well, they're really brutal to their own citizens. Okay. Should they do what you're doing and just murder other citizens? Like, what are we talking about here?
Would you, Som?
Iran had democracy, Nick.
Lebanon, a new front in a spiraling war. A delicate, imperfect truce. Extinguished. This Israel's response to Hezbollah entering the fray. Revenge for the Iranian-backed group launching a barrage of rockets. In southern Lebanon, there's already an exodus. Highways gridlocked as thousands evacuate. But in Beirut, notes of defiance too.
We left our homes not out of fear or terror of the United States, but to fulfill our religious and legal duty to protect ourselves. They do not intimidate or frighten us. They will not make us retreat even an inch from the path of resistance.
In northern Israel, you can feel a conflict that's creeping closer. We are right on the border with Lebanon here. It's just over that mountain range. We can hear drones overhead. The Israeli army was firing just a few minutes ago, and there have been some loud thuds. Now, for months, there's been speculation that Israel may expand its attacks on Hezbollah amidst claims that the group was trying to rebuild its capabilities. And from here, right now, it does feel that that time may...
Israel has never stopped bombing Lebanon. Like, literally never. This shit's not new. All it took was for Hezbollah to lob one missile for Israel to go, oh, you see? Israel has killed hundreds of people in Lebanon. What is this? The feigned confusion in this clip was amazing.
We just heard it from Speaker Johnson, and I think Marco Rubio said something similar, that the actual preemptive strike was because Israel was about to attack Iran to destroy its missiles. And because, and we had learned, the U.S. had learned that if Israel did that, Iran was then going to attack U.S. bases in the region. Is that right? Do I have that right? Is that what they're saying?
That's what they said this time.
Does that count as...
That's not the definition of preemptive. If you are taking an action that creates someone doing something, then you're preempting a theoretical. And it also, I feel like it's very interesting that this is all based on the idea that, number one, we can't control Israel, and number two, our entire war with Iran is because of what Israel is doing. In other words, Israel is the tail wagging the dog.
I wonder why. The funniest, oh my God. The funniest thing that could happen here is if they say that's anti-Semitic. Marco Rubio is being anti-Semitic. They're going to hit the Noam Chomsky, Israel is an unsinkable aircraft carrier line, dude. They're going to be like, listen, this is quite anti-Semitic, sweetie. Israel obviously is a loyal servant of empire and totally not controlling the Trump administration right now. It is the fucking tail wagging the dog, man. What are we doing?
It's just an odd...
So I don't get that.
It's not also what we had been told by lots of other people, including President Trump, starting Saturday, but then also today and on and on. How, do you make sense of this for us?
So, Jake, it is confusing. I've been confused several times along the way. The more I listen to them, the more confused I get. But let's start from two principles. First, this was a war of choice, not a war of necessity. A war of choice is one that you do when you are not about to be attacked preemptively. They're trying to generate that thought. You could have made that argument perhaps in June.
Scooby, U.S. is stonewalling request by some Gulf states? Yeah. We already covered that.
When the president took out those 3 nuclear sites, because at that point the Iranians were far closer to a nuclear weapon.
How closer? How much closer?
Well, they had access to all of the fuel that they had enriched in near bomb grade quantities. And so it would have taken them a few weeks at the most to turn it into bomb grade, and maybe a few months to a year to turn that into a usable weapon. Okay, but now all that fuel is buried. Okay, so the nuclear thing was kind of off the table, which is why the president had to then say, well, they're working on intercontinental missiles that could reach the United States. Except his own Defense Intelligence Agency said they wouldn't have that until almost 10 years from now. And so that's number one. And number two is, let's just listen to what the president said the morning that this all began. He urged the Iranian people to wait for the bombing to be over and then rise up and overthrow their government.
Regime
that
change.
Sounds like regime change.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden they don't want to talk about regime change.
Yeah, it's
3 days ago, it was an anti-Semitic conspiracy to say Israel was dragging the U.S. into war with Iran. Today, the Secretary of State said Israel was going to strike no matter what, and the U.S. had to join the war. Yeah, remember when people were urging caution and getting mad at me for fucking saying this, by the way? Like, people were getting mad when I was like, Israel is literally directly responsible for this. I think North Korea is about to pop the fuck off soon. Maybe. It's so cool. It's so cool that like Israel gets to do whatever it wants, by the way, and it fucking doesn't matter. Millennial Jon Stewart at it again.
4th largest economy at this point? $4.3 trillion a year.
This motherfucker went on the Adam Friedland show. This is how you know Adam Friedland is compromised. He went on the Adam Friedland show before he went on mine.
Iran is being pounded.
This is how you know Adam Friedland is compromised.
The military might of the United States focused upon degrading the country that it portrays as the nexus of evil in the Middle East. On the ground, there is widespread destruction. The Iranian authorities say hundreds have been killed. But America's leaders are wholly unapologetic. They are bullish, and they show no appetite for stopping.
We continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it.
Iran insists that it is the innocent party here, that the war against it is unjust and illegal.
The ongoing unlawful military aggression against Iran exemplifies the dominance of raw...
Yeah, no, it's not Iran admits or Iran claims. It's just the truth. What are we talking about? Dude, like... This is how propaganda works, where you just like blow up Iran, assassinate the fucking leader of a sovereign state, and then when they turn around and go, hey, that's illegal, why did you do that? The media goes, Iran makes an argument that it believes that it's not worthy of being struck.
Power over the principles of human rights.
Iran has responded with attacks of its own. This a strike on the Israeli town of Beersheba. Israel's air defense have coped with almost everything, but not all missiles can be stopped. The country is still shaken by the attack that killed 9 when a missile hit a bunker in Beit Shemesh. Today, the Prime Minister visited the site.
When I stand in a place that was bombarded by the terrorists in Tehran, against innocent civilians, you see the difference. The tyrants of Tehran target civilians. We target the tyrants of Tehran to protect civilians.
Well, that smoke trail up there is what's left of the Israeli...
That's so funny. I'm sorry. That's fucking hilarious. Benjamin Netanyahu, the war criminal. Oh, you see, the tyrants of Tehran, they target civilians. Not me, though. I would never. except for all the civilians I targeted in Tehran not that long ago, and also the genocide I conducted in Gaza.
Air defense system intercepting an Iranian missile, part of a wave that is coming into Israel as we speak. But it isn't just this country that is being attacked. Iran's tactic is to try to embroil this whole region into a conflict. And the Middle East is in a febrile state. Israel has launched a huge assault on Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah, a group funded by Iran, which attacked northern Israel this morning. In Cyprus, the UK's Akrotiri airbase was hit by a drone attack. In Kuwait, 3 American fighter jets were shot down accidentally by Kuwaiti air defences. The crew all ejected safely. The conflict has touched Saudi Arabia for the first time, debris sparking a fire next to a giant oil refinery. The price of oil is already going up, and now Qatar has said it will halt production of natural gas. The country has also said it shot down 2 Iranian fighter jets, Russian-made Su-24s. Iran has launched attacks in Bahrain, in Dubai, and in Abu Dhabi. There are interceptions of missiles in the sky over Jordan. This is a conflict that is widening and which may escalate. Donald Trump says it will last at least 4 weeks, but the effects of this war may ripple for generations to come. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Oil prices are skyrocketing above $70 a barrel, and that feeds directly into what consumers pay at the gas pump. Just how high oil and gasoline prices go will depend in large part on what happens next in the war with Iran. If significant oil supplies from this critical region are derailed, or even if the market just fears major disruptions are imminent, prices could go much higher. Key red lines to watch include whether Iran blocks the Strait of Hormuz, the most critical choke point for oil on the planet. While the strait has not been officially blocked, maritime traffic has effectively stopped. Another, perhaps even bigger danger is that Iran successfully attacks oil facilities in Saudi Arabia, knocking them offline for a significant period of time. Either of those events could bring back a return of $100 oil, something that we haven't seen since 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. And the higher oil prices go, the more expensive it will be for Americans and drivers around the world to fill up their tanks. Natural gas futures are rising too on supply fears. And remember, natural gas is the leading fuel source in the U.S. for electricity and home heating, and consumers are already facing sticker shock. Diesel futures.
I mean, the price of the oil goes up. China has to lean into Russia. This is beneficial for Russia. Low Kirk. Fear mongering about high gas prices over the war? No, that's good. Chatter. Americans are selfish. Dude, Amerifats are unimaginably selfish. Are you kidding me? That's a good thing. No. More of this, please. The only thing that will cause the American masses to wake up is if their jalapeno poppers are too expensive, or if their F-750 is going to be like $1,000 to fucking fill up. It's not a bad thing at all. This will cause there to be tremendous panic. This will cause people to fucking despise Donald Trump. It's awesome. Yeah, get the Amerifat treatlerites to scream in the rural areas.
Are skyrocketing as well. That's bad news for truckers, farmers, railroads, and ultimately consumers. Airline stocks are tumbling as the industry braces for higher fuel costs too. The bottom line is the higher energy prices go, the greater the pain to.
Yes, bro. Yes. Here's the propaganda. Okay. Iran says dozens are killed in strike on school. No responsibility, cast out. Stated as fact, 9 killed in Israeli city near Jerusalem after Iranian missile strike. Oh my God, that has 500,000 likes. Nice. The moral decay is taking physical form. I know. He looks so hot.
Consumers, and the bigger the risk to the economy.
Why then is Iran striking back against the United Arab Emirates, against Bahrain, against Qatar, against Kuwait, against Jordan? Why stage these attacks?
When they debate, Lord, the Iranian guys, it's always so funny. It's like, what do you think the answer is? Like, what do you think he's going to say? Because we hate them? Like, what do you think the answer is? It's because they're American bases, dude.
First of all, we have good relations with our neighbors. Our policy towards our neighbors is quite clear. We want best of relations with our neighbors. At the same time, before the aggression, we informed our neighbors that if the America or Israel engages in animosity against Iran, definitely we will be in self-defense mode, and we will target the American assets, the American military bases in the region, wherever they are located, because they are legitimate targets in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter.
Why is a hotel in Dubai?
Iran's parliament destroyed? Wait, what? The regime's parliament has been destroyed? Are you guys fucking stupid? The answer is yes. This has nothing to do with the Ayatollah, man. That's so dumb. They're doing that. They did this with fucking Gaza too. Old parliament, apparently. Not a trustworthy source. My mom has been loyal to this man and a part of the community for 3 years. She watches him all day, every day. When he was speaking Turkish today, she said, "Talk Turkey to me, daddy," and has been fully banned for a week with no way to contact moderators. Why? Not a warning, not banned from chatting, fully banned from viewing his live streams. Wait, what? My mom has been loyal to this man and a part of the community for 3 years. She watches him every day. When he was speaking Turkish today, she said, "Talk Turkey to me, daddy," and has been fully banned for a week with no way to contact moderators. Not a warning, not banned from chatting, fully banned from viewing his live streams. My mom just got banned from massage streams after 3 years of being one of his biggest fans. What? What? How do we fix that? It's copy pasta from Reddit? What's the username? Also, we don't have the capability of banning someone from viewing the stream, as far as I understand. No? You harbor such hatred and animosity for your fans? Take an hour off, dumbass. I think if you activate that setting. Do I have that setting? We do. I got banned from a Neolib stream and couldn't see it anymore, but it was for the best. Wait, I have that setting now? Was she so people banned here still allowed to view the stream? We didn't activate that setting? Yeah. That could have been someone's mom. You just timed out for an hour. White House statement on radical left Democrats. These crazy, sick, demented America, despite bigger, better, stronger. The radical left Democrats, a party that's completely lost its way, are complaining bitterly about the very necessary and important attack by the United States and Israel on Iran. What most people understand is that they are only complaining because I did it. And if I didn't do it, they would be screaming, "Why didn't Trump attack Iran? He should do it immediately." There's nothing surprising about this. It's the same people that the other night at the State of the Union address wouldn't stand for anybody. Yeah, no, definitely, dude. Hitting this as a partisan. I got suspended on main from Twitch itself, and I can't view streams or chat. Yeah, we don't have the capacity to suspend you on Twitch. That means the platform suspended your main account, which you are now like openly admitting you're ban-evading on. But good luck. Anyway, this framing of China as the good guy here makes no sense at all. What are you even talking about? China using capitalism as a sleeve? What? This has nothing to do with it. Talk turkey to me, daddy. Did you find the mother? No, I want to find the mother. Just got a permit for calling daddy in chat after 3 years of watching. Literally made me cry. I felt like I had community a long time. I'm so sad now. Peace out, y'all. Wait, what? Is that it? Or is that someone just memeing? How do we find the mother and fix the situation? Try motherfinder.net. Why do you want to find the mother? Do you want to talk turkey to her big guy? No, I feel bad. I feel bad that she... I want to understand, first of all, what happened. Like, if we're just like randomly banning viewers that can't watch the stream, I don't like that. This is it? Yubi. Okay, I'm on timing out this person. Kaya is a beautiful golden goddess. Maybe that is the person, actually. Kaya is a beautiful golden goddess. Chat's extra funny today. Speak turkey to me, daddy. Okay, I unbanned the mom. Holy fuck, how did Lake find her? That's Lake. My dad watches you. Better not nuke him, Lamau. Yeah, this is what I gotta say. Blammo. Wait, they unfollowed. Wait, how were they stopped from watching me, though? I don't even understand. Ban the kid now? As a resident, why am I on support your unbanning of the mom? This isn't even a ban. They got suspended for like, you think You think she like accidentally unfollowed and that's why she couldn't find the stream and thought she got banned? I can totally seeing that. I can totally see that being the case. I did not block this person. I think it's just like a boomer related issue. She was too busy gooning. All right, we've solved the problem, but this is such a funny copy pasta. I love moms. Özür diliyorum. There you go. I talked to her Turkey too. I talked Turkey to her too. I did it all.
A legitimate target.
You know, our policy remains the same. As I said, we attack military bases and military assets. If they remove from one base to another, that is not our problem.
Nobody was expecting a knockout blow. But as Tehran's skyline smouldered, America warned this is just the beginning in its quest for regime change in Iran. Already there are parts of the capital that look like a pummeled war zone.
So kind of Trump to let the Chinese get a free round of target practice at our troops so they can prepare for future conflict. That's not even happening, okay? Ryan is like seemingly China maxing, but that's not even happening. Like how much of the munitions that they're using are like directly Chinese? Maybe, I don't know. Maybe there's a lot more Chinese involvement, but like, no, they're just giving, as far as I understand, the cooperative, their cooperation is just around surveillance. They were talking about potentially offering these hypersonic missile systems that are carrier killers, but I don't think that's the case. What is this? It has officially begun. Oh my God. Mahir Tusi, bomb Iran. Can't get a hold of any of my family members in Tehran. Bomb Iran more. Yes, they need to continue bombing Iran. It's a war. Man up. Bomb Iran more. Dude, we're friends like these, man. We're friends like these with a diasporoid population like this, bro. Who needs enemies, dog? Brother, Iran, I did not know it was like that, dude. This is psychotic. Like, he's literally going, yeah, kill my parents, please. Like, what? Do you hate your parents? Do you hate your relatives? How can you behave like this? Oh my God, dude. When I hear shit like this, I'm like, maybe Iran is a little bit better off with some of these guys leaving Iran. You know what I mean? Holy fuck. CNN with the propaganda, please bomb us. I want to die. I mean, I jokingly said this is like a positively Shia attitude, a positively Shia approach to the subject, to be like, unnecessarily suicidal for no reason. It's like, nah, this is somehow, it's going to be worth it if I die.
If I die, I'm okay with it. If that leads to the destruction of this regime, this terrorist, I'm okay with it.
As U.S. and Israeli bombs started raining down on Iran, a woman who says she's in the southeastern city of Kerman shared this rare audio recording from inside the country.
Do you understand why we can't have peace and democracy in the Middle East with a behemoth breathing down our necks and traitors everywhere? I just don't understand how, like, I genuinely cannot comprehend it. I'm Turkish. I live in America. I'm Turkish American. Like, I'm not like a particularly nationalistic nor patriotic person for either of these two countries that I am from. I grew up in Turkey my whole life. I talked about this already. I can't go back to Turkey. And let me tell you something, okay? I cannot comprehend how these people behave like this. I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. It is so outside of my scope of reasoning. It is not even in the same realm of existence that I'm in. Iranian diaspora is unhinged, true, but materially every diaspora has the same disproportionate power to dismantle the systems which forces their displacement in the first place. But instead of zeal to integrate into imperialist structures and become the exploiters and reap the benefits of travel and good, at best they make enough to send remittances while working at like Raytheon or the financial equivalent of Raytheon. They're not affected. Your childhood, you have almost had half your life in America. Yes, for the first 18 years of my life, I grew up in Turkey. And still, more than 50% of my life, I've lived in Turkey. But I don't think that's going to change magically when I turn 36. And I'm going to be like, hell yeah, brother, go do regime change in Turkey. You know what I mean? Son giving an update on the mom. Update. Thank you guys so much for getting my mom unbanned. Actually insane. I never expected that. However, she says she feels like she got broken up with and she needs time apart from him. Sad. So it may be a day or two before she refollows him. Lamel. What the fuck? Oh, that's crazy. That's cute. Okay. Apologize, you goon. I did in Turkish. I literally did. I talked Turkey to her. I feel dirty on Women's History Month. Okay. Enough. Come on. We're watching the world fall apart.
Begun. I felt like I should record a video to say that thank you, Mr. Trump. First of all, thank you, Benjamin Netanyahu and the people of Israel. The responsibility of this war is on the Islamic Republic and Ali Khamenei per se.
This one voice is by no means representative of a country of more than 90 million people. But
she's not even diaspora. She's in Iran, bro. Bro, Iranians are not going to make it. I don't think. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I mean, this makes a lot more sense as to why so many people join Mossad in Iran. You know what I mean? God damn, dude. With friends like these, with citizens like these, who needs enemies, man? The graves dug for 153 Iranian female school children who were killed by an Israeli airstrike beyond awful. Good news. Following the U.S. and Israeli strikes on military and intelligence sites in Marivan, prisoners in the city central prison were released. Since the beginning of January, the Islamic Republic has arrested more than 50,000 protesters. Prisons across the country have been operating beyond capacity ever since. The majority of those detained are political prisoners, people arrested for simply protesting. Yeah. Good news. Dude, they're definitely hiding the casualty count. Trump, response to the attack on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh and the killing of U.S. military personnel is coming soon. Oh, shit. Trump vows revenge for the embassy strike. Trump says you'll find soon what the retaliation will be after a U.S. embassy strike and U.S. service members killed. News Nation. What is this? Soundtrack to the end of the world?
Standing on the edge.
IRGC says it launched a new attack on the U.S. bases at Camp Arifjan in Kuwait using 10 drones, claiming they hit their targets. Iran has not been lying about their numbers. No. That chatter is saying America is hiding and lying about the casualty numbers of the armed servicemen who have been killed by Iran. How much tariffs is he going to do to Iran? I don't think he's going to do tariffs. But I also don't know what more they can do. At least 17 U.S. Air Force tankers are en route to the Middle East. This is yesterday, isn't it? I guess 20, at least to be exact. 3 were over the Atlantic at the time of the screenshot. Oh, it's today. What's Trump going to do? Call on NATO? I mean, this is NATO anyway. NATO is America. NATO is the United States of America. America is NATO. And America is already attacking Iran. So I don't know what he means when he says, I'm going to show him. Like, what is he going to do? Kill more civilians? I mean, the answer is yes. Because, like, they've literally decapitated the fucking entire state apparatus. So they can't punish the state. And obviously, if they had the capabilities of taking out all of the missile systems, they would have done so by now. So what? Is he going to nuke Iran? Sources tell Reuters that 2 new explosions have been heard in Riyadh's diplomatic quarter in the last few minutes following an Iranian drone attack. Oh my God, they're pummeling the American embassy in Riyadh. Holy fuck. What the fuck? They're turning it into Bahrain. They're calling it Bahrain Betty. What the hell is going on? The last time I saw Iran with this much smoke, it was the American military base in Bahrain. What is happening? What the fuck's going on in the Riyadh embassy that they're just like, they just keep pummeling it? Do you think the Encore comedy show is canceled? Come on, man. Dude, U.S. soldiers are getting focused. Islamic resistance of Iraq. We have carried out a drone attack on the hotel where American soldiers are staying in Erbil. Is this the actual video of the Riyadh one? U.S. confirms embassy struck by Iranian drone in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I don't think this is... I would assume that the embassy would be empty at this point, right? Moments before an Iranian Shahed kamikaze hits a building and military personnel in Dubai. No, this is Dubai. Can you talk briefly about the midterms, what the midterms are going to look like with this war underway for the Republicans? Will there be a midterms election, you think? I think when Trump is done with this shit, when Trump is fucking done with this, if he is done with it at all, he's going to move on to Cuba. He might actually do Cuba while he's doing this as well because he wants to get a quick W or something. I don't know if we're getting the midterms. I mean, I have no idea. Bro, I'll be honest with you. This is like, I'm worried about Trump deploying a fucking nuke. When I asked POTUS on who's in control of Iran right now, he told me you'll be finding out very soon. I just spoke to the president and he said you'll find out what the retaliation will be for the attack on the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh and the U.S. service members killed. He also told me he doesn't think boots on the ground will be necessary. That's ominous. What's stopping a nuke, honestly? I think the moment that America deploys a nuke in Iran, Russia deploys a nuke in Ukraine, we're in a very different world. I mean, it's never, the world will end. The world will 100% end. Thermonuclear warfare, nuclear holocaust, all of that. Because at that point, it's like, you kind of have to nuke us. You know what I mean? Because like, how does the rest of the world react to that? You know, like we're dead. We're done at that point. Because there is, once there was mutually assured destruction with nukes, if one party is the first to deploy, the other parties have to respond, because if they don't respond, then what's to stop America from nuking them? Or what's to stop America from nuking anyone else? Assumes rational actors. Japan didn't. Yeah, guess what? When Japan was nuked, there was no other nukes. That was the first of its use. That was the first time it was ever used. And then there's a reason why it was never used on a civilian population in combat ever again. Have you thought about why? MAD is supposed to be a deterrent. I mean, I thought that they deployed a Moab in Tehran yesterday. So that's why I don't understand what the fuck he's saying. Source familiar with VP's thinking before the strikes on Iran tells CBS News the vice president was personally against the strikes. If the strikes were to happen, he argued that the operation should go big and go fast. A spokesperson for the vice president declined to comment. Yeah, I mean, he's just ass covering. Okay, dude. In every public comment he's made on going to war with Iran, Trump looks and sounds like he's getting a root canal, and everyone else around him is trying to back away from every direction at once. If you're a hawk, this must fill you with bravado and confidence. Not even 3 days into this, and his VP saying, "Oh, I was against it, but if it works, I told him to do it." And his Secretary of State is trying to blame it on Israel. Not great if you're a true believer in this shit. Yeah, I think the actual scary reason is something far more consequential. Obviously, they see it as like a massive fuck up. Obviously, they see it as a massive fuck up, right? They recognize it. At least the ones that are smart enough to recognize that it's a massive fuck up are trying to wash their hands over, are trying to wash their hands of the situation. However, I'm more worried about what Donald Trump is going to do. Because he's fucking insane. Why don't you stop this from happening? Yo, BRB, bro. Let me go stop the president from nuking Iran.
Still trying to enrich. Not just that they're trying to enrich, Jesse, and this is one of the almost comical elements of the diplomacy that we've been engaged in for the past month, the past year, I should say. You know, Steve Witkoff, Marco Rubio, Jared Kushner, they did such a good job, such a deliberate job. But the Iranians would come back to us, Jesse, and they'd say, well, you know, having enrichment for civilian purposes, for energy.
Zoran should tell Trump he's a Shia. Actually, probably best to not have that conversation. Then he might hate him. Zoran should be like, listen, Mr. President, we've developed a close enough bond with one another. And I should tell you I'm a Shia Muslim. And I can explain to you the beautiful culture of the ways of, you know, Shia Islam. And perhaps you won't nuke Iran if that's the case.
Purposes is a matter of national pride. And so we would say, okay, that's interesting, but why are you building your enrichment facilities 70 feet underground? And why are you enriching to a level that's way beyond civilian enrichment and is only used?
Dude, you've been the vice president for 2 years. At this point, I mean, you're Yale educated. I know you got CIA reports. You know what the reason is. It's not to fucking build a nuke. It's to have a better leverage negotiation position when you come to the negotiations table to demand a release of some of the sanctions. You know why they're doing it. Like, I hate this dumbass song and dance that these people play all the time where it's like, oh, there were any moment now they were going to fucking develop nukes. It's not even about like nuclear sovereignty, which they should have done, in my opinion.
Useful if your goal is to build a nuclear bomb. Nobody objects to the Iranians being able to build, medical isotopes. The objection is these enrichment facilities that are only useful for building a nuclear weapon. Even some international organizations that usually don't agree with the United States were very clear that Iran's only purpose in building these underground, highly enriched facilities was to build a nuclear weapon. It just doesn't pass the smell test for you to say that you want enrichment for like medical isotopes, while at the same time trying to build a facility 70, 80 feet.
Another way they relieved the sanctions was to not enrich uranium past that point. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, do you? You fucking idiot. They already did that. It was called the JCPOA, dumbass. And then Donald Trump ripped it apart. And then they still followed along with the JCPOA because it was a multilateral agreement, which included cooperation from China, Russia, and European partners as well. So they thought, oh, okay, this Trump guy's a madman, but like obviously it'll be fine. And then you know what Trump did? Add additional sanctions. So they were like, all right, back to fucking square one. We keep enriching uranium, and then maybe we can get Donald Trump to the negotiations table and get sanctions relief that way, considering that he had added new sanctions. If you don't know anything, why do you speak? Yeah, of course you don't know anything. Immediately, I'm Iranian. Everyone I know is happy about this intervention. We got it, bro. I know. I understand. You saw 150 little girls get fucking slaughtered by Israeli weapons, and you thought to yourself, oh, I love this. I will have Kubi Day in Tehran one day. You saw your grandparents get fucking cluster strike, and you were like, oh, this is good. I am Persian. I know. 30 to 5,000 persons getting slaughtered is okay, though. No, it's not. It's not. And I never said it was. The difference between you and I is that I know, unlike your dumbass, that America killing 5,000 people with its fucking strikes. Oh, now it's 50,000. Okay. America, yeah, Iran killed 100 million Iranians. Okay. Iran killed 100 quintillion Iranians. It's crazy. More people than exist in the fucking planet in a matter of a day. Okay, they did it in one day. It turns out they have built a nuke, but it only evaporates. Lamau actually defending this regime, you are evil. I'm not, you fucking idiot. I'm not defending the regime. I'm defending Iranian population having its sovereignty. I'm defending the avoidance of further casualties, which is what the American and the Israeli government is doing to you and your people and your parents right now. It seems like I care more about your fucking parents and your grandparents or whoever the fuck still lives in Iran than you do, because you're a fucking moron. You're a suicidal moron. Do you know how many times I heard this shit? Do you know how many times we have heard this shit? We heard this from Iraqis. Oh, Saddam is brutal. He's ruthless. Yeah, thank you for talking about this since day one. You're a real one. You're a fucking idiot. Yeah, exactly. Asmongold is a defender of the Iranian people. Oh my God. You don't understand. I'm Palestinian and Hamas is the true oppressor, not Israel. I'm Iranian, and the only solution here is fucking thermonuclear war. Trump is like moments away from dropping a fucking tactical nuke in Tehran, and you're like, oh, actually, this is good. Why is it that I have to straight up deal with all of the fucking dumbest diasporoids every single time? I'm like, maybe we shouldn't be starving Cuba. Excuse me, have you thought about the fact that I'm literally Cuban and I think we should starve the Cubans on the island? I don't give a fuck what you are. I don't care. What the fuck? You will never convince me that American bombs are going to be your liberation. That has never happened, okay? The last time that happened was post-World War II. It has never happened since, and it will never happen again, okay? Every dumb fuck thinks, oh, well, we're going to be just like Japan. We're going to be just like Germany. Not realizing that you are going to be just like Libya, Syria. You're going to be just like Iraq. You're going to be just like Afghanistan. You're not going to have a positive outcome from this. Dude, he last commented here in 2020. Don't you think you influenced those people not to vote in the end? That's the whole point. Oh my God, the most annoying motherfucker of all time. I swear to God, dude. I swear to God. Citizens are dying in droves. It's not about me being Iranian. You just said I was uninformed. You are uninformed. You are oblivious. You are oblivious, not about what's going on in Iran. Well, you're kind of oblivious about what's going on in Iran in the last 3 fucking days for some weird reason, but you're also oblivious about what is to happen to Iran. Anyways, can't wait for a regime change. Step in the right direction for the whole world, and you'll be wrong once again. Oh my God, Iranian guy who literally is saying, my grandparents might die, but at least in the process, in this utter fantasy that I've concocted in my mind where Libya, Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, all of these things are in the fucking rearview mirror. We're different. We're different. It's totally going to be separate this time around. When Israel is salivating at the prospect of creating a fucking failed state in your country where your parents and your grandparents and like your loved ones live, you are demanding more Israeli and American bombs. You're delusional. And then on top of that, to add insult to fucking injury, you turn around and you go, and you'll be proven wrong. I would love to be proven wrong, you fucking moron. I would love to be proven wrong. It would be the greatest day of my life if somehow, magically, in spite of all of the observable reality on American entanglements and American regime change that has come at the cost of tens of millions of people being displaced everywhere else in the world, this time it's somehow magically different. But that's not how things work, does it? God damn. So Iran broke the Obama deal only after further sanctions? Yes. Hello? Yes. And they didn't even break the Obama deal initially. Trump violated the deal, ripped it apart. Iran still continued along with the provisions of the deal. And then the only reason why they started enriching uranium again beyond civilian usage levels was after Trump added secondary sanctions on top of the secondary sanctions that already existed. Oh, it's so crazy because I literally, I literally had the guy that wrote the fucking deal sitting next to me before we started bombing Iran. He was here. It's not like I'm speaking out of my fucking ass. I mean, I'm decently well read on the subject matter, but I also literally had the guy who wrote it. He was here. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. It's like motherfuckers will literally be like, nah, dude, Israel should kill more school children. Israel should kill more school children.
On air, but the President of the United States knows what we're able to do. He knows that we have much greater capacity to inflict damage on the Iranian nuclear program, but also on various missiles that threaten our troops. As you've seen, they've been launching those at our troops for much of the past 3 days. So I think
Trump just got off a phone call with like Kurdish militias in Iraq to literally go into Iran as they are striking border positions on the Iraqi-Iranian border. And there are literally chatters in here being like, you don't understand. They're going to do regime change and it's going to be fucking awesome. No, it's not. It's going to balkanize Iran in the best case scenario where all of the different ethnic groups are going to constantly fight over territory for the rest of your life. Iran is going to turn into a fucking backwards country way beyond what you think is backwards right now under the leadership of the fucking Ayatollah. Okay. I promise you there is a worse alternative out there. And you're about to receive it, but you'll be excited at the prospect of it. I understand hating the fucking regime. I understand it, okay? I understand it. But America is far more evil than the IRGC ever could be, and you are about to find out. Here's the even worse alternative via John Kirakou.
So Reza Pahlavi is the son of the...
I mean, this is not going to happen. Reza Pahlavi is not going to be the fucking leader of Iran unless America literally puts him in charge with boots on the ground, military warfare. The other thing that diasporoids don't fucking understand is this weird notion where they think they're white, okay? Iranian diaspora thinks they're fucking white for some reason, and I don't know why they think this. But once there are tens of millions of Iranian refugees trying to fucking escape Iran, some of which that come to the United States of America, some of which that come to Europe, you will definitely find out that you are not white at all. Okay? Let me fucking tell you. Like, you're going to be the talking point. You can just keep going, I'm not Shia, I'm Persian, I'm not Shia, as they fucking do a hate crime on you, okay? I know, Jewish, Persian, Zionist, anti-IRGC people, okay? People who love Reza Pahlavi. And they have been stopped at airports. They've been literally stopped at airports because they're brown, because they look Muslim. That's it. They don't give a fuck about Cuba Day when they are treating you like you're a terrorist. It's so strange, brother. It's so fucking strange. I'm not Shia, I'm Persian. Okay,
the
good
Shah
luck.
of Iran, who was thrown out of Iran in early 1979, February of 1979, came into exile briefly in the United States. That led to the Iran hostage.
I got hit with the fucking CIA heart attack gun on my internet. What the frick? I'm back. Oh, I don't know what happened. That was like a brief blip right there for no reason. Anyway, let's continue.
Happened. He was, a teenager. Well, now he's in his 60s, and he's never been to Iran since the 1970s. He's also something of a playboy in the Washington area. He's not a player in Iranian exile circles, but he seems to have a whole lot of money. Well, over the last couple of weeks, several things have happened. Number one, the Israeli government spilled the beans, and they admitted that they have been financing him. So is he a Mossad asset? You bet he's a Mossad asset. Mossad is saying it. Number two, he doesn't know anything about contemporary Iran. Patrick Bet-David, the big podcaster, invited Reza Pahlavi to go on his podcast a week ago. And Reza never called him back, never even attempted to, get his name out there, get his picture out there, talk about his view of a future Iran. He's not interested. Donald Trump has been pressured by people on the neoconservative right to welcome Reza Pahlavi into the Oval Office. He would be the person that the United States would announce is going to be, the guy that we're interested in. And Trump said, no, he's not interested. I'm going to give you my own admittedly biased view. My own view is Reza Pahlavi is a joke. He's a caricature, a cartoon character. He lives in a mansion all by himself in Potomac, Maryland. Nobody pays any attention to him except these really rich Iranian exiles, most of whom are in Beverly Hills. The only people who really, really want him to be the leader of Iran are the Israelis. I'll add one other thing. As I said, the guy is a non-entity in Washington. He's a non-entity even in Iranian exile politics. But the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos and is the mouthpiece of the 1% of the 1%, ran an op-ed last week that Reza Pahlavi wrote. And he said that he wanted to go.
Yeah, it's Israel. Israel is writing the op-ed. That's it. There's two competing forces within the diasporoid communities. There's MEK, which has even less of a popular base in Iran. MEK is just like a suicide terror cult, okay? Except they have a fairly robust lobbying arm in America. And that's why, like, Rudy Giuliani is constantly chirping and John Bolton is, like, critical of Donald Trump's Iranian intervention. Because John Bolton, Rudy Giuliani, and a bunch of these other people are MEK supporters because they've been getting paid by MEK, okay? Reza Pahlavi is Israel's guy. And so obviously he gets a lot of motion, but the reality is he has a little bit more support in Iran, but not that much. Neither MEK nor Reza Pahlavi will ever be the actual fucking leaders of Iran unless America came in with full force and installed him as a puppet.
Go back to Iran to usher in a period of democracy. Like, what do you know about democracy? Your father was a fascist dictator who slaughtered his own people and who stole billions upon billions of dollars from the nation's treasury. So you think it should be you who goes back to Iran after 50 years and brings in a period of democracy? Come on, I'm insulted by that. So, yeah. This guy's not going to be, I made a comment today kind of offhandedly, and the more I think about it, the more I believe it to be true. He wouldn't survive the walk from the plane to the terminal if he were to fly back to Iran. So he's not going to be.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, Reza Pahlavi and the future of Iran, 800,000 fucking views in one day. Praying for the Iranian people in a bright future. Really impressed with his ability to answer these tough questions. He didn't even want to. The funniest thing is, like, I don't even think he wants to do it that much. I must admit, the CIA honeypot is working on me. What do you mean? Yeah, Van Jones, another fucking That's how you know. That's how you know this shit is so base boosted. Because fucking Van Jones is pushing it.
The United States and Israel conducted a second day of strikes on targets across Iran.
Guys, stop sending me this Sheikh Suleiman guy, okay? I'm sorry. He literally routinely posts old videos. He's like one of the fucking power farmers on Twitter. Jesus Christ.
Iran's supreme leader has been killed. Tehran has retaliated.
Let's do a little bit better. Let's be a little bit more careful with who we keep linking, okay?
With missile attacks on Israel, neighboring countries, and U.S. military bases in the region. At least 3...
Falling victim to propaganda that goes against... You're consuming propaganda right now by that guy. Falling victim to propaganda that goes against Reza Pahlavi. Yeah, well, here, I'm watching the pro-Reza Pahlavi propaganda. Let's take a look.
American service members have been killed. Scott Pelley is in Paris following events, including what...
Reza Pahlavi didn't even fucking say a single thing about the 100+ schoolgirls that Israel and America slaughtered, only to then come out and be like, oh, the 6 beautiful soldiers that died, or the 6 beautiful soldiers that were killed. That makes me so sad. I'm so apologetic about the beautiful American soldiers that were killed. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Could be next for Iran.
Tonight, the most prominent member of the Iranian opposition says he believes...
Did I miss it, or did John Kirikow sincerely talk about how Reza Pahlavi didn't want to go on Patrick Bet-David and therefore he is rendered ineligible for leadership roles in Iran? I know I skipped past that a little bit, but did he sincerely say that? Maybe he's not CIA, actually. No, honestly, I don't think he's CIA any longer. This is the most... I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the most, like, there is no shot that motherfucker is still CIA for saying stuff like that. This is...
The Iranian regime is collapsing.
He said we need to move away from his government. Do you want him to stop because of war casualties? Ugh, I respect you less than... I respect you. My respect for you is non-existent, okay? Like, if I stepped in dog shit, I would have more respect. Like, have some decency, man. Stop trying to justify this shit. Jesus Christ. Like, you can't literally tell me, hey, I want regime change in Iran. I don't think it's going to happen with American bombs. Like, you can't say that sincerely. Like, it's so far beyond your scope of comprehension. Because you came in here and said that, I'd be like, yes, I agree with you 100%. Okay? It's nutty that motherfuckers come in here and they're like, no, you don't understand. The best possible way to do regime change in Iran is by slaughtering Iranian children. You're a psycho. You're a psychopath.
And he would like to lead a transition that makes Iran safe for the world. 65-year-old Reza Pahlavi is the son of the former king, or Shah of Iran, who was deposed in 1979 by revolutionaries and hardline Islamic clerics. In that year of revolution, Pahlavi was 18 years old and living in Lubbock, Texas, where the U.S. Air Force was training him to be a fighter pilot. He was never able to go home. He has lived in exile 47 years, mostly in the United States. But tonight, he's in Paris, where we asked him if he wants to be king, what Iran's policy should be toward Israel and nuclear weapons. We started our interview with the news that the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, had been killed in the opening hours of the war.
It is definitely a sort of earth-shattering event in the sense that when people identify the entire monstrosity of the regime that is depicted ultimately.
King equals bringing democracy to Iran. Guys, don't ask questions like that, okay? Yes, it doesn't make sense. Does it even have to make sense at this point? Does it even have to make sense at this point? No, it doesn't. Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up and let Israel dominate the fucking region and also this country's foreign policy as it pertains to the Middle East. Okay? How about that?
By the chief monster of these monsters. When he's gone, the minute such a personality disappears, it's like elation. It was like, oh my God, it has finally occurred. Maybe this is it. This is our chance now.
You call him a monster. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, ever since this regime has taken over, how many Iranians' lives have been lost? I don't think you can have an example of such level of atrocity ever in the history of Iran, or at least contemporary Iran.
Now thinking more in deep, I don't even care about your opinion on Iran leader. You are not even being invited to Patrick Bet David. True. Patrick Bet David, he has avoided having me on because he's worried I should be the leader of Iran. Okay, that's why he's worried.
Has occurred under this regime. And this is all because of Ali Khamenei's insistence and persistence to keep himself and his mafia regime in power at the expense of the Iranian people. I don't know how else can you depict it other than being true monsters in the real sense of the word.
This past January, Iranians poured into the streets. Pahlavi urged them on, and hundreds of thousands marched. The regime gunned down an estimated 20,000 citizens. The massacre was a prelude to war. This is video overnight after the announcement of the death of the Ayatollah in the city of Isfahan. What does that mean to you?
That means that finally we are ready to go back to the streets, even though I've cautioned them that for now you better take care of your own safety and stay at home. The time will come to go back on the streets. But then again, you see that despite that, people still are brave enough to say to hell with it. Because to us it's liberation. To us it's like a humanitarian intervention to protect lives that could otherwise be continued to be lost. It gives the Iranian people a real opportunity now when they see the end of this regime that was always bound to collapse, whether there was an intervention or not. I want to make sure your audience understand that we were prepared to fight the fight. There was too much blood between us and this regime. We were committed to fight regardless of outside intervention.
It sounded like Kurakow's critique was that this dude isn't even performing his role as an Israeli asset well. Like the dude is taking the paychecks, but not even advocating for his leadership implementation aggressively enough. Yes, there's also like no day after plan at all. There's no real mobilization on the ground. There's no real plan. Like normally, if you really want to be the fucking leader of a country with 93 million people, you should have at least thought about like what you're going to do. Also, it's very funny when he says we're committed to fighting against this regime. It's like, yeah, really? You're committed to it by fucking cashing Israeli checks in Maryland as your wife fucks the yoga instructor? Incredible.
They're thanking President Trump for actually standing on his word and acting upon his word.
Do you actually believe this regime could fall after almost 50 years?
Of course.
Prince Reza Pahlavi told us he wants to lead Iran in a transition to democracy. You don't want to be king?
I'm not running for office. I'm not.
Are you saying in this interview that you wouldn't lead Iran?
That's a different thing. They trust me as a transitional leader, not as the future king or future president or future whatever. I'm totally focused on my mission in life, which is let me bring the country to a point that they can make that free choice. That will be enough for me having said mission accomplished.
You imagine peace with Israel?
Of course. In modern history, Iran actually gave refuge to Jews that were escaping the Nazis during the Second World War, giving them refuge and sanctuary in Iran. The strategic importance of having a...
Yeah, I mean, this part is not wrong. Yes. And also, Iran, much like the rest of the region, was a safe haven for the longest time for Jews. This part is also true. There's still Jews living in Iran as well, approximately 10,000 of them. And they're Iranian. They even serve, sometimes they serve in the Iranian military.
Partnership with Israel is critical.
What are the principles on which you would build a new Iran?
I think what today unites us are four core principles that I think is the subject of how we can work together towards that end. Number one is Iran's territorial integrity. Number two is the clear separation of religion from state, which is a prerequisite to democracy, and we paid the price understanding what it means to live under a religious dictatorship. Number three is, of course, equality of all citizens under the law and individual liberties. And most importantly, the process, a democratic process to allow the people to...
A lot of Beverly Hills Iranians are Jews, for the record. Yes, I know. A lot of the Iranian Jews left after the Islamic Revolution.
Elect and decide what their future system of governance should be.
What would happen to the nuclear weapons program?
I think it should be totally...
Also, they low-key, they like Israel more. Let's be real.
Dismantled. I don't think Iran has any need to pursue a military weaponizing of the nuclear program.
Pahlavi's father was the last king. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi was close.
This entire interview is just literally him repeating like what he wants Israel to say. Like, this is just Israel talking
to the United States, but he brutally suppressed opposition and showered friends with lavish wealth. In 1979, he left Iran amid rising political tension, and a hardline cleric, Ayatollah Khomeini, returned from exile to lead a revolution. Iranians blamed the U.S. for supporting the king, and revolutionaries overran the U.S. embassy in Tehran and held 52 Americans
I wonder why
hostage for 444 days. Your father's reign is remembered for repression and opulent wealth, and I wonder why you believe the people would welcome you now.
Well, that's perhaps one narrative, but when you look at a lot of people who were at the time living that era, they were telling me, you know what, we recognize where we were and where we are now, and today we want to be with you, we support you, we back you. And there were people who were in those...
Yes. Back then, we were fucking ripping your fingernails for speaking out against the Shah, but this time is different.
So-called prisons that were notorious or repressive or whatever you call, they were in prison under the previous regime.
People were killed in your father's regime.
Look, my father left Iran voluntarily to avoid bloodshed. And he said...
Yeah. Whose bloodshed?
He said, I'm a king. A king doesn't build his throne on the blood of his own people. If the nation today wants me out, I would leave. I will not turn my guns on them.
You have been out of the country for nearly 50 years. Why would the people want you?
If they thought that was an issue, I don't think they'll be calling my name by the millions on the streets of Iran. I think that part of the reason people trust me only is because they cannot associate me in any way or form to the revolution or to be part of this regime. The very same people who today are in the streets, all the young kids that are getting shot and massacred by this regime, are a generation that turns to their parents and tell them, what the hell were you thinking? What was that madness to think that this Khomeini character is going to be our solution and our path to freedom? And look at where we are now. But from the day I left, I never left Iran. Iran had been on my mind every single year of my life, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing that is in my mind is Iran.
Pahlavi told us he is in touch with the Trump administration and members of Congress. What is your message to President Trump?
My message to President Trump is that I'm here to echo and join millions of my compatriots inside and outside of Iran to thank him for having done and having the courage to do what is not easy, but intervene. And he will go down in the annals of Iranian history as the most celebrated foreign leader that changed the ball game and changed the world as a result.
In January...
Dude, CBS News is so fucking Trump cucked. Come on, man. No response to that? Yeah? Trump is going to be remembered in the annals of history as the great liberator? Really? You got no statements on that one? Just moving right past it, huh?
President Trump said this about you, quote, "He seems very nice, but I don't know how he'd play within his own country. I don't know whether or not his country would accept his leadership." And certainly,
this is the funniest part about this is that like Trump has an eye for people who he can at least manipulate, but also has like a popular base of support.
certainly if they would, that would be fine with me. You don't seem to have President Trump's wholehearted support.
What is this?
Well, first of all, I don't think that somebody in my position will ever expect to have an official endorsement of a foreign government or a foreign leader. What I do know now is that millions of Iranians inside Iran and outside of Iran are calling my name. They recognize in me the person uniquely placed to play a role of transitional leadership. Not running for office, because that's not what I'm doing, but to be a bridge to that destiny.
Unrest has been building for months. Last June, U.S. and Israeli forces attacked Iran's nuclear facilities. And in 2022, one of the largest uprisings in the nearly 50-year history of the regime erupted. Iran's morality police arrested a 22-year-old woman accusing her of failing to cover her hair. She was killed in custody, and crowds moved into the streets to demand an end to the regime. Security forces killed more than 500, arrested 22,000, and blacked out the internet. Much of the population has been seething right through today. When you see the courage on the streets that we're witnessing now, I wonder how that moves you.
I think it's the ultimate definition of heroism. Do you remember that lone Chinese student in Tiananmen Square standing in front of that tank? I remember that image. Let me give you another visual that has been going viral on the cyberspace. That firefighter who was carrying a wounded person that was shot on the streets just a few weeks ago, and they shot him to death. That image, exemplified that.
It's a tremendous thing to witness. Pahlavi told us there are units in the military and police who have signaled to him that they would turn on the hardline government.
Where they at, bro? Where they at, though?
He says many, but not all troops, could be given amnesty in a process of national reconciliation.
And in fact, it will be a clear indication that this is the time for them to make a decision. Do you want to join this time with the people, or do you want to stand with the sinking ship?
Yeah, good thing.
It's possible that this...
Good thing the Israeli strikes are making that distinction, by the way, by fucking blowing them up.
Interview will penetrate the internet blackout, and I wonder what you say to the Iranian people.
Have faith in yourselves. You are a nation with an ancient civilization. I know how proud you are of your heritage, how important Iran.
All right, enough. The real Shah of Iran is talking.
History. Now, the joint U.S.-Israel campaign to crush the radical regime in Iran is ahead of schedule, according to President Trump.
We're interrupting this. We're interrupting this interview between Reza Pahlavi and 60 Minutes to talk to the actual boss of Reza Pahlavi, Benjamin Netanyahu.
Iranians are celebrating around the world and thanking President Donald J. Trump. But the work is far from over. In fact, both President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned the most intense strikes from the U.S. military are still on the way. Now, coming up in a moment, we'll check in with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Also, kind of the Shah of America, too, when you think about it.
His first since this started. But first, here now with the very latest, the details from the ongoing military campaign in Washington tonight, our very own Jennifer Griffin. Jennifer, what's the latest?
Good evening, Sean. We have more details on the Iranian drone strike targeting the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. 2 drones struck the embassy, which was basically empty at the time. Smoke and fire can be seen coming from the embassy. No injuries have been reported. Americans are being told, however, to shelter in place in cities across Saudi Arabia. In the last 24 hours, U.S. Central Command says it has sunk all 11 of the Iranian Navy's ships since the operation began. Overnight, B-1 bombers from South Dakota flew round trip for 34 hours with a 75,000-pound payload, which it dropped on Iranian-hardened missile sites. 4 B-2 bombers flew 37 hours round trip this weekend from the U.S. with dozens of 2,000-pound bombs. General Dan Kane said the U.S. has achieved air superiority in just 48 hours. Secretary Hegseth would not rule out having U.S. troops on the ground in Iran. 3 American F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jets were shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses in a friendly fire incident today. All 6 American pilots evacuated safely. The death toll from that Iranian missile or drone that struck a U.S. tactical operations center is now 6, after they found 2 American service members buried under the rubble. Sean?
All right, our prayers are with their families. Jennifer, thank you. Coming up, we will hear from Senator Lindsey Graham, Senator John Fetterman, and the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff. He was in the room. He was involved in the negotiations. But first, only moments ago, I sat down with America's partner in this joint operation,
America's
the
president.
Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu.
America's real president.
Joining us now is the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for being here. I know you probably have gotten very little sleep in the last number of days. Why now? What precipitated this moment at this time? I know you have talked about it. We've known each other 30, 35, maybe more years. And why at this point was this necessary?
Well, the first thing to understand is why it's necessary at any time. Iran, for 47 years, has been chanting death to America, death to Israel too. But you're the big Satan, we're the small Satan. Death to America. They've murdered and maimed thousands of Americans in Iraq and Afghanistan with their IEDs, these are roadside bombs. They bombed your embassies. They tried to assassinate Donald Trump, the President of the United States, twice. They've murdered their own people. They massacred so many. And they spread a worldwide web of terror. So this is a regime committed to destroying the United States of America. It's the only country on the planet that says so openly and works tirelessly to achieve that goal. The reason that we had to act now is because they were, after we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're
God damn it.
About the goal of destroying America. So they started building new sites, new places, underground bunkers that would make their ballistic missile program and their atomic bomb programs immune within months. If no action was taken now, no action could be taken in the future. And then they could target America, they could blackmail America, they could threaten us and threaten everyone in between. So action had to be taken, and you needed a resolute president like Donald J. Trump to take that action. And we are his very strong and able partners, and our alliance today is so strong. We had to take the action now, and we did. Otherwise, the Iranian mass murder regime would have immunity from future action.
Steve Witkoff made this statement, the Middle Eastern envoy, and he made it last week, that they absolutely are clinging to their ability to build out a nuclear weapons program. And the president, as he said, he wanted a peace deal, gave them every opportunity for peace, like they did before Operation Midnight Hammer. And they steadfastly refused. In the first 30 seconds, I've never seen anything like this in my life. The supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and his top 40 leaders were wiped out, Ahmadinejad among them. That is incredible intelligence.
No!
And
Ahmadinejad is alive.
I'm sure this will be studied.
According to Patrick Bet David, Ahmadinejad is alive. You son of a bitch.
America, the indispensable ally for Israel and the greatest power in the world. And Israel, America's model ally, as the National Security Council just called it. When we work together, amazing.
Bro, what the fuck, bruh? I want to listen to my president speak.
You know, I met him in Mar-a-Lago. You may remember that.
Yeah, I'm going to go with this one. This one's more reliable usually. I want to hear my president talk, man. Okay. I want to hear the GOAT talk.
Or before he was inaugurated the second time. And we met in Mar-a-Lago. And the first thing that Donald Trump said to me, he said, you know, we have to prevent Iran from getting nukes.
Stop slamming your fucking hands on the table, dumbass.
He saw that as a
sorry, I apologize. I apologize. Please don't deport me, Mr. President. Please, I'm sorry.
United States. To have a regime like that, so fanatic, that it just defines itself by destroying America, exporting revolution, exporting terrorism, exporting the worst Islamist fanaticism that attacks Arabs, attacks Israelis, attacks Americans, attacks everyone inside. They just fired now their ballistic sight around in the Middle East, including Cyprus and Europe. To have a regime like that, that plans to eradicate the United States, have the weapons of mass death, would have been the greatest threat that America would face in the coming decades. And so he said to me right off the bat, I didn't say to him, he said to me, we have to make sure they never get the nukes. And that's what he did. We tried first to take them out in Midnight Hammer and Rising Lion operation, and we took out their missile sites, but then they started again. Their missile and nuclear sites. They didn't learn the lesson. He tried to get negotiations. He negotiated with them. They didn't get it. They tried to string him along. So action had to be taken, and we took it.
President Trump repeated over and over and over again, and I would argue that the leadership that is now dead was a death cult and an existential threat, not just to the region, not just to Israel, death to America, but I am very convinced and have been convinced, as you have been for decades, that if they ever got nuclear weapons, that they would, along with their fanaticism, it would cause them to use it. That is what that death cult would cause them to do. Is this now the culmination of decades of your work and your belief and your passion that these radicals needed to be defeated? And what is next for Iran? We talk, well, the regime's changed, but we don't know into what yet. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. I did have spoken about it for decades, and I try to persuade successive American administrations to take firm action. And President Trump, in his first term, did. He got out of the disastrous Iran deal right off the bat, and he did everything he could to prevent them from going into the nuclear program that they seek to build atomic bombs to threaten us and you, and ultimately to attack both of us and to destroy as much as they can, because this is what these people do. They basically are in the business of mass death, and you're right to call them a death cult. I worked with several presidents. I always appreciated the fact that we had, forthright discussions. Often we agreed, but often we didn't. We disagreed. And I appreciated that we kept the alliance going. But I want to tell you something. I'm not a youngster, so I've been around. There's never been a president like Donald J. Trump. His resoluteness, his decisiveness, his clarity of thinking, the way he gets right to the crux of things. It cuts through all the fluff. He's trying to convince us really bad he's in Israel.
No, he is in Israel. They sent the plane back, but he stayed in Israel.
Needs to be taken. And I think for Israel, and I think for the countries of the free world, let me tell you, I think for the world, we're very lucky to have him as the leader of the free world, and in fact, the leader of the world. He's brought America back to being the leader of the world, and it makes a huge difference. And I can tell.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think Benjamin Netanyahu sucking Trump's cock this hard is going to be good for Trump.
These conversations, but I can tell
especially
you
the way people are reading what's going on.
Thank God that Donald Trump is here. Thank God that the two of you are acting together to remove this threat, not only to you, but to us. And Iran today just bombed with these ballistic missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror. They're terror weapons. They bombed all these countries. They bombed Cyprus, which is Europe. I've said it won't take very long. They're bombing us, then they'll bomb Europe, and when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles and the nuclear wars to fit on these ballistic missiles, they'll threaten you, and eventually they'll bomb you. This is what President Trump understood, and alone among U.S. presidents that I've worked with.
His mic is cranked up because he has to speak softly. Yeah, because the Berliners in the hotel room next door might hear him.
I think that history will, through the prism of history, he will be viewed very favorably by recognizing a threat. In the last century, you're a historian, Mr. Prime Minister, between Mao, China, Stalin, Russia, Hitler, Germany, Mussolini, fascism, Tojo, Japan, Pol Pot, the killing fields, estimated over 100 million human souls slaughtered in the name of some ism. Now we see a president and a prime minister partnering together to stop a threat before it emerges and becomes unstoppable, which I got to give you both so much credit for. It is transformational. It is consequential. I guess I want to look forward a little bit. We had in his first term the Abraham Accords. I know that there are countries in your region of the world that have been looking for a window of opportunity. I'm talking about the likes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE and Dubai and Egypt and Jordan, et cetera. Do you see a path to a long-lasting peace in the region, which we've not seen in forever?
Yes, I do. In fact, I hear the people are saying we're going to have an endless war here. You're not going to have an endless war, because we are at this point that we've been, and Iran, this terror regime in Iran, is the weakest point that it's been here since it hijacked Iran from the brave Iranian people 47 years ago. So this is going to be a quick and decisive action, and we're going to create the conditions first for the Iranian people to get control of their destiny, to form their own democratically elected government, which will make Iran a different Iran altogether, because Iran has been the main engine of war over these years. It's just 95% of all the problems you see in the Middle East are generated by Iran. And the worldwide terror network that they built is generated and orchestrated from Iran. So when you take away Iran, when you let the people of Iran have the opportunity to act, to liberate themselves, free themselves from the yoke of this terror machine, you get a different future. I think that will open up the way for many peace treaties with other Arab countries, with Muslim countries. I think it changes the world. Now, of course, it's up to the people of Iran in the final count to change the government. But we are creating, America and Israel together are creating the conditions for them to do so. I think that if we go through what we plan to do, I think it will create conditions for peace. This is not an endless war. This is, in fact, something that will usher in an era of peace that we haven't even dreamed of.
You know, the president said to the people of Iran, the hour of freedom is at hand. And, you know, you've been asking America for years to do this, and now your window is probably one of the key countries in all of this would be Saudi Arabia and MBS. Do you specifically see path there, a path for peace?
Yeah, I think Saudi,
beam, but we're good.
I think Saudi Arabia will have a lot to gain. I think all these countries around Iran are threatened by Iran. I think they want to see this regime go down, even if they don't publicly say that. They've just been targeted by Iran. So obviously, if Iran is removed, that's a great boon to Saudi Arabia, a great boon
Israel high, Israel high, Israel high, Israel high, Israel high, Israel high.
Really possible, and probably very close once this thing happens. So this is a gateway for peace, for a broader peace, and I believe that we can achieve it. The most important thing to understand is that when we work together, President Trump and I, we achieved, in fact, 4 breakthroughs for peace, brokered by President Trump, working together with me.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like if the global war on terror had not happened, and Americans broadly recognized it as a fucking failure, and Israel had not committed a heinous genocide for the past 2.5 years, while demanding unlimited fealty from the everyday American and also telling them to shut the fuck up or else they get fired. And like they try to do this like, oh, we're getting together, allies, getting together and like fighting the axis of evil. They probably would have had a much better shot at like going after Iran. The reality of the matter is that's not the world we're living in. We're living in the current world where everybody fucking hates Israel.
Top guys in Hamas. You got Nasrallah, who'd been in power for 30 some odd years.
Everybody fucking hates Israel
the pager incident.
For exactly
Donald
this
Trump
reason.
Dropped
and now you got high-ranking Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee talking about how this is Israel's war, by the way. A couple days ago when I was saying this, motherfuckers in my chat were like, Hasan, don't say that. Don't say that. That's feelings of you know, people that want to defend Iran's death and destruction. Now, you got high-ranking Democrats saying
friends with him over 30 years. Nobody drags Donald Trump into anything, number one, but I want to get your reaction.
Normies are reading this as this is Israel totally fucking running the show.
Well, you're right. I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world. He does what he thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle. I've known the pangs of war. I lost a brother in war and in battle. I myself fought terrorists and was wounded in liberating hostages from a hijacked plane. I held a fellow soldier in my arms. When
Wait,
I was
what?
18,
No,
and
your
he
brother
died
went
in
on
my
that
arms.
operation and died. You
The
didn't
cost of
go.
war. But I know sometimes that war is necessary to protect us from
Is
the
he
people
lying?
who would destroy us. And that's what free societies have to understand.
Did he just literally take credit for his brother's operation that his brother died in, by the way? That's crazy.
We're fighting here the bad guys. We're the good guys. These people massacred their own people. Imagine what they would do, these people who chant death to America, if they had the ballistic missiles and the nuclear warheads to deliver to every American city. Do you want to wait? Do you want to bet your future on whether they would do it or they would not do it? I mean, look, nobody stopped North Korea, so they now have ballistic missiles and nuclear warheads. But they don't say death to America. Iran is 50 North Koreas. Iran is committed to your destruction. And whether people understand it or not, the leader has to understand it. Donald Trump understands it. You don't have to drag him into anything. And nobody would do it anyway. He does what he thinks is right. And this is right. And let me tell you, I visited today a town in Israel. Okay? This town, yesterday, a ballistic missile, it's like a truck, it's like a bus full of TNT, comes in at Mach 8 and slams right into a synagogue. Okay? And right around there, 9 people murdered. So here's the difference between us. These mass murderers in Tehran, they target civilians. We in Israel and America target the mass terrorists. That's a nutshell of the difference. And we have to protect our world against these people. And if these people have the weapons of mass death, these mass
terrorism, mosques, churches, hospitals, children in a girls' school.
About it. Winston Churchill called this the slumber of democracies. He said that they slumber, they go to sleep, and they wake up only when the jarring gong.
Once again, as I said early on, right after October 7, I wouldn't be using World War II analogies if I were you, big dog. I wouldn't. Because half of the population is already super fucking anti-Semitic. And the other half of the population also thinks that what we should be doing to Israel is what we did to the Nazis. So, you have no one, really no one in your corner on the World War II side. The ones that think the Nazis were on the good side already hate you. And the ones that think the Nazis need to be punished also now think you need to be punished in the same way.
Fanatics who don't care, who just
He's lost 100% of the population.
Build terror armies to strangle the people of Lebanon and the people of Gaza and the people of other people. That's what they do. So to act against them is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. And it's high time that the people of the free societies understood that they have to act to protect their freedom and our way of life. We're fighting barbarians. Israel is at the front line of this battle against barbarism. And America under President Trump has entered this fight to protect our civilization and to protect our common future.
Well, I hope the people in Europe are listening, and very specifically Macron in France and the leader in Spain. And I can tell you this, Starmer is no Winston Churchill. I hope they hear.
God, Starmer is so cucked and they still hate him. It's so funny.
To national security and national defense, they have allowed unfettered illegal immigration without assimilation, resulting in, 80-some-odd Sharia courts in Great Britain and no-go zones in other parts of Europe. I hope they watch and witness and learn from President Trump and from you, Mr. Prime Minister. I pray for all the people in the region, and I pray for a lasting peace. That would be my dream, my prayer for everybody in the region, and we do appreciate your time tonight, sir.
Well, thank you. And it's called peace through strength. It's not a slogan. It's the most basic
reality. I'm gonna be honest.
The basic
something shifted
in a very unkind world.
Something shifted.
To be strong to protect freedom.
Ruben Gallego going beast mode. Top Democrats going beast mode. Something shifted in the Democratic Party's ass.
Some time, but it's not going to take years.
I think the top line Democrats are still hesitant.
Right now achieve the peace that we all yearn and pray for. And I think together we'll achieve it.
Well, I pray you're right. Mr. Prime Minister, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you.
I think it's incredibly toxic to associate yourself with Benjamin Netanyahu right now. Okay? Honestly, all Dems should copy this messaging. Mr. Rubio admitted that what we all know. U.S. has entered a war of choice on behalf of Israel. There was never any so-called Iranian threat. Shedding both American and Iranian blood is thus on Israel firsters. American people deserve better and should take back their country. What is this? All right, this next trade is an honor. Everyone who gave their lives during Operation Base Cattle. Whoops, we got to suspend redemptions for a little bit. Thanks for your sacrifices or whatever. Here, this is what I'm talking about. Let me find the fucking tweet.
The United States and Israel conducted a...
Okay. Enough. I don't want to hear from Reza Pahlavi. I already saw the real Shah. We were already listening to the real Shah speak. Okay, dude, look at this.
Let's also be clear. I said before, I've said now, there was no imminent threat to the United States of America by the Iranians.
Bro, no, Ruben Gallego has been going crazy mode. I don't know where the fuck this came from. He has been going crazy mode. Straight up. Warner too.
A threat to Israel. If we equate a threat to Israel as the equivalent of an imminent threat to the United States, then we are in uncharted territory.
Like that, bro, that's unexpected. That's fucking unexpected. What the hell did they hear in that briefing? Yeah, Ruben Gallego has done a bunch of fuck shit.
Bombs were used. We have to reconcile why our bombs were used or Israeli bombs were used to kill children, young girls at a school, and what the imminent threat was. It hasn't been described. We have to.
I mean, he still goes, what's the imminent threat? It hasn't been described. Edgar Benter says, I don't think that the left is prepared for how much liberal politicians are set to shift on these issues and how good they might sound on them by 2027. We shouldn't take for granted that any candidate of ours will enjoy a position as a lone truth teller. But that is evidence that the battle has been almost won on the issue, isn't it? I think it's pretty clear at this point that moral victories aren't nearly the same as the real thing. Yeah. Like, I don't want to hear from people going, oh, it's great. I'm not committed to AIPAC or, oh, this is Israel's war or whatever. If they don't fucking turn around and commit to decoupling from Israel, I want to see policy. That's why I want to hear motherfuckers call it what it is, a genocide, right? Like, these guys still are trying to find the appropriate message, and that's good. The fact that they are moving in our direction in their messaging is good. But if they don't actually turn around and say certain things because they're too afraid to say it, that means they're not actually about that lifestyle. They're just telling you what you want to hear. They're at least cognizant enough to know that the opinion of the majority is shifted. But I will say, I think Marco Rubio coming out and being like, we did this for Israel was not the best idea. And I agree with the sentiment expressed. I agree with this take because Matt Iglesias was like, it feels like Trump administration is trying as hard as possible to maximize blowback on diaspora Jews for their own dubious choices and don't like it. And Matt Petty is absolutely correct on this. He says, I don't think they are playing 5D chess here. Most of the senior administration is in an information ecosystem where we did it for Israel is rewarded. You were also a part of this ecosystem until a few days ago when you suddenly caught up to the Democratic base. That's it. They literally came out and said, oh, this is for Israel. We did it for Israel because I think they think that their donors will like hearing that. They've always said that, and their donors have always liked it. And up until recently, this kind of statement was rewarded. This kind of sentiment was rewarded. People looked at this kind of thing and thought, oh, you're acting out our interest. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing, right? But what shifted is the popular sentiment. What shifted is the ground from underneath their feet, and they are oblivious. I know. I saw the Matt Walsh tweet. I talked about it. I covered it already. I covered it earlier. Matt Walsh is also probably pulling out a Daily Wire going forward, and he will look for an independent career for himself because there is no shot Ben Shapiro lets him get away with that. What is this? Have you seen what John Kirikawa said about you?
Hey, everybody. I wanted to say hi to all of the Hascord members and especially to all the regulators and monitors of the server. Remember! Come to our spy training on Monday. Just kidding. Although, if there was spy training on Monday, I think you would enjoy it. When I first started spy training, I was married to my first wife, who knew nothing about the CIA. She was a ballet teacher. She hated that I worked at the CIA. Well, in spy training, one of the first things they taught us was to wear disguises. And I did a full day of training, got home at like 10:30 at night. I was tired, and so I didn't take my disguise off. So I go into the house. She's up watching TV with our son, who was like 3, I think, at the time. And when I came up to the top of the stairs and she saw me, she screamed the most blood-curdling scream, grabbed the phone, dialed 911, and I said, wait a minute, it's me. Get the fuck out of here! And then she hangs up the phone, she bursts into tears, and she says, either you quit this job, or I want a divorce. So, we got divorced. And anyway, I'm better off for it. So, hey, thanks for your support. I hope you enjoy the videos and the shorts and the clips and all that stuff. And I hope all is good with you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hexit praised Israel as a capable partner and mocked all the other allies for not helping.
Missions as well, for which we are grateful.
What will it take? Like, I swear to God, these guys are literally going to come out and be like, we like Israel a lot more than you, quite frankly. I think all of you deserve death. All of you are being very anti-Semitic for all of your criticisms against the best country on the planet, which happens to be Israel, not the United States of America. And even if someone fucking turns around and goes like, what the fuck are you saying? That's insane. There will still be a bunch of like Vox.com article writers that'll be like, let's talk about the real anti-Semitism, which is calling into question the American allegiance with Israel. I do think they're just like stress testing the cattle theory in general. Like, I feel like they're trying to see like how much can we communicate to the MAGA base about how their sons are gonna die for Israel before they say, okay, I think this is kind of fucked up. Maybe I would like healthcare instead. That's what it is. It feels like Benjamin Netanyahu literally came out and was like, I love Donald Trump. He's given me my childhood wish. My childhood dream was to destroy Iran. Do you think liberal Zionism still sells? Liberal Zionism hasn't sold since October 7. It doesn't sell. Wait, is this supposed to be funny? What the fuck is this? Okay, well, you don't know who that is. But yes. If regime change comes from this, it's going to be in Bahrain. No, I think Saudi is moving their units into Bahrain to stamp out the protest. Not a Vox writer, but writing in the same annoying way. Oh, that's Park McDougal, dude, or whatever, however you say it. That's a tablet guy. I'm by no means an uncritical Trump admin booster. I just slavishly... Noah hates this fucking guy. It's so funny. I don't know anything about this person. The only reason why I know about him is because Noah Colwyn hates him so much. He has so much hatred in his heart for this guy. I'm by no means an uncritical admin booster, but I don't throw around TDS as an all-purpose insult, but the combination of establishment TDS and dooming subversion from the right-wing influencer sphere is creating a truly astounding amount of garbage analysis. MSM and alt media are amplifying each other's worst tendencies in a joint effort to meme a catastrophe into existence. Okay, I don't even care enough about this shit. Did you hear that Canada's Liberal Party infighting against Carney over his support for striking Iran? Good. Why is the Prime Minister of Israel going on TV to explain this war and not the President of the United States? I mean, okay, something shifted. Can you feel it? Do you feel like it's like these are the guys who would be like, we can't go on the HasanAbi broadcast because he's far too critical of Israel and people will call us anti-Semitic. Now they're saying the things I'm saying. Do you understand? Like that's not like, that's a regular ass lib, man. That's like a normal ass lib. That's not like a fucking radical. That's not even someone who was like United States Senator from Hawaii, Chief Deputy Whip, Brian Schatz. It's called validation. Enjoy it. I don't think it's not. It's validation is not enough. I want results.
I'd like to hear more.
I want a forcible shift in American foreign policy, moving away from Israel. I want to punish Israel for its genocide. Bro, remember when people said Mearsheimer was anti-Semitic for writing the Israel lobby? Yeah. I mean, we've moved past that point. Mearsheimer has been getting more play already.
Go Democrat of Arizona. I'd like to hear more about your reaction to that line from Marco Rubio today, Mike Johnson, and some others, that this was essentially out of our hands, and so then we just kind of fell in line as a matter of course.
I mean, I guess we're not a world power anymore. For me, I mean, look, I was in some pretty hard times during the war at a very young age.
Coalition of political forces of Iranian Kurdistan asked security forces in Iranian Kurdistan to defect from the remnants of the Islamic Republic and asked citizens in the region to stay away from the military and security sites for your own safety. I told you.
And it just drove me mad. The fact that these guys just went to war on somebody else's word. Nobody decided to say, hey, you know what is the best wishes of the men and women of my country first? Nobody decided to go to NATO and be like, guess what? Don't go to war. If you go to war, we're not going to give you the intelligence. We're not going to give you the support. We're not going to give you the bombs. All these things that you could have done. Instead, you say, you know what, we're going to go with you. And the thing that really pisses me off, to be honest, is like, I'm not that young. I remember Netanyahu coming to testify in Congress and advocating for us to invade Iraq, saying it was going to be a great result for the Middle East. So guess what? I'm seeing it again now. Again and again, men and women, young men and women, young American men and women are dying because of these idiots, right? These idiots that are just willing to sacrifice U.S. men, U.S. women without any real thought about what they're doing and what the consequences they're going to bring to these families. It's just I feel like I'm repeating, what I saw 20 years ago. I just don't really know what else to tell you.
Never mind, they're still doing this dog shit.
Country leaders doing, they're following Netanyahu, who has literally told us, he just told it on TV that he's been trying to do this for 47 years.
Never mind, maybe we're not beast mode territory.
I suffered the first attempt at this in 2005, and now America is suffering again because of it. There's a lot of ways that we could be supportive of Israel. There's a lot of ways that we could defend Israel's existence.
There's no significant Kurdish faction that will go in Iran. PUKs with IRGC and KDP has explicitly said they would never consider it. It's more probable to assume that SNA Turkish-backed brigade led by Abu Amsha, same mercenaries that have been used in Libya and later killings of Druze, Alawites, and Kurds. Turkey has already mentioned for weeks that they're preparing to move in if Iran is destabilized. Yeah, I think so too. No, I think there are Kurdish militias both inside of Iran that they'll activate, and there are Kurdish militias in Iraq that they will send in. And then once there is destabilization, they'll send in the Turks. They'll send in the Turks to fucking create a border area or something. That's what I think is going to happen. There's no significant Kurdish faction that will go in Iran, PK's IRGC. I think they will try to do their best. And then Kaya, what's up? Hello, lady. IRGC and Iranian army won't be pushovers, though? Dude, what are you talking about? They're going to have unlimited aerial support from America and Israel. They're just going to fucking strike anyone and everyone. That's not just like a regular militia at that point. They'll be utilizing the Kurds as the popular forces on the ground. Come here. Kaya, place. No, place. Remember when you were in a good mood a couple days ago? Let that fuel you. It's hard. I'm not so sure it will play out easily, I think. I mean, we'll see. But the only way that regime collapse completely happens is if there is actually a lot of real instability on the ground. So far all the anti-government groups have not really said much. There have been some instances where people have celebrated the Ayatollah's death, but they're not doing mass mobilization. They're not trying to do acts of terror. Senior Washington ABC reporter posted about you. Hassan Piker's popular Twitch stream will likely be a must-stop for 2028ers. Watching Dems try to figure out how to approach that will be something. Tom Steyer live on Hassan Piker stream says he was wrong to campaign against single player in 2020 when pressed by Piker. Steyer, a billionaire running for governor in California, says he opposes the billionaire tax due to specific issues, but backs a higher tax on the wealthy. There would need to be a force of 3 million plus to take over Iran. It's never going to happen. Brother, what are you talking about? It's not about taking over. It's not about taking over Iran. It's about causing chaos. Iran is not going to be Kurdistan, okay? That's not the goal here. The goal is not even to implement a different regime and keep Iran as a country intact. I also want to know where we go from here with the whole with what Donald Trump said he was going to do. Yeah, they're trying to pull a Benghazi. You got posted on Pop Base. Hell yeah. Is Trump going to go live or not? Because I'm tired. I'm freaking 8 hours deep. You know what? I'm going to end it here.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see
the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yep. All right. That's all I got for tonight. I'm tired. I love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, okay?
Stunning, refined
this week we have another guest. Who do I have? Oh, Shaikhat Chakrabarti on Wednesday. He's going to be my guest on Wednesday. I might have Cam Caskey as well to talk about this West Bank provision. And then this weekend I'm going to be in Chicago to speak at Northwestern University. Love you guys. Hopefully I'll be able to write an actual speech beforehand. But as you know, I'm fine with freestyling as well. Anyway, peace. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kyle place. Sun and Asmin Chatterloss, giving Grenin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streams, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? What can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS.